claiming that her father had been responsible for Kaylee's death, a claim that George Anthony has repeatedly denied. Her life since the trial has been marked by legal battles, bankruptcy filings, and a permanent place in the public eye as one of the most reviled women in American history. The Casey Anthony trial left a lasting imprint on American culture. It became a flashpoint for debates about the criminal justice system, the nature of reasonable doubt, and the role of media in shaping public perception. The case also highlighted the power of the internet to amplify outrage. The verdict was denounced on social media, in online forums, and in countless blogs and websites. It was one of the first major trials to be consumed in real time through social media, and it set a template for the coverage of criminal trials that would be followed in the years to come. For the family of Caylee Anthony, the verdict was a devastating blow. They had watched as the case unfolded, had sat through the trial, had hoped for justice for the little girl whose short life had ended in tragedy. Instead, they received an acquittal that left them with no closure and no answers. George and Cindy Anthony, who had supported their daughter throughout the trial, later became estranged from her, and their marriage eventually ended in divorce. The Casey Anthony case endures as a cautionary tale about the limits of circumstantial evidence and the power of reasonable doubt. It also endures as a story about motherhood, morality, and the ways in which we judge the women who fail to conform to our expectations. Casey Anthony was not the first woman to be accused of killing her child, but she became the most famous, a symbol of a justice system that, in the eyes of the public, had failed to protect the most vulnerable. The Jodi Arias trial: sex, lies, and murder in the age of social media. On June 4, 2008, Travis Alexander, a 30-year-old motivational speaker and aspiring author, was found dead in the shower of his Mesa, Arizona home. He had been shot in the face, stabbed 27 times, and his throat had been slit from ear to ear. The brutality of the crime was staggering, but the investigation that followed would reveal a story far more complex than a simple murder. The prime suspect was Alexander's ex-girlfriend, Jodi Arias, a 30-year-old waitress and aspiring photographer who had been obsessed with Alexander, stalked him after their breakup, and ultimately traveled nearly 1,000 miles to confront him in his home. The trial that followed, which began in January 2013, became a modern media sensation, broadcast live on cable television, and dissected in real time on social media. The case combined elements of sex, violence, religion, and psychological manipulation, and it introduced the American public to a defendant whose shifting stories, courtroom demeanor, and eventual conviction made her one of the most reviled figures of her generation. The victim and the accused. Travis Alexander was born in Riverside, California in 1977 and raised in a devout Mormon family. He moved to Mesa, Arizona in the early 2000s to work for Prepaid Legal Services, a multi-level marketing company, and quickly established himself as a rising star in the organization. He was charismatic, handsome, and driven, and he had ambitions to become a motivational speaker and author. He was also a practicing Mormon who had served a mission and who, by all accounts, was looking for a wife to settle down with. He was the kind of man who seemed to have everything going for him: a successful career, a supportive family, a bright future. Jodi Arias was born in 1980 in Salinas, California. Her childhood was marked by instability. Her parents had a volatile marriage, and she later claimed that she had been sexually abused as a child. She dropped out of high school and drifted through a series of jobs, eventually moving to Palm Springs, where she worked as a waitress and began pursuing a career in photography. She was intelligent, creative, and deeply insecure, and she had a pattern of becoming intensely attached to the men she dated. When she met Travis Alexander at a Prepaid Legal Services conference in Las Vegas in 2006, she was immediately drawn to his confidence and charisma. Arias and Alexander began a sexual relationship shortly after they met. But there was a problem. Arias was not a Mormon, and Alexander's faith prohibited premarital sex. The relationship was a source of intense conflict for Alexander, who struggled to reconcile his physical desire for Arias with his religious beliefs. He encouraged her to convert, but she never did, and the relationship became increasingly volatile. Over the next 2 years, they broke up and reconciled multiple times. Arias became obsessed with Alexander, tracking his movements, hacking into his social media accounts, and showing up unannounced at his home. Alexander, for his part, continued to see Arias even as he dated other women. The relationship was toxic, marked by jealousy, manipulation, and, according to Arias, physical abuse. The murder, June 4th, 2008. On the morning of June 4th, 2008, Jodi Arias drove from her home in Yreka, California, to Mesa, Arizona, a distance of nearly 1,000 miles. She had rented a car, and she had taken the license plates off her own vehicle to avoid being tracked. She arrived at Alexander's home in the early afternoon. Alexander, who had been expecting her, let her in. What happened over the next several hours would become the subject of intense legal debate. Arias's story changed multiple times over the course of the investigation. She initially told police that she had not been in Mesa at the time of the murder. When evidence, including cell phone records and a gas can she had purchased on the way, contradicted her story, she claimed that two masked intruders had broken into Alexander's home and killed him. Finally, after more than 2 years, she changed her story again, admitting that she had killed Alexander, but claiming it was in self-defense. According to Arias's final version of events, she and Alexander had spent the afternoon having sex and taking photographs, a fact that was confirmed by a camera found at the scene that contained explicit images of the couple taken just before the murder. Afterwards, she said, Alexander became angry, threw her to the ground, and attacked her. She claimed she had run to his closet to retrieve a gun, which she had brought with her, and that she had shot him when he charged at her. She then said she had stabbed him in a frenzy when he continued to attack her. The physical evidence told a different story. Alexander had been shot in the face with a .25 caliber pistol, but the gunshot wound was not immediately fatal. He had then been stabbed 27 times, including wounds to his back that suggested he was trying to flee. The final blow had been a slash across his throat so deep that he was nearly decapitated. The crime scene suggested a crime of rage, not of self-defense. The positioning of the body, the multiple wounds, and the fact that Alexander had been shot after being stabbed all contradicted Arias's account. The trial, a media sensation. The trial of Jodi Arias began on January 2, 2013, in Maricopa County Superior Court before Judge Sherry Stevens. The prosecution was led by Juan Martinez, a seasoned prosecutor known for his aggressive style. The defense was led by Kirk Nurmi, a public defender who would later write a book about his experience representing Arias. The trial was broadcast live on HLN, and it quickly became a cultural phenomenon. The trial had all the elements of a media sensation. There was sex. The explicit photographs of Arias and Alexander taken on the day of the murder were introduced as evidence, and Arias testified in graphic detail about her sexual relationship with Alexander. There was violence. The photographs of Alexander's body, his throat slashed, his body covered in blood, were shown to the jury. There was a defendant who was simultaneously sympathetic and terrifying. Arias was attractive, articulate, and poised on the stand, but her shifting stories and her calm demeanor as she described the killing suggested a capacity for deception that unsettled observers. The most dramatic moments of the trial came when Arias took the stand. Over 18 days of testimony, she described her childhood, her relationship with Alexander, and the events of June 4th, 2008. She claimed that Alexander had physically abused her, that he had forced her to perform sexual acts against her will, and that he had become violent on the day of the murder. Her testimony was riveting, but it was also contradictory. She had told the police one story, then another, then another. Her credibility was shattered, and the prosecution used her own words to undermine her self-defense claim. Martinez, the prosecutor, became a celebrity in his own right. His cross-examination of Arias was relentless, and his closing argument was widely praised for its force and clarity. He argued that Arias had killed Alexander out of jealousy, that she had planned the murder for weeks, and that her self-defense claim was a fabrication. He pointed to the evidence of premeditation: the gas cans, the rental car, the removal of her license plates, the gun she had brought with her. The verdict and sentencing. On May 8, 2013, after more than 4 months of testimony and 15 hours of deliberation, the jury returned its verdict. Arias was found guilty of first-degree murder. The verdict was not unanimous on the question of premeditation. One juror found Arias guilty of second-degree murder. but the others found her guilty of the more serious charge. The conviction carried a mandatory sentence of either life in prison or death. The penalty phase of the trial was almost as dramatic as the guilt phase. The prosecution sought the death penalty, arguing that the brutality of the crime warranted the ultimate punishment. The defense presented witnesses who testified about Arias's troubled childhood, her history of abuse, and her psychological problems. But the jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict on the death penalty, and the judge ultimately sentenced Arias to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In a separate proceeding, the judge also sentenced Arias to an additional 25 years for the murder of Travis Alexander, to be served consecutively to her life sentence. Arias was transported to the Arizona State Prison Complex in Perryville, where she remains incarcerated. She has continued to maintain that she acted in self-defense, and her appeals have been denied. Legacy: the first trial of the social media age. The Jodi Arias trial was a watershed moment in the history of true crime. It was the first major murder trial to be consumed in real time on social media, and it set a template for the coverage of criminal trials that would be followed in the years to come. The case demonstrated the power of cable television to turn a trial into a form of entertainment, and it showed how social media could amplify the voices of millions of viewers who were following the case from their living rooms. The trial also raised questions about the role of the media in criminal justice. The coverage was often sensational, with talking heads dissecting every detail of Arias's testimony, her appearance, her demeanor. Critics argued that the coverage turned a serious proceeding into a circus, that it prejudiced the jury, and that it exploited the tragedy of Travis Alexander's death for ratings. Defenders of the coverage argued that it was a form of public accountability, that the public had a right to see how the justice system worked, and that the trial was a legitimate subject of public interest. The case also left a lasting imprint on the participants. Juan Martinez, the prosecutor, became a celebrity, appearing on television and writing a book about the case. Kirk Nurmi, the defense attorney, later sued Arias, claiming that she had made defamatory statements about him. The families of Travis Alexander and Jodi Arias have lived with the aftermath of the trial for more than a decade, and the case continues to be the subject of documentaries, podcasts, and books. The Trial of Catrington, Trial by Combat in Medieval England. In the year 1380, during the reign of King Richard II, an extraordinary legal proceeding took place in the Court of Chivalry. It was one of the earliest recorded murder trials in English history, and it was conducted not in a courtroom with judges and juries, but on a field of combat, with the fate of the accused determined by the outcome of a judicial duel. The case involved a man named Tomas Catrington, who stood accused of the murder of his rival, and it unfolded at a time when the English legal system was still evolving from its medieval roots into the common law tradition that would shape the modern world. The trial by combat was a survival of an ancient tradition, a form of dispute resolution that placed the outcome of legal proceedings not in the hands of evidence and argument, but in the hands of God, who was believed to grant victory to the innocent and defeat to the guilty. The crime and the accusation. The details of the crime for which Tomas Catrington was tried have largely been lost to history, but the outlines of the case are preserved in the legal records of the period. Catrington was accused of murdering a man, and the dispute between the accused and his accuser was so grave that it could not be resolved by ordinary means. In the medieval legal system, a man accused of a serious crime could demand trial by combat, or his accuser could challenge him to a duel, believing that God would ensure that the innocent man would prevail. Trial by combat was not a relic of barbarism, but a recognized legal procedure with its own rules and rituals. The combatants were required to swear oaths that their cause was just, and the duel was conducted before the king's justices, who presided over the proceedings as they would over any other trial. The combat itself was a formal affair, with the combatants wearing specific armor and wielding specific weapons, and with strict rules governing the conduct of the fight. In Catrington's case, the duel was fought in the presence of King Richard II himself, who was said to have watched from a specially constructed platform. The combat was brutal, as such combats often were, and it ended when Catrington was defeated. His defeat was taken as proof of his guilt, and he was hanged for the crime. The legal significance of trial by combat. Trial by combat was a product of a legal system that placed great faith in divine intervention. In a world without forensic science, without police forces, without the elaborate apparatus of modern criminal investigation, the ordeal was seen as a way to ascertain the truth when human evidence was insufficient. The belief was that God would not allow an innocent man to be defeated in combat, and that victory was a sign of divine favor. The practice had its roots in the feudal traditions of medieval Europe, and it was brought to England after the Norman conquest. By the 14th century, it was already becoming less common, as the common law courts developed more sophisticated methods of adjudicating disputes. But it remained a legal option for certain types of cases, particularly those involving accusations of treason or murder. The trial of Thomas Catrington is one of the last recorded instances of trial by combat in English legal history. The practice would be formally abolished in the 19th century, but by the 15th century, it had already fallen into disuse, replaced by the jury system that would become the hallmark of English criminal justice. Legacy: a window into medieval justice. The trial of Thomas Catrington is remembered not for its legal significance. It established no precedents that would shape the future of English law, but as a window into a world that is now largely lost to us. It reminds us that the legal system we take for granted today is not a timeless institution, but a product of centuries of evolution. The idea that guilt or innocence could be determined by the outcome of a duel seems alien to us. But to the people of the 14th century, it was a legitimate and respected way of resolving disputes. The case also reminds us that the pursuit of justice has taken many forms over the centuries, and that the modern emphasis on evidence, procedure, and the rights of the accused is a relatively recent development. In the medieval world, justice was often rough, arbitrary, and violent, but it was also a system that, for all its flaws, reflected the values and beliefs of the society that created it. The trial of Richard Hune, a dead man tried for heresy. In 1514, the City of London witnessed one of the most extraordinary legal proceedings in English history, the trial of a dead man. Richard Hune, a merchant tailor who had been found dead in his cell in the Lollards Tower at St. Paul's Cathedral, was tried for heresy by the ecclesiastical courts. When he was convicted, his corpse was burned at the stake. The case was a scandal that exposed the corruption of the church courts and contributed to the growing resentment of ecclesiastical authority that would culminate in the English Reformation. The death of Richard Hune. Richard Hune was a prosperous merchant tailor who lived in London in the early 16th century. He had come into conflict with the church when he refused to pay a mortuary fee, a death duty owed to the parish priest, after the death of his infant son. The dispute escalated, and Hune found himself accused of heresy, allegedly for possessing English-language copies of the Bible and for making statements critical of the clergy. Hune was arrested and confined to the Lollards Tower, the prison at St. Paul's Cathedral where heretics were held. On December 4, 1514, he was found dead in his cell, hanging from a hook in the wall. The authorities claimed that he had committed suicide, but those who knew him suspected murder. Hune had been a man of means, and his death conveniently removed a threat to the church's authority. The coroner's inquest that followed revealed a different story. Witnesses testified that Hune had been killed by the Bishop of London's chancellor, who had then staged the scene to look like a suicide. The evidence of murder was strong enough that the chancellor was indicted for the crime, but the ecclesiastical authorities intervened, and the case was removed from the secular courts. Hune was dead, but his legal troubles were only beginning. The trial of a dead man. The ecclesiastical authorities, having successfully blocked the murder investigation, turned their attention to the heresy charges that had originally been brought against Hune. They convened a court to try him for heresy, despite the fact that he was dead. A dead man could not defend himself, could not testify, could not be represented. The trial was a farce, but it was conducted with all the solemnity of a real proceeding. Hune was found guilty of heresy. The sentence was that his corpse be burned at the stake. On a day in December 1515, his body was exhumed and taken to a public place in London, where it was burned in the presence of a large crowd. The spectacle was intended to demonstrate the power of the church and the consequences of heresy. Instead, it outraged the public and fueled the growing sentiment that the church had become corrupt and tyrannical. Legacy: a catalyst for reform. The case of Richard Hune was a cause célèbre in early 16th century England. It exposed the corruption of the church courts, the willingness of ecclesiastical authorities to subvert the secular legal system, and the arrogance of a clergy that believed itself above the law. The story of Hune, a merchant who had stood up to the church and been murdered for his trouble, became a rallying cry for those who sought to reform the English church. The Hune case was cited by reformers throughout the 16th century, and it contributed to the growing demand for change that would culminate in the English Reformation. When Henry VIII broke with Rome in the 1530s, the case of Richard Hune was invoked as evidence of the abuses that had made reform necessary. The burning of a dead man's corpse had become a symbol of everything that was wrong with the old order. Today, the trial of Richard Hune is remembered as one of the most bizarre episodes in English legal history. A case that combined murder, cover-up, and the posthumous conviction of a man who could no longer speak for himself. It stands as a warning about the dangers of unchecked authority and the willingness of those in power to bend the law to their purposes. Lord Stourton, a peer hanged for murder. In 1557, England witnessed a rare and shocking event. A peer of the realm, a man who held one of the oldest titles in the English aristocracy, was hanged for murder. Charles, Lord Stourton, was convicted of the killing of two neighbors with whom he had been involved in a long-running dispute. His execution was a sensation, not only because of his high rank, but because it demonstrated that even the most powerful men in the kingdom were not above the law. The case of Lord Stourton was a landmark in the development of English criminal law, establishing that the nobility could not claim immunity from the consequences of their crimes. The crime and the dispute. Charles, Lord Stourton, was a member of one of the most prominent Catholic families in England. He held the title of Baron Stourton, a peerage that dated back to the 15th century, and he was a man of considerable wealth and influence. But he was also a man of violent temper, and he had become embroiled in a bitter dispute with two neighbors, John and William Hartgill. The dispute, which had been festering for years, centered on property rights and local authority. The Hartgills had challenged Stourton's claims to certain lands, and the conflict had escalated to the point of violence. In 1557, Stourton and his servants ambushed the Hartgills, killing them both. The murders were carried out with brutality, and there was little doubt about who was responsible. Stourton was arrested and charged with murder. His trial was held before the King's Bench, and it was conducted with the full formality that the case of a peer demanded. But there was no question about the facts. Stourton had killed the Hartgills, and he had done so with premeditation. The trial and execution. The trial of Lord Stourton was a sensation. It was rare for a peer to be tried for a common crime. Normally, the nobility enjoyed immunity from the ordinary criminal courts, and cases involving peers were handled by the House of Lords. But Stourton was tried before the King's Bench, and his rank did not save him. The evidence against Stourton was overwhelming, and he was convicted of murder. The sentence was death by hanging. The execution was set to take place at Salisbury, in the shadow of the cathedral, and it was attended by a large crowd. Stourton was led to the gallows wearing his own clothes, as a sign of his rank, but he was hanged like any common criminal. The rope that was used to hang him was made of silk, a small concession to his station. But the death was the same. Legacy: no man above the law. The execution of Lord Stourton was a milestone in the development of English criminal law. It established the principle that no man, no matter how high his rank, was above the law. The nobility could not claim immunity from the consequences of their crimes. They were subject to the same laws as the common man. The case also served as a warning to the aristocracy. In an age when the power of the nobility was still formidable, the execution of a peer was a reminder that the crown was committed to the rule of law. The Stourton case was cited for generations as evidence that England was not a country where the rich and powerful could kill with impunity. Today, the case is remembered as a landmark in the history of English criminal justice. It was not the last time a peer would be executed for murder. The Earl Ferrers would be hanged in 1760 for shooting his steward. But it was one of the earliest and most significant examples of the principle that justice is blind to rank and privilege. The story of Lord Stourton, a man who held one of the oldest titles in England but died on a common gallows, is a reminder that the rule of law is the foundation of a just society, and that no one is exempt from its demands. Amy Duny and Rose Cullender, 1664. The witch trial that lit a colonial fire. In the spring of 1664, the Suffolk Assizes at Bury St. Edmunds convened to hear a case that would echo across the Atlantic and into the annals of American history. Two women, Amy Duny and Rose Cullender, stood accused of witchcraft, of tormenting children, causing fits, and consorting with the devil. Their trial, presided over by the renowned jurist Sir Matthew Hale, was not the first witchcraft trial in England, nor would it be the last. But it became a landmark case cited by colonial magistrates and cited again in Salem, Massachusetts, nearly 30 years later. The conviction of Duny and Cullender helped fuel the witchcraft hysteria that would culminate in the Salem witch trials of 1692. And their story remains a chilling reminder of the power of fear, superstition, and the failure of the legal system to protect the innocent, the accused and the accusers. Amy Duny and Rose Cullender were women on the margins of their communities in Lowestoft, a fishing town on the Suffolk coast. Duny, described as a poor widow, had a reputation for eccentricity and a sharp tongue. Cullender, also poor and marginalized, was her neighbor, and, according to the accusations, her partner in witchcraft. They were the kind of women who, in an age of religious fervor and social anxiety, were targets of suspicion, elderly, poor, and without powerful protectors. The accusations against them came from the families of children who had begun to suffer strange afflictions. The children, Elizabeth and Deborah Pacey, Anne Durant, Elizabeth and Jane Bokk, and others, fell into fits, complained of being pricked with pins, vomited strange objects, and cried out that they were being tormented by the specters of Duny and Cullender. The symptoms were classic, conforming to the pattern of demonic possession that had been documented in witchcraft cases across Europe. The children's fits were public, dramatic, and convincing to those who witnessed them. The case was brought before the magistrates of Lowestoft, who conducted preliminary examinations and found sufficient evidence to send the women to the assizes. The townspeople were convinced of their guilt. The children's fits, which seemed to abate when the women were jailed, were taken as proof of their malevolent power. By the time the case reached Bury St. Edmunds, public opinion had already convicted them. The trial before Sir Matthew Hale. The trial of Amy Duny and Rose Cullender was held at the Suffolk Assizes in Bury St. Edmunds in March 1664. Presiding over the case was Sir Matthew Hale, one of the most respected jurists of his age, a man whose legal writings would influence English law for centuries. Hale was a man of deep learning and piety, and he approached the case with the gravity it demanded. The evidence presented against Duny and Cullender was of two kinds: the testimony of the afflicted children and the testimony of witnesses who claimed to have seen the women perform acts of witchcraft. The children who were brought into the courtroom fell into fits as soon as the accused were brought before them. They cried out that they were being tormented, and their fits ceased when they touched the women, a phenomenon that the court interpreted as evidence of the witch's power. The most dramatic testimony came from the children's families. They told of pins appearing in the children's beds, of strange objects vomited up after fits, of the children's bodies contorting in ways that seemed impossible without supernatural intervention. The case also included testimony about a familiar spirit in the form of a toad, which had been thrown into a fire and had exploded with a loud noise, a detail that convinced many in the courtroom of the women's guilt. Sir Matthew Hale presided with careful attention to the evidence, but he was not a skeptic. Like most educated men of his time, he believed in the reality of witchcraft, and he instructed the jury that there was no doubt that such crimes existed. He referred the jury to the biblical injunction, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live," and urged them to consider the evidence carefully. The jury deliberated and returned a verdict of guilty. Amy Duny and Rose Cullender were sentenced to death by hanging. The aftermath and the legacy. The execution of Amy Duny and Rose Cullender took place shortly after the trial. They were hanged, and their bodies were disposed of in the manner customary for witches. The case was celebrated as a triumph of justice, and it was documented in a pamphlet that circulated widely, spreading the story of the Lowestoft witches across England. But the true legacy of the case lay not in England, but in America. Sir Matthew Hale's handling of the Duny and Cullender trial was cited as a precedent by colonial magistrates who conducted witchcraft trials in New England. When Cotton Mather and other New England divines sought to justify the prosecution of witches, they pointed to Hale's example, arguing that if such a learned and pious man could find witches guilty, then the colonial courts could do the same. The Dooney and Cullender trial was invoked during the Salem witch trials of 1692. Increase Mather, one of the leading ministers of New England, wrote a defense of the Salem proceedings that cited Hale's handling of the Bury St. Edmunds case. The example of an English judge of Hale's stature, he argued, proved that witchcraft was real and that the courts were right to prosecute it. In the years after Salem, as the hysteria subsided and the executions were recognized as a grave injustice, the Dooney and Cullender case was re-examined. Critics pointed to the flaws in the evidence. The fits of the children, which modern observers would recognize as mass hysteria or perhaps the symptoms of physical illness. The testimony of witnesses, which was hearsay and superstition. The role of the court, which had failed to protect the innocent. But by then, the damage had been done. Conclusion, a warning from history. The trial of Amy Dooney and Rose Cullender is a reminder of the dangers of mass hysteria and the failure of the legal system to protect the vulnerable. Two women marginalized by poverty and social position were convicted on evidence that would not be admitted in any modern court. Their deaths were not justice. They were murder sanctioned by law, fueled by fear and superstition. The case also reminds us that the law is only as just as the people who administer it. Sir Matthew Hale was a great jurist, a man of learning and integrity. But he was also a man of his time, and he shared the superstitions of his age. He believed in witches, and his belief cost two women their lives. The lesson of the Dooney and Cullender trial is that even the most learned judges can be wrong, and that the law must be vigilant against the prejudices that can corrupt it. Sir Edmundbury Godfrey, 1679. The murder that shook England. On the afternoon of October 12, 1678, Sir Edmundbury Godfrey, a respected magistrate of Westminster, left his home in London and was never seen alive again. 5 days later, his body was discovered in a ditch on Primrose Hill, pierced by his own sword, which had been thrust through his heart. The murder of Sir Edmundbury Godfrey was not merely a crime. It was a political earthquake that transformed the course of English history. It triggered the Popish plot, a wave of anti-Catholic hysteria that swept the nation, leading to the execution of innocent men, the imprisonment of hundreds, and a constitutional crisis that nearly toppled the monarchy. Godfrey's murder remains unsolved to this day, but its consequences are etched into the history of England. The Popish plot and the murder of a magistrate. Sir Edmundbury Godfrey was a man of standing in the London of Charles II. He was a justice of the peace, a respected figure in the legal community, and a man known for his integrity. In the autumn of 1678, he became entangled in one of the most dangerous conspiracies of his age. Titus Oates, a disreputable cleric with a talent for fabrication, had begun to spread rumors of a Catholic conspiracy to assassinate the king, to overthrow the government, and to massacre Protestants. Oates's claims were fantastic, but they found a receptive audience in a nation that had not forgotten the gunpowder plot of 1605 and that lived in fear of Catholic subversion. Godfrey, who had taken Oates's deposition, was drawn into the affair. On October 12th, he left his home, telling his servants that he was going out for a walk. He never returned. When his body was discovered 5 days later, the nation erupted. The manner of his death, stabbed with his own sword, a detail that suggested ritualistic murder, was taken as proof that the Popish plot was real. If Catholics could murder a magistrate, they could do anything. The government, already under pressure to act, seized on the murder to justify a crackdown on Catholics that would have been impossible otherwise. The hysteria and the executions. The murder of Sir Edmundbury Godfrey was the spark that ignited a firestorm. In the months that followed, Oates's accusations were taken as gospel. Catholics were rounded up, their homes searched, their property confiscated. The Houses of Parliament passed acts excluding Catholics from public life, and a series of show trials sent innocent men to the gallows. The most famous of the victims was William Howard, Viscount Stafford, a Catholic peer who was impeached by the House of Commons, tried before the House of Lords, and executed on Tower Hill. He was one of at least 15 Catholics executed during the hysteria. Hundreds more died in prison and thousands fled the country. The Popish plot became a cause célèbre, fueling anti-Catholic sentiment for a generation. The trial of the men accused of murdering Godfrey was a travesty. 3 Catholic servants, Robert Greene, Henry Barry, and Lawrence Hill, were charged with the murder, convicted on the flimsiest of evidence, and executed. Their guilt was never established, and historians have long concluded that they were innocent scapegoats, victims of a hysteria that demanded victims. The unraveling and the legacy. The Popish plot did not last forever. By 1681, the hysteria had begun to subside. Titus Oates was exposed as a liar and a fraud. He was tried for perjury, convicted, and sentenced to be pilloried, whipped, and imprisoned for life. The men who had been executed were not restored to life, but their reputations were eventually rehabilitated. The murder of Sir Edmundbury Godfrey, however, remained unsolved. Theories abounded: that he was murdered by Catholic conspirators, that he was killed by political enemies, that he was murdered by the agents of the king. No evidence was ever found to prove any of these theories. The case remains a cold case, one of the most famous unsolved murders in English history. The legacy of the Popish plot and the murder of Sir Edmundbury Godfrey is the lesson of what happens when fear overwhelms reason. The hysteria that followed Godfrey's death led to the deaths of innocent men, the persecution of a minority, and the subversion of the rule of law. It was a warning as relevant today as it was in 1679 about the dangers of allowing fear to dictate public policy and the ease with which innocent people can be swept away by the tides of mass hysteria. Conclusion: a murder that changed history. The murder of Sir Edmundbury Godfrey was a crime, but it was also a political event. It provided the pretext for the Popish plot, a wave of anti-Catholic hysteria that transformed English politics and left a legacy of suspicion and fear that would shape the nation for generations. The men who were executed in the wake of Godfrey's death were victims not only of the plot, but of the fears that the plot exploited. They were innocent, but they died because the nation needed scapegoats. The unsolved murder of Sir Edmundbury Godfrey is a reminder that the consequences of a single crime can ripple through history, changing the course of nations and destroying the lives of the innocent. The identity of his killer is lost to history, but the damage that killer did is not. The trial of Jack Sheppard, 1724, the folk hero who captivated London. In the early 18th century, London was a city of contrasts: wealth and poverty, grandeur and squalor, order and chaos. Into this world stepped Jack Sheppard, a young carpenter's apprentice who turned to crime and became, within a matter of months, the most famous man in England. Sheppard was not a great criminal by the standards of his age. His thefts were modest, his ambitions limited, but he possessed a talent that made him legendary. He could escape from any prison. His trials, for burglary, for theft, for his spectacular escapes, became the stuff of legend, and his story inspired novels, plays, and a fascination that has lasted for 3 centuries. The life of Jack Sheppard. John Sheppard was born in 1702 in Stepney, the son of a carpenter. He was apprenticed to a carpenter himself, but he fell in with a bad crowd and began a career of petty crime. His first arrest came in 1723 when he was charged with pickpocketing. It was a minor offense and he might have been forgotten, except that he escaped from custody. Sheppard's first escape was modest. He broke out of the lockup at St. Giles's Roundhouse, using a bar he had pried from the wall. But it was only the beginning. Over the next year, Sheppard was arrested again and again, and each time he escaped, each escape more audacious than the last. He escaped from the new prison at Clerkenwell, from the condemned hold at Newgate, from the strongest cells the authorities could devise. He became a legend in his own time, a folk hero whose exploits were celebrated in broadside ballads and penny pamphlets. Sheppard's escapes were not just acts of physical daring, they were performances. He courted publicity, and the public loved him. He was young, handsome, and clever, a man who had outwitted the authorities again and again. In a city where the criminal justice system was harsh and unforgiving, Sheppard became a symbol of resistance. He was the underdog who always got away. The trial and the execution. Sheppard's final arrest came in 1724, after a spectacular escape from Newgate that involved scaling walls, breaking through iron bars, and crawling through chimneys. The authorities were determined not to let him escape again. He was tried at the Old Bailey for burglary and theft, and the evidence against him was overwhelming. He was convicted and sentenced to death. The trial of Jack Shepherd was a sensation. The courtroom was packed with spectators, and the newspapers covered every detail. Shepherd conducted himself with bravado, making jokes, exchanging quips with the judge, and generally treating the proceedings as if they were a form of entertainment. His behavior only added to his legend. On November 16, 1724, Jack Shepherd was hanged at Tyburn. A crowd of tens of thousands gathered to watch, and his death was mourned as if he had been a hero rather than a common criminal. His body was taken down and buried in St. Martin's in the Fields, but his legend lived on. The legacy of Jack Shepherd. Jack Shepherd became a figure of myth. Within months of his death, his life had been turned into a play, and for decades his story was told and retold on the London stage. He inspired a genre of criminal biography, and his name became synonymous with daring and defiance. In the 19th century, the novelist William Harrison Ainsworth wrote Jack Shepherd, a novel that revived interest in the criminal and cemented his place in popular culture. The novel was a sensation, and it spawned a new generation of Shepherd legends. Shepherd was celebrated not as a criminal, but as a rebel, a man who had defied the oppressive machinery of the state. The fascination with Jack Shepherd has never entirely faded. He is remembered as one of the great characters of London's criminal history, a man whose escapes captured the imagination of his age, and whose story continues to resonate. His trials, his escapes, and his death are a reminder of the power of personality to shape public perception, and of the enduring appeal of the outlaw who defies the system. Conclusion. The folk hero who would not be contained. Jack Shepherd was a common criminal, but he became something more, a symbol of resistance, a folk hero whose exploits captured the imagination of a city. His escapes were feats of physical daring, but they were also acts of defiance against a system that was harsh and unforgiving. In an age when the criminal justice system was brutal and the poor had few defenders, Shepherd became a hero to the very people he had victimized. His trial was the final act of his brief, spectacular career. The jury convicted him, the judge sentenced him, and the executioner hanged him. But Jack Shepherd was not so easily contained. He lives on in the novels, the plays, the ballads, and the legends that have kept his story alive for 3 centuries. Jonathan Wild the Great, 1725, the thief-taker general. In the criminal underworld of 18th century London, no figure was more feared or more powerful than Jonathan Wild. He was the self-styled thief-taker general of Great Britain, a man who claimed to recover stolen goods and bring criminals to justice. In reality, he was the master of a vast criminal empire, a man who ran the underworld with the efficiency of a corporate executive. He was a thief who pretended to catch thieves, a criminal who hid behind the mask of a lawman. His trial and execution in 1725 were a sensation, exposing the corruption that lay at the heart of the London justice system and making his name a byword for hypocrisy and villainy. The rise of Jonathan Wild. Jonathan Wild was born in Wolverhampton in 1682, the son of a carpenter. He moved to London as a young man and began a career in crime that would make him the most powerful man in the city's underworld. He recognized a gap in the market. Victims of theft wanted their property back, and they were willing to pay for it. Wild offered to recover stolen goods for a fee, a service that was legal, respected, and immensely profitable. The catch was that Wild was often the thief. He would arrange for his associates to steal property, then recover it and return it to the victims for a reward. He also turned in criminals to the authorities, but only those who were rivals or who had fallen out of favor. He cultivated an image as a public benefactor, a man who was cleaning up the streets of London. In reality, he was running the largest criminal enterprise in the city. Wild's power was extraordinary. He had a network of informants and thieves. He controlled the black market for stolen goods. He could make or break careers in the criminal world. He was feared and respected, a man who had made himself indispensable to the authorities and the criminal classes alike. His nickname, Thief-Taker General, was not a joke. It was a description of his actual power. The fall in the trial? Wilde's fall came when he crossed the wrong people. In 1724, he was involved in the arrest of Jack Sheppard, the famous escape artist. But when Sheppard escaped and mocked Wilde in his confessions, Wilde's reputation began to unravel. Sheppard's confessions exposed the corrupt relationship between Wilde and the authorities, and the public, which had once celebrated Wilde as a hero, began to see him as a villain. Wilde was arrested in 1725 on charges of receiving stolen goods. The trial, held at the Old Bailey, was a sensation. The evidence against him was overwhelming. Witness after witness testified to his crimes, and the public, which had once celebrated him, now reveled in his downfall. Wilde was convicted and sentenced to death. On May 24, 1725, Jonathan Wilde was hanged at Tyburn. The crowd that gathered was immense, perhaps the largest ever assembled for an execution. Wilde was not mourned, he was reviled. His death was celebrated as the end of an era of corruption and crime. The legacy of Jonathan Wilde. Jonathan Wilde's trial and execution were a sensation, but his legacy extended beyond his own life. He became a symbol of corruption, a man who had hidden behind a mask of respectability while running a criminal empire. The writer Henry Fielding, who knew Wilde, wrote a satirical biography that portrayed him as a great man whose greatness lay in his villainy. The book, The Life of Jonathan Wilde the Great, is a classic of English literature, a meditation on the nature of power, corruption, and the hypocrisy of society. Wilde's career also exposed the flaws in the 18th century justice system. The system of thief-taking was riddled with corruption, and Wilde was not the only criminal who profited from it. His downfall led to reforms, but the system remained flawed for generations. Today, Jonathan Wilde is remembered as one of the great villains of English history. His name is a byword for hypocrisy, a reminder of the danger of trusting those who claim to enforce the law. His trial and execution were the end of a criminal empire, but his legacy lives on in the novels, the histories, and the legends that have kept his story alive for 3 centuries. Conclusion: the man who played both sides. Jonathan Wilde was a criminal, but he was also a lawman. He was a thief, but he was also a public benefactor. His career exposed the hypocrisy of the 18th century justice system, a system in which the line between law and crime was often blurred. His trial and execution were a moment of reckoning, a time when the public finally saw the truth behind the mask. But the system that had allowed Wilde to flourish did not change overnight, and the corruption that he embodied would continue for generations. His story is a warning about the dangers of power without accountability, and about the ease with which those who claim to enforce the law can become the worst criminals of all. The trial of Lieutenant Richardson, 1738. A pirate's trial in colonial New York. In the early 18th century, the line between privateering and piracy was a matter of perspective. A privateer was a patriot, authorized by his government to prey on enemy shipping during wartime. A pirate was an outlaw, a menace to commerce, a hostis humani generis, an enemy of all mankind. But in times of peace, privateers could become pirates with the stroke of a pen, and the men who had been heroes one year could be hanged as criminals the next. The trial of Lieutenant Richardson, a pirate who was tried in New York in 1738, exposed the blurred line between these categories and revealed the complex legal and moral questions that surrounded maritime crime in the American colonies. The world of privateering and piracy. The colonial period was the golden age of piracy, a time when the Caribbean and the Atlantic seaboard swarmed with men who had turned to crime on the high seas. Some were pirates by choice, drawn to the freedom and the riches that piracy offered. Others were privateers who had been commissioned by their governments to attack enemy ships during wartime, only to find themselves labeled pirates when peace was declared and their commissions were revoked. The distinction between privateering and piracy was a legal one, but it was also a matter of politics. A privateer was authorized by a letter of marque, a document issued by a government that gave its holder the right to capture enemy vessels. Privateers were considered legitimate combatants. If captured, they were entitled to be treated as prisoners of war. Pirates, by contrast, had no legal standing. They could be tried and hanged in any jurisdiction that captured them. The line between the two categories was easily crossed. Privateers who continued their activities after their commissions expired were pirates. Privateers who attacked neutral or allied shipping were pirates. Privateers who exceeded the terms of their commissions could be treated as pirates. In the chaotic world of colonial maritime commerce, where governments were distant and law was unevenly enforced, many men found themselves on the wrong side of the line. The case of Lieutenant Richardson. The details of Lieutenant Richardson's case have largely been lost to history, but the outlines of the trial are preserved in the legal records of colonial New York. Richardson was a privateer, or perhaps a pirate, depending on one's perspective, who was captured and brought to trial in New York in 1738. His case was one of many that tested the boundaries of maritime law in the colonies. The trial of Lieutenant Richardson was significant not because of the crime itself, but because of the questions it raised. What was the difference between a privateer and a pirate? Could a man be a privateer in one jurisdiction and a pirate in another? What authority did colonial courts have to try cases of piracy, which under English law were supposed to be tried by the Admiralty? The trial exposed the tensions that existed between the colonial governments and the Crown, between the demands of commerce and the requirements of law, and between the competing claims of English jurisdiction and colonial autonomy. It was a case that would be cited in later disputes over the limits of colonial authority, and it remains a window into the complex legal world of the 18th century Atlantic. The legacy of Richardson's trial. The trial of Lieutenant Richardson is a reminder of the porous boundaries between legality and criminality in the colonial world. Men who had been celebrated as heroes during wartime could become outlaws when the political winds shifted. The same actions that had earned a privateer a commission from his government could, in a different context, send him to the gallows. The case also raises questions about the nature of justice in a world where the law was often uncertain and the boundaries of authority were contested. Colonial courts struggled to apply English law to circumstances that were far removed from the English context, and defendants like Richardson were caught in the gap between imperial authority and colonial autonomy. Today, the trial of Lieutenant Richardson is largely forgotten, but it remains a significant episode in the history of American law. It reminds us that the categories we use to distinguish between law and crime are not natural or eternal. They are constructed by human beings, and they can be changed by the stroke of a pen or the turn of a political tide. The Thurtle Murder, 1824. A Regency sensation. In the early 19th century, England was gripped by a murder case that would become one of the most sensational of the Victorian era. John Thurtle, a gambler and man about town, killed his rival, William Weir, in a dispute over a gambling debt. The crime itself was brutal, but it was the trial, the public fascination, and the cultural afterlife of the case that made it legendary. The Thurtle murder spawned plays, pamphlets, and a true crime industry that would flourish for generations. It was a case that captured the imagination of a nation and revealed the dark side of Regency society. The crime, a gambler's revenge. John Thurtle was a man of the Regency era, a time of high living, high stakes, and high scandal. He was a gambler, a sportsman, a man who lived on the edge of respectability and who had accumulated debts that he could not pay. Among his creditors was William Weir, a fellow gambler who had won a substantial sum from Thurtle and who was pressing for payment. Thurtle resolved to solve his problem by murder. On the night of October 24, 1823, he lured Weir to a remote location in Hertfordshire, where he shot him, stabbed him, and then dumped his body in a pond. The murder was premeditated, brutal, and, Thurtle believed, undetectable. But the crime did not go unnoticed. The body was discovered, the investigation was swift, and Thurtle was arrested. The evidence against him was overwhelming, and he was brought to trial at the Hartford Assizes in January 1824. The trial and the sensation. The trial of John Thurtle was a sensation. The courtroom was packed with spectators. The newspapers covered every detail. The public was captivated by the story of the gambler who had killed his rival. Thurtle was a figure of fascination, handsome, charming, and utterly without remorse. His trial became a spectacle, and the public could not get enough. The evidence against Thurtle was conclusive, and he was convicted of murder. He was sentenced to death and hanged on January 9, 1824, before a crowd of thousands. But his death did not end the public's fascination with the case. The Thurtle murder became a cultural phenomenon. Within weeks of the execution, pamphlets were published detailing the crime and the trial. Plays were written based on the case. The story was retold in ballads, in broadsides, in penny dreadfuls. Thurtell became a figure of myth, and his name was invoked for decades as a symbol of the dark side of Regency glamour. The legacy, a true crime industry. The Thurtell murder is often cited as the beginning of the modern true crime industry. The public appetite for details of the crime, the trial, and the execution was insatiable, and entrepreneurs rushed to satisfy it. Pamphlets, broadsides, and plays were produced in vast quantities, and they sold in enormous numbers. The Thurtle case set a pattern that would be followed for generations. A sensational crime, a trial that captured the public imagination, in a cultural afterlife that extended far beyond the execution of the criminal. The case also raised questions about the nature of celebrity and the public's appetite for violence. Thurtell was not a hero, he was a murderer. But the public celebrated him, mourned him, and made him a legend. The fascination with crime that the Thurtell case exemplified would only grow in the decades that followed, and it remains a feature of our culture today. Conclusion: a murder that defined an era. The Thurtell murder was a crime, but it was also a cultural event. It captured the imagination of a nation and revealed the dark side of Regency society. The gamblers, the high stakes, the violence, and the celebrity that surrounded the case were all features of an era that was defined by excess and scandal. The Thurtell murder remains a window into that world, a reminder of the violence that lurked beneath the surface of Regency glamour. Charles Peace, 1879. The double life of a Victorian murderer. In the annals of Victorian crime, few figures are as notorious as Charles Peace. He was a burglar, a murderer, and a master of disguise. A man who led a double life that spanned the social classes of Victorian England. Peace was a figure of fascination, a criminal who moved seamlessly between the underworld and respectable society. His trial in 1879 was a sensation, and his story gave rise to the phrase, a Charles Peace existence, a term used to describe a life of hidden criminality masked by outward respectability. The double life of Charles Peace. Charles Peace was born in Sheffield in 1832, the son of a shoemaker. He began his criminal career early, turning to burglary as a young man. But Peace was not content to remain in the underworld. He cultivated the appearance of respectability, living in comfortable homes, attending church, and maintaining the facade of a respectable citizen. Beneath this facade, he was one of the most prolific burglars of his age. Peace's double life was made possible by his talent for disguise. He was a master of impersonation, able to assume different identities with ease. He was also a skilled mechanic, a talent he used to manufacture tools for his burglaries. He moved between the worlds of the working class and the middle class, always staying one step ahead of the law. Peace's criminal career was marked by violence. In 1876, he shot and killed a police officer who had come to arrest him. He fled to London, where he continued his life of crime under an assumed name. For years, he evaded capture, living in respectable neighborhoods, attending church, and maintaining the appearance of a law-abiding citizen. The trial and the execution. Peace was finally captured in 1878, after a bungled burglary led to his identification. His trial at the Old Bailey in 1879 was a sensation. The public was fascinated by the story of the man who had led a double life, who had moved between the worlds of crime and respectability without detection. The evidence against Peace was overwhelming, and he was convicted of murder. He was sentenced to death and hanged on February 25, 1879. His execution was attended by a large crowd, and his death was reported in newspapers across the country. The legacy, a Charles Peace existence. Charles Peace became a figure of legend. His story was told in pamphlets, in plays, in penny dreadfuls. He was celebrated as a master criminal, a man who had outwitted the authorities for years. His double life became a cautionary tale about the dangers of hidden criminality, and the phrase, a Charles Peace existence, entered the language, used to describe a life of respectability that concealed a secret life of crime. Peace's story also raised questions about the nature of identity and the possibility of leading a double life in a society that was becoming increasingly urban and anonymous. In the crowded cities of Victorian England, it was possible to be one person in one neighborhood and another person in another. Peace exploited this anonymity, and his story became a symbol of the anxieties that accompanied urbanization. Today, Charles Peace is remembered as one of the great villains of Victorian England. His double life, his talent for disguise, and his violent career have made him a figure of enduring fascination. The phrase "a Charles Peace existence" has faded from common use, but the story of the man who lived it remains as compelling as ever. Conclusion: the man who lived two lives. Charles Peace was a murderer, a burglar, and a master of disguise. But he was also a man who managed to live a double life in a society that prized respectability. His story is a reminder that the line between crime and respectability is not always as clear as we would like it to be, and that the men and women who live among us may be hiding secrets that we cannot imagine. The Hannah Kinney Trial, 1840, arsenic, acquittal, and the court of public opinion. In the annals of American legal history, few trials have so dramatically illustrated the tension between forensic evidence and public sentiment as the 1840 murder prosecution of Hannah Hanson Kinney. A middle-aged milliner from Maine, Kinney stood accused of poisoning her third husband, George T. Kinney, with arsenic, a charge made all the more sensational by the suspicious deaths of her two previous husbands. What unfolded over 5 December days in a Boston courtroom was not merely a trial for murder, but a spectacle that exposed the deep political and cultural divisions of Jacksonian America, pitting forensic science against character testimony and ultimately producing one of the swiftest acquittals in judicial memory. Yet that acquittal, rendered in 3 minutes, did not grant Hannah Kinney peace. The court of public opinion, more durable than any judicial tribunal, continued to deliberate for decades, convicting her again and again in the collective imagination of 19th century America. The accused in her history. Hannah Hanson was born in Lisbon, Maine in 1805, the daughter of a modest New England family. Her early life was unremarkable, but her marital history would become the foundation of a narrative that haunted her for the remainder of her days. Her first marriage to Ward Witham in 1822 produced 4 children, but quickly soured amid accusations of infidelity and theft. The couple divorced in 1832 on grounds of adultery, with custody of the children awarded to Hannah. By then, she had relocated to Boston, supporting herself as a seamstress in a city undergoing rapid commercial expansion. In 1834, Hannah married her cousin, Reverend Enoch W. Freeman, a Baptist minister in Lowell, Massachusetts, a union undertaken against the wishes of his congregation. The marriage lasted barely a year. In September 1835, Freeman died suddenly of a violent stomach illness, just days after his father had succumbed to identical symptoms while the couple visited him in Maine. The citizens of Lowell, suspicious of the circumstances, forced Hannah to leave town. She returned to Boston, where she eventually met George T. Kinney, a gambler and drunkard 5 years her junior. They married on November 26, 1836. George Kinney's business soon collapsed, leaving Hannah once again the family's primary breadwinner through her millinery shop on Washington Street. By all accounts, the marriage was troubled. George's drinking and gambling drained the household finances, and there were rumors of infidelity on both sides. In the summer of 1840, Kinney contracted syphilis, a disease for which arsenic was then a commonly prescribed treatment. On August 9, 1840, he drank a cup of sage tea prepared by his wife and died in excruciating pain shortly thereafter. An autopsy revealed arsenic in his stomach, and within weeks, Hannah Kinney was arrested in Thetford, Vermont, where she had been visiting friends, and transported back to Boston to await trial. The trial, science, circumstance, and political theater. The trial commenced before the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts on December 21, 1840, presided over by Chief Justice Lemuel Shaw, one of the most formidable legal minds of the era. The prosecution, led by Attorney General James T. Austin, called 18 witnesses over 2 days, building a case of circumstantial evidence anchored in forensic science. Dr. Martin Gay, a prominent Boston physician, testified that his analysis of Kinney's stomach contents revealed the unmistakable presence of arsenic. Other witnesses, including a servant who claimed to have seen a piece of paper marked poison in the kitchen, offered supporting testimony that the defense would later characterize as flimsy at best. What made the trial extraordinary, however, was not merely its forensic dimensions, but its transformation into a political battleground. Boston's Whig newspapers, the Daily Atlas and the Boston Courier, portrayed Hannah as a monstrous seductress, a philistration lamia with serpentine powers of fascination who lured men to their doom. They emphasized her supposed hypnotic eyes and described her displays of grief as crocodile tears, casting her as a cunning predator concealed behind a mask of feminine vulnerability. The Democratic press, led by the Boston Morning Post, adopted a different posture. Initially indifferent, the Post transformed Kinney's case into a months-long front-page sensation after its editors became convinced of her innocence. The paper mocked the Whigs' breathless coverage and presented Hannah instead as simply a dark-complexioned, decent-looking woman somewhere between the latitudes of 35 and 40, a rigorously normal figure undeserving of the Cleopatra treatment her accusers had fabricated. The Democratic paper ultimately printed the trial transcript in its entirety, and a distinguished party leader associated with the journal published the full record as an independent pamphlet. Hannah's defense attorneys, Franklin Dexter and George T. Curtis, mounted a vigorous case calling 22 witnesses. They argued that no credible proof existed that Hannah had ever purchased arsenic, that her husband's syphilis treatment provided an alternative explanation for the presence of the poison in his system, and that the rumors circulating about her were precisely that, rumors unsupported by evidence. Defense witness Ernest H. Cheatham testified about the nature of the public gossip that had condemned Hannah before a single juror was sworn. Another witness, Albert G. Leach, Hannah's brother-in-law, would later mortgage his horse and carriage to help her rebuild her life after the trial concluded. The verdict and its aftermath. On Christmas Day, 1840, Chief Justice Shaw delivered his charge to the jury. The panel retired to deliberate. 3 minutes later, they returned. The verdict, not guilty. According to the official trial transcript, the announcement was received with an applause that could not be repressed, and after Mrs. K was discharged, the crowd went down into the street and gave expression to their feelings in cheers. The court reporter, who admitted he had begun the trial with a strong prepossession from public rumor, concluded that the government not only failed to show the guilt of Mrs. Kinney, but the evidence proved her innocence, and ought to relieve her from all unjust suspicion. The public, however, was not so easily persuaded. In Lowell, where her second husband had died, and in Boston, where her third had perished, suspicion endured. Rumors soon spread that the elder Mr. Freeman had also died from arsenic poisoning during that fateful 1835 visit. Hannah's own family history, she had lost 2 previous husbands to sudden stomach ailments, became the foundation of a persistent folk narrative that she was a serial killer who had somehow evaded justice. In 1841, Hannah published her autobiography, a review of the principal events of the last 10 years in the life of Mrs. Hannah Kinney, together with some comments upon the late trial, written by herself, a 87-page defense against the accusations that continued to shadow her. Her ex-husband, Ward Witham, responded with his own publication, Life of Mrs. H. Kinney for 20 years, in which he reiterated his charges. The dueling publications ensured that the controversy would not fade from public memory. As late as 1868, the Springfield Republican referred to her as Hannah Kinney, supposed to have poisoned the Reverend Mr. Freeman, her second husband, as well as Kinney, her third. Legacy, a case that revealed the limits of acquittal. The Kinney trial resonates across 2 centuries as a case study in the collision of forensic science, gender politics, and partisan media. At a time when women accused of poisoning were often framed as monstrous aberrations, a trope that saturated Jacksonian popular culture, Hannah Kinney's acquittal suggests that juries could resist the most sensational narratives. The 3-minute deliberation was not merely a rejection of the prosecution's case. It was a repudiation of the Whig press's portrayal of a lamia who lured men to destruction. Yet the verdict did not grant Hannah peace. Her case reveals the limits of the acquittal as a mechanism for restoring reputation, particularly for women accused of transgressing the boundaries of feminine virtue. A jury could declare her innocent, but a community armed with rumor and suspicion could convict her all over again, day after day, for the rest of her life. The persistence of the rumors, decades after the trial, long after any possible motive for further crimes had passed, speaks to a deeper cultural need to believe in the existence of the female poisoner as a figure of moral warning. Hannah Kinney died in obscurity, but her trial endures as a landmark in American legal history, not because of any legal precedent it established, but because it so clearly illuminated the forces that shape public perception of accused women. Science deployed as both sword and shield, a press divided by partisan allegiance, and a public hungry for narratives that confirm its deepest fears about female power and male vulnerability. In the end, Hannah Kinney was acquitted. Whether she was innocent is a question that the jury answered in 3 minutes, and that the public has been debating for nearly 2 centuries since. The Charles Young case, 1840, circumstantial evidence and a deathbed confession. In the spring of 1840, the quiet of Caroline County, Virginia, was shattered by a murder that would become a landmark in the history of American criminal law. Charles Young, a man of no particular prominence, was accused of murdering a sheriff who had come to his home to arrest him. The case against him was built entirely on circumstantial evidence. A piece of cotton cloth found near the body matched a torn sheet in Young's home, and the shot that killed the sheriff matched shot found in Young's possession. Young was convicted and sentenced to death. But the case did not end there. Years later, a man reportedly confessed to the murder on his deathbed, a confession that, if true, would have established Young's innocence. The Charles Young case became a cautionary tale about the dangers of relying on circumstantial evidence, and it remains a subject of debate among legal historians. The crime and the investigation. Charles Young was a man of modest means living in Caroline County of Virginia, a rural community in the Tidewater region. In 1840, he found himself in conflict with the law. A sheriff, whose name has not been preserved in the historical record, was dispatched to Young's home to arrest him. What happened next was disputed, but the outcome was not. The sheriff was dead, killed by a shotgun blast. Young fled the scene, but he was soon apprehended and charged with murder. The evidence against him was entirely circumstantial. Near the body, investigators found a piece of cotton cloth that matched a torn sheet in Young's home. The shot that had killed the sheriff was of a particular size and composition, and it matched shot found in Young's possession. There were no eyewitnesses to the shooting. There was no confession. There was only the cloth and the shot. In an age before forensic science, circumstantial evidence was often the only evidence available in murder cases. Juries were instructed to weigh the evidence carefully, to consider whether the circumstances pointed irresistibly to the guilt of the accused. In Young's case, the jury concluded that they did. He was convicted of murder and sentenced to death. The execution and the confession. Charles Young was hanged for the murder of the sheriff. His execution was carried out in Caroline County, and the case was closed. But it did not remain closed. Years later, a man who had been living in the West reportedly confessed to the murder on his deathbed. According to the confession, it was this man, not Charles Young, who had shot the sheriff. Young had been innocent all along. The deathbed confession, if authentic, would have been a stunning revelation. It would have meant that an innocent man had been convicted and executed based on circumstantial evidence that had pointed to him, but that could have been explained in other ways. The cloth and the shot that had convicted Young were not proof of his guilt. They were merely consistent with it. The confession was reported in newspapers, and it became a subject of debate. Some believed it, seeing it as proof of the fallibility of the justice system. Others were skeptical, pointing out that deathbed confessions were often unreliable, and that the man who had confessed might have been seeking attention or absolution. But the damage to the reputation of the case had been done. The Charles Young case became a cautionary tale, cited by those who argued that circumstantial evidence was not enough to justify a conviction for murder. The legacy, a cautionary tale. The Charles Young case is remembered today not for the crime itself, but for the questions it raised about the nature of evidence and the fallibility of the justice system. It was a case that turned on a piece of cloth and a handful of shot. Evidence that was consistent with Young's guilt, but that could have been consistent with his innocence as well. The deathbed confession, whether authentic or not, exposed the possibility that the wrong man had been executed. The case became a touchstone for legal reformers who argued that the standard of proof in criminal cases should be higher, that juries should be instructed more carefully about the dangers of circumstantial evidence, and that the justice system should be more willing to reopen cases when new evidence emerged. It also became a cautionary tale for lawyers and judges, a reminder that even the most compelling circumstantial evidence can be misleading. Today, the Charles Young case is largely forgotten, but its lessons remain relevant. The case reminds us that the justice system is fallible, that innocent people can be convicted, and that the evidence that seems most compelling can sometimes be the most misleading. It is a reminder that the pursuit of justice requires vigilance, and that we must never be too certain of the guilt of those we condemn. The Helen Jewett murder, 1836. America's first media circus. On the morning of April 10, 1836, a fire broke out at the brothel run by Rosina Townsend on Thomas Street in New York City. When the flames were extinguished, a horrifying discovery was made. The body of a young woman, Helen Jewett, lay dead in her bed, her skull crushed by a hatchet, the bedclothes set ablaze to conceal the crime. The murder of Helen Jewett was a tragedy, but it was also a turning point in American history. It was the first murder trial to be transformed into a media circus, the first case in which newspaper moguls competed for readers by sensationalizing a crime, and the first case in which the public's appetite for scandal was fed by a press that was willing to print anything to sell papers. The trial of Richard P. Robinson, the young clerk accused of Jewett's murder, became a national obsession, and it set a pattern for the coverage of crime that would be followed for generations. The victim and the accused. Helen Jewett was born Dorcas Doyen in Augusta, Maine, in 1813. She was a woman of intelligence and ambition who had, by her late teens, found herself working as a prostitute in New York City. She was known for her beauty, her wit, and her independence, and she attracted the attention of a number of wealthy and prominent men. One of them was Richard P. Robinson, a young clerk from a respectable family who had become a regular visitor to Rosina Townsend's establishment. Robinson was 19 years old at the time of the murder, a handsome and charming young man who had been seen with Jewett on the night of her death. The evidence against him was circumstantial but compelling. He had been seen entering Jewett's room that night. He had been seen leaving in the morning. A hatchet belonging to his employer was found at the scene, and a coat with his name on it was found in Jewett's room. The public had little doubt that Robinson was guilty. The trial, a media sensation. The trial of Richard P. Robinson began on June 2, 1836 in New York City. It was a sensation from the start. The courtroom was packed with spectators. The newspapers, led by James Gordon Bennett's New York Herald, covered every detail in breathless prose. Bennett, a Scottish immigrant who had founded the Herald just a year earlier, saw in the Jewett case an opportunity to build his readership. He sent reporters to the scene, printed lurid descriptions of the crime, and editorialized about the guilt of the accused. The coverage was unprecedented. The Herald printed descriptions of Jewett's life, her relationships, her clothing, her appearance and death. It published letters that Robinson had written to Jewett. It speculated about the identities of other prominent men who had visited the brothel. The other newspapers in New York, not to be outdone, competed to produce the most sensational coverage. The trial became a media circus, and the public could not get enough. The defense argued that the evidence against Robinson was circumstantial and that the prosecution had failed to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. They pointed to the lack of eyewitnesses, the inconsistencies in the testimony, and the possibility that someone else had committed the crime. The prosecution, for its part, presented the hatchet, the coat, and the testimony of the brothel's madam, who had seen Robinson with Jewett on the night of the murder. The trial lasted 4 days. The jury deliberated for only 15 minutes before returning a verdict of not guilty. The courtroom erupted in applause, and Robinson was carried out of the courtroom on the shoulders of his supporters. The aftermath and the legacy. The acquittal of Richard P. Robinson was met with outrage by many who had followed the case. The public was divided. Those who believed in Robinson's innocence celebrated his release. Those who believed in his guilt saw the verdict as a miscarriage of justice. The case became a subject of debate for years, and it was cited by those who argued that the justice system favored the wealthy and the well-connected. The true legacy of the Helen Jewett murder, however, was not the verdict, but the coverage. James Gordon Bennett's New York Herald had demonstrated that sensational crime coverage sold newspapers, and other publishers followed suit. The trial set a pattern for the coverage of crime that would be repeated for generations. The focus on the victim, the speculation about the accused, the competition among newspapers to produce the most lurid details. The Helen Jewett murder was the first media circus, and it changed the relationship between crime, the press, and the public forever. Today, the case is remembered as a landmark in the history of American journalism. It marked the beginning of the era of sensational crime reporting, an era that continues to this day. It also raised questions about the role of the press in the justice system, questions that have never been fully resolved. The John C. Colt trial, 1842, a murder, a crate, and a mysterious death. In 1842, New York City was shocked by a murder that combined elements of crime, commerce, and the macabre. John C. Colt, the brother of the famous gun manufacturer Samuel Colt, was accused of murdering a printer named Samuel Adams in his office on Broadway. Colt killed Adams in a dispute over a debt, then attempted to dispose of the body by packing it in a crate and shipping it to New Orleans. The murder was discovered before the crate could leave the city, and Colt was arrested and tried for murder. The case became a sensation, and its outcome was as dramatic as the crime itself. Colt was convicted and sentenced to death, but on the morning of his scheduled execution, he was found dead in his cell, a death that many believed was a suicide and that others believed was a staged escape. The crime and the discovery. John C. Colt was a man of some standing in New York City. He was the brother of Samuel Colt, the inventor of the Colt revolver, and he had built a successful career as a bookkeeper and businessman. In the autumn of 1841, he found himself in a dispute with Samuel Adams, a printer who had done work for Colt and who claimed that Colt owed him money. On the afternoon of September the 17th, 1841, Adams went to Colt's office on Broadway to collect the debt. What happened next was not witnessed by anyone else. According to Colt's account, Adams attacked him and Colt killed him in self-defense. But the evidence told a different story. Adams had been killed with a blow to the head, and Colt had attempted to dispose of the body by packing it in a crate, covering it with salt to preserve it, and shipping it to New Orleans. The crate was discovered before it could be loaded onto a ship, and Colt was arrested. The discovery of the crate caused a sensation. The newspapers reported every detail: the body, the salt, the crate, the shipping label. The public was horrified and fascinated in equal measure. Colt was arrested and charged with murder. The trial and the conviction. The trial of John C. Colt began in January 1842. It was a sensation, and the courtroom was packed with spectators. The prosecution presented the evidence of the crate, the body, and the salt. The defense argued that Colt had acted in self-defense, that Adams had attacked him, and that Colt's attempts to dispose of the body were the actions of a man who had panicked, not of a premeditated murderer. The jury was not persuaded. Colt was convicted of murder and sentenced to death. The sentence was to be carried out on November 18, 1842. The mysterious death. On the morning of November 18, 1842, Colt was scheduled to be hanged. His cell was opened, and the authorities found him dead, a knife in his chest. The official verdict was suicide, but rumors quickly spread that Colt had not killed himself at all, that he had escaped, that his death had been staged, that he had fled the city and lived out his life under an assumed name. The rumors were fueled by the fact that Colt's body was buried quickly, without an autopsy, and that his family refused to allow any investigation. Samuel Colt, John's brother, had the resources to arrange an escape, and many believed that he had done so. The case became the subject of speculation for decades, and the true fate of John C. Colt has never been established. The legacy, a mystery that endures. The John C. Colt case is remembered for its combination of elements: the murder, the crate, the trial, the mysterious death. It was a case that captured the imagination of the public, and it has never been forgotten. The speculation about whether Colt escaped or died in his cell continues to this day, and the case remains one of the great unsolved mysteries of New York history. The case also raised questions about the nature of justice and the treatment of the wealthy and the well-connected. Colt was a man of means, and he was able to afford a defense that many others could not. His mysterious death, whether suicide or escape, allowed him to evade the punishment that had been ordered by the court. The case became a symbol of the inequalities that existed in the justice system, and it remains a subject of debate among legal historians. The Earl Ferrers Trial, 1760. The last peer hanged. On the afternoon of January 18, 1760, Lawrence Shirley, the fourth Earl Ferrers, summoned his steward, John Johnson, to his estate in Leicestershire. The two men had been engaged in a long-running dispute over money and management, and Ferrers had resolved to end it. When Johnson arrived, Ferrers shot him in the chest, then attempted to finish the job with a pistol that misfired. Johnson died of his wounds the following day. Ferrers was arrested, tried before the House of Lords, and sentenced to death. He was hanged at Tyburn on May 5, 1760, the last peer of the realm to be executed for a common crime. His trial and execution were a sensation, and they established the principle that no man, no matter how high his rank, was above the law. The crime, a peer's rage. Lawrence Shirley, the fourth Earl Ferrers, was a man of violent temper and unstable disposition. He had inherited his title and estates in 1745, and he had spent the years since in disputes with his family, his tenants, and his servants. Among those who had earned his enmity was John Johnson, his steward, who had been involved in managing the Ferrers estates and who had, in Ferrers' view, mismanaged them. On January 18, 1760, Ferrers summoned Johnson to his home. Johnson arrived expecting to discuss business. Instead, Ferrers produced a pistol and shot him. Johnson was wounded but not killed, and Ferrers attempted to finish him with a second shot that misfired. Ferrers then summoned a surgeon to attend to Johnson, but it was too late. Johnson died the following day. Ferrers was arrested and charged with murder. He claimed that he had been insane at the time of the shooting, that he had been suffering from a mental illness that made him incapable of knowing what he was doing. But the evidence suggested otherwise. Ferrers had planned the shooting, had summoned Johnson under false pretenses, and had attempted to conceal what he had done. The trial, the House of Lords' court. The trial of the Earl Ferrers was conducted before the House of Lords, as was customary for a peer accused of a felony. The Lords assembled in Westminster Hall, and Ferrers was brought before them. The trial was a spectacle, attended by members of the nobility, the gentry, and the public. Ferrers conducted himself with dignity, but his defense was weak. The evidence against him was overwhelming, and the Lords had little difficulty reaching a verdict. Ferrers was convicted of murder and sentenced to death. He was to be hanged at Tyburn, the common place of execution for ordinary criminals. The sentence was a blow to the pride of the aristocracy, but it was carried out without hesitation. The execution, the last peer at Tyburn. On May 5, 1760, the Earl Ferrers was taken from the Tower of London to Tyburn. He was permitted to ride in his own carriage, and he wore his own clothes, a white wedding suit that he had chosen for the occasion. The crowd that gathered to watch was immense. It was rare for a peer to be executed, and the public was eager to see the spectacle. Ferrers mounted the scaffold with composure. He addressed the crowd briefly, acknowledging his crime and expressing his hope that his death would serve as a warning to others. The executioner, who was dressed as a sailor to avoid identification, placed the noose around his neck. The drop was short, and Ferrers died after a long struggle. He was the last peer of the realm to be executed for a common crime. The legacy, no man above the law. The execution of the Earl Ferrers was a landmark in the history of English justice. It established the principle that no man, no matter how high his rank, was above the law. The nobility could not claim immunity from the consequences of their crimes. They were subject to the same laws as the common man. The case also served as a warning to the aristocracy. In an age when the power of the nobility was still formidable, the execution of a peer was a reminder that the crown was committed to the rule of law. The Ferrers case was cited for generations as evidence that England was not a country where the rich and powerful could kill with impunity. Today, the case is remembered as a landmark in the history of English criminal justice. It was not the first time a peer had been executed, but it was the last. The story of Lawrence Shirley, a man who held one of the oldest titles in England but died on a common gallows, is a reminder that the rule of law is the foundation of a just society, and that no one is exempt from its demands. The Red Barn Tragedy, 1827. The murder that gripped Victorian England. On the evening of May the 18th, 1827, a young woman named Maria Martin left her home in the village of Polstead, Suffolk, to meet her lover, William Corder. She told her stepmother that she was eloping with Corder and that they would marry in Ipswich. She was never seen alive again. Her body was discovered nearly a year later, buried in the floor of a red barn on Corder's property. The case became a national sensation, one of the most famous murders of the Victorian era. William Corder was arrested, tried, and hanged, and his body was publicly dissected, a punishment reserved for the most heinous of crimes. The Red Barn Tragedy spawned plays, pamphlets, ballads, and a true crime industry that would flourish for generations. It was a case that captured the imagination of a nation and revealed the dark currents that ran beneath the surface of rural English life. The lovers and the crime. Maria Martin was a young woman of 24, described by those who knew her as beautiful, vivacious, and perhaps too trusting. She had met William Corder, the son of a prosperous farmer, several years before her death, and the two had begun a relationship. Corder was a man of some charm but little substance, and he had promised Martin marriage, though he had never followed through. By 1827, Martin had borne 2 children by Corder, both of whom had died in infancy. She was eager to regularize her position, and Corder, it seemed, was eager to be rid of her. On the night of May 18th, Martin dressed in her best clothes, kissed her children goodbye, and left her father's cottage. Her stepmother watched her go, saw her meet Corder near the Red Barn, and watched them disappear into the darkness. It was the last time anyone saw Maria Martin alive. For nearly a year, the Martin family waited for word. Corder wrote letters claiming that Maria was well and that they had married. But the letters were evasive, and when the family pressed for details, Corder grew silent. In April 1828, Maria's stepmother had a dream, or so she claimed, in which she saw her stepdaughter's body buried in the Red Barn. The family contacted the authorities, and on April 19, 1828, the barn was searched. Beneath the floorboards, the searchers found the body of Maria Martin, buried in a shallow grave. She had been shot in the head. The trial and the sensation. The discovery of Maria Martin's body caused a sensation. Corder, who had fled to London after the murder and had remarried under an assumed name, was tracked down and arrested. He was brought back to Suffolk to stand trial. The trial of William Corder opened at the Suffolk Assizes in Bury St. Edmunds on August 7, 1828. The courtroom was packed with spectators. The newspapers covered every detail. The public was transfixed. The evidence against Corder was overwhelming. The body had been found in his barn. The letters he had written to the Martin family were full of lies. And when the body was exhumed, the searchers found that Corder had buried Martin with the clothes she had worn on the night of her disappearance. Corder's defense was weak. He claimed that Martin had been killed by someone else, or that she had died by accident. But the evidence pointed inexorably to him. The jury deliberated briefly and returned a verdict of guilty. Corder was sentenced to death. The execution in the dissection. On August 11, 1828, William Corder was hanged before a crowd of more than 7,000 people in Bury Street, Edmunds. But his punishment did not end with his death. In accordance with the sentence for murder, Corder's body was publicly dissected, a gruesome spectacle designed to demonstrate the power of the law and to deter others from committing similar crimes. The dissection was conducted in the Shire Hall in Bury Street, Edmunds, and a crowd gathered outside to witness the aftermath. Corder's skeleton was later displayed in the West Suffolk Hospital, where it remained for more than a century. His body was used for medical research, and his skin was tanned and used to bind a book about the case, a grim relic that still exists in the Moyses Hall Museum in Bury St. Edmunds. The legacy, a true crime sensation. The Red Barn tragedy became a cultural phenomenon. Within months of Corder's execution, his life and crimes had been turned into plays, pamphlets, and ballads. The case was the subject of broadsides, penny dreadfuls, and even early films. It was one of the first cases to be commercialized in this way, and it set a pattern that would be followed for generations. The case also raised questions about the nature of justice and the role of the public in the punishment of criminals. The crowd that gathered to watch Corder's execution was immense, and the public's appetite for details of the crime and its aftermath seemed insatiable. The Red Barn tragedy was a true crime sensation, and it demonstrated the power of the press to shape public perception of crime and punishment. Today, the Red Barn tragedy is remembered as one of the great murder cases of the Victorian era. The Red Barn itself stood for more than a century after the murder, a tourist attraction visited by thousands. It was eventually demolished, but the story of William Corder and Maria Martin lives on. Marchioness of Brimvilliers, 1676. The aristocratic poisoner. In the glittering world of 17th century France, a scandal emerged that would shock the nation and introduce a new archetype to the European imagination: the female poisoner. Marie-Madeleine Marguerite d'Aubray, the Marquise de Brimvilliers, was a woman of noble birth, wealth, and beauty. But beneath the surface of aristocratic respectability, she was a poisoner of extraordinary cunning, responsible for the deaths of her father, her two brothers, and numerous other victims. Her trial in 1676 became a sensation, exposing the dark underbelly of the French aristocracy and giving rise to a new image of female criminality that would persist for centuries. The poisoner and her crimes. The Marquise de Brimvilliers was born into one of the most distinguished families in France. Her father, Antoine d'Aubray, was a high-ranking official. Her brothers were respected members of the nobility, but the Marquise had fallen under the influence of a lover, a man named Gaudin de Sainte-Croix, who introduced her to the art of poisoning. Together they experimented with poisons, testing them on the poor, on the sick, on anyone who could be used as a guinea pig. The Marquise's motives were financial. She was deeply in debt, and her father and brothers controlled the family fortune. She resolved to eliminate them. Over a period of months, she poisoned her father and her two brothers, collecting their inheritance. She also poisoned a sister and a number of servants, eliminating anyone who might have known her secret. Sainte-Croix died in 1672, and his death exposed the Marquise's crimes. Among his possessions was a box containing the poisons he had prepared and the correspondence he had exchanged with the Marquise. The authorities were alerted, and the Marquise fled to England and then to a convent in the Netherlands. She was eventually captured and brought back to France to stand trial. The trial and the execution. The trial of the Marquise de Brimvilliers was a sensation. The nobility flocked to the courtroom to see a woman of their own class accused of the most heinous of crimes. The evidence against her was overwhelming, and she was convicted of poisoning. The sentence was death. On July 16, 1676, the Marquise was taken to the Place de Grève in Paris to be executed. She was tortured to force a confession, then beheaded, and her body was burned. The execution was a spectacle, and the crowd that gathered was immense. The trial of the Marquise de Brimvilliers had lasting consequences. It introduced the concept of the female poisoner as a distinct type of criminal, a woman who used her domestic position to commit murder, who hid behind a mask of respectability, who killed not with violence but with subtlety. The archetype of the female poisoner would appear in literature, in art, and in the public imagination for centuries to come. The legacy, the poisoner as a female archetype. The case of the Marquise de Brimvilliers marked the beginning of a new understanding of female criminality. Before her trial, women accused of murder were often seen as violent, as acting in fits of passion. The Marquise was different. She was calculating, patient, and cold-blooded. She used poison because it was a weapon that could be administered in secret, a weapon that did not require physical strength. She killed not in the heat of the moment, but over years, systematically eliminating anyone who stood in her way. The Marquise de Brimvilliers became a figure of fascination and horror. Her story was told and retold in books, in pamphlets, in plays. She was invoked as a warning about the dangers of female ambition and the corruption of the aristocracy, and she gave rise to the stereotype of the female poisoner, a woman who kills not with violence but with stealth, who uses her domestic position to commit murder, who is all the more dangerous because she is trusted. The Webster Parkman case, 1850, forensic dentistry, and the birth of reasonable doubt. On a frigid November afternoon in 1849, Dr. George Parkman, one of Boston's wealthiest and most recognizable citizens, left his Beacon Hill home expecting to return within hours. He was never seen alive again. The events that followed would grip the nation, produce one of the most significant legal opinions in American history, and establish forensic dentistry as a legitimate tool of criminal investigation. The trial of Harvard professor John White Webster for Parkman's murder became a sensation not merely for its gruesome details, but for the profound legal questions it raised about circumstantial evidence, reasonable doubt, and the limits of scientific proof in an age when forensic science was still in its infancy. The victim and the accused, George Parkman, was a physician who had long since abandoned medical practice for the more profitable pursuits of real estate and money lending. He was a familiar figure on the streets of Boston, known for his daily rounds collecting rents and his characteristic protruding chin. His disappearance was immediately noticed, and the city erupted into a frenzy of speculation. John White Webster was a lecturer in chemistry at Harvard Medical College, a man of considerable intellectual attainment but catastrophic financial decline. He had borrowed heavily from Parkman, and when Parkman discovered that Webster had pledged the same collateral to two different lenders, the relationship soured. On November 23, 1849, Parkman was seen entering the medical college. He was never seen again. The discovery and the trial. The discovery of Parkman's remains was the work of Ephraim Littlefield, the janitor of the medical college. Suspicious of Webster's behavior, Littlefield chiseled through a brick wall beneath Webster's laboratory and discovered human remains. The search that followed uncovered additional remains in Webster's furnace, including fragments of mineral teeth that had been partially melted by the intense heat. The trial of John White Webster opened in March 1850. The most compelling evidence came from Dr. Nathan Cooley Keep, a Boston dentist who had made Parkman's false teeth years earlier. Dr. Keep identified the charred fragments as the teeth he had made for Parkman, recognizing them by their distinctive conformation. The identification of the teeth was of vital importance, for without proof that the remains were Parkman's, the prosecution could not prove his death. The jury deliberated briefly and returned a verdict of guilty. Webster was hanged on August 30, 1850. The legacy, a landmark in American law. The Webster-Parkman case established crucial precedents regarding circumstantial evidence and the proof of corpus delicti, the body of the crime. Chief Justice Lemuel Shaw's written opinion articulated the standard for reasonable doubt that is still given in every criminal trial in Massachusetts and has been adopted by courts across the nation. The case also established forensic dentistry as a legitimate field of expert testimony, a precedent that would prove crucial in countless later cases. Captain John Brown Trial, 1859. The abolitionist who changed history. In October 1859, the United States was stunned by news that a group of abolitionists, led by a man named John Brown, had seized the federal arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia. The raid was intended to spark a slave rebellion that would sweep through the South. It failed within days. Brown was captured, tried for murder and treason, and hanged. But his death was not the end of his story. The trial and execution of John Brown became a turning point in American history, a catalyst that pushed the nation closer to civil war. Brown was transformed from a failed insurrectionist into a martyr for the abolitionist cause, and his legacy would shape the course of American history. The raid on Harper's Ferry. John Brown was a man driven by a single conviction, that slavery was a sin that could only be cleansed by blood. He had fought in the Kansas Territory, where he and his followers had killed pro-slavery settlers in the Bleeding Kansas conflict. Now he planned a more ambitious strike. On the night of October 16, 1859, Brown and 21 followers crossed the Potomac River and seized the federal arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia. They hoped that local slaves would flock to their cause and that they would be able to arm them for a rebellion. The slaves did not come. Local militiamen surrounded the arsenal, and within days, a company of U.S. Marines under the command of Colonel Robert E. Lee arrived to put down the insurrection. Brown was captured, and his followers were killed or captured. The raid had failed. The trial and the execution. John Brown was tried in Virginia for murder, treason, and inciting a slave rebellion. The trial was swift, the evidence was overwhelming, and the verdict was never in doubt. Brown was convicted and sentenced to death. The trial, however, was not the end of the story. Brown's dignity in the face of death, His eloquence in the courtroom and his willingness to die for his cause transformed him into a symbol. In the North, abolitionists hailed him as a martyr. Ralph Waldo Emerson predicted that Brown's death would make the gallows glorious like the cross. Henry David Thoreau compared him to Christ. The South saw in Brown's trial the confirmation of their worst fears about the North's intentions. On December 2nd, 1859, John Brown was hanged in Charlestown, Virginia. He walked to the gallows with calm dignity, handing a note to one of his guards that read, "I, John Brown, am now quite certain that the crimes of this guilty land will never be purged away but with blood." The legacy, a catalyst for civil war. The trial and execution of John Brown did not end the controversy, it intensified it. In the North, Brown became a martyr, a symbol of the fight against slavery. In the South, his raid confirmed the deep-seated fear of slave insurrection, and his trial became a rallying point for those who believed that the North was bent on their destruction. The nation was divided as never before. When Abraham Lincoln was elected president in 1860, the Southern states seceded, and the nation descended into civil war. John Brown's raid, trial, and execution were not the cause of the war, but they were a catalyst, a moment when the tensions that had been building for decades finally broke into the open. As Brown had predicted, the crimes of the guilty land were purged with blood. Today, John Brown is remembered as one of the most controversial figures in American history. Some see him as a martyr, a man who gave his life for the cause of freedom. Others see him as a terrorist, a man who used violence to advance his political goals. His trial and execution remain a subject of debate, but his role in the history of the United States is beyond question. He was a man who helped push the nation toward the war that would end slavery, and his name is forever linked to the cause of abolition. The Mamtrasna murders, 1882. Language, injustice, and a 136-year wait for pardon. On an August night in 1882, in the remote and impoverished hills of Connemara, 5 members of a single family were brutally murdered as they slept in their isolated cottage on the border between County Mayo and County Galway. The massacre at Mamtrasna shocked Ireland and Britain alike, but the horrors of that night were only the beginning. The investigation, arrests, and trials that followed would produce what historian Robert Key later called one of the most blatant miscarriages of justice in British legal history, a travesty that would see 3 innocent Irish-speaking men hanged, their last words spoken in a language their executioner could not understand, their bodies buried in unmarked graves beneath what is now a cathedral car park. The crime, a family annihilated. The victims were members of the Joyce family, tenant farmers eking out a precarious existence on the harsh, boggy land bordering Loch Mask. On the night of August 17, 1882, attackers entered the home of John Joyce, a small farmer known locally by his nickname John Namuik, John of the Pigs. What followed was an act of extraordinary savagery. John Joyce was killed, along with his mother Margaret, his wife Bridget, and his daughter Margaret, known as Peggy. John's son Michael died of his injuries the following day. Only 2 family members survived. 9-year-old Patsy Joyce, who was badly wounded, and his older brother Merton, who had been working for a neighboring family on the night of the attack. The motive for the murders has never been definitively established. Some suggested that John Joyce was suspected of sheep stealing, a common crime in an area where survival often depended on such activities. Others believed that his mother, Margaret, was the principal target, having allegedly informed the authorities about the location where the bodies of 2 employees of a local landlord had been dumped in Loch Mask. Still others pointed to rumors about Peggy's relationship with a member of the Royal Irish Constabulary, a relationship that would have made the family targets in a community where the police were regarded as the natural enemy. Whatever the motive, the murders occurred at a moment of intense political sensitivity. Just 3 months earlier, the newly appointed Chief Secretary for Ireland, Lord Frederick Cavendish, and his permanent Undersecretary Thomas Henry Burke had been stabbed to death in Dublin's Phoenix Park by members of the extremist Irish National Invincibles. The Phoenix Park murders had sent shockwaves through the British establishment and created an atmosphere of fear and paranoia about Irish unrest. In this context, the massacre at Mamtrasna was immediately assumed to be politically motivated. an act of agrarian terrorism connected to the land war then raging across rural Ireland. This assumption would have catastrophic consequences for the innocent men swept up in the investigation that followed. The arrests sweeping up neighbors. The Royal Irish Constabulary moved swiftly. Within days, 10 men from the surrounding area were arrested. All were local farmers or laborers, mostly related to one another and to the victims. Among the accused were 3 brothers from the townland of Capanacreha, Paudine Joyce, Martin Joyce, and Miles Joyce, known in Irish as Mal Rasoy. Miles, a father of 5 children with a 6th on the way, was a first cousin of the murdered John Joyce. The arrested men were removed to Galway jail, where a formal inquiry was held. It was quickly decided to transfer the trial to Dublin on the grounds that local jurors in Galway might be unduly influenced by the accused's neighbors. This decision, ostensibly intended to ensure a fair trial, in fact ensured that the defendants would face a jury composed of well-heeled people in Dublin who knew nothing of the conditions or language of the Western Seaboard and who subscribed to the prevailing image of the west of Ireland as a region inhabited by barbarians. The Crown's case was built on the testimony of 3 local men who claimed to have witnessed the murders. These witnesses were themselves closely related not only to the victims, but also to many of the accused. Crucially, they had been engaged in bitter, long-running personal conflicts with those they now identified as murderers. 2 of the accused turned Queen's evidence, testifying against their neighbors in exchange for having their own charges dropped. The trial, proceedings in a foreign language. The trial of the Mamtrusna accused opened in Dublin on November 1, 1882. It was conducted entirely in English. The defendants were all native Irish speakers. Most had little or no English. Miles Joyce, along with several of the other accused, understood no English at all. The court provided an interpreter, but he was an officer of the Royal Irish Constabulary, hardly a neutral party. The solicitor appointed to represent the accused was an English-speaking lawyer from Trinity College, Dublin, who could not communicate with his clients except through the same police interpreter. The judge and jury understood no Irish. What little Irish language testimony was presented was frequently mistranslated or deliberately suppressed. Key statements in Irish that might have exculpated the accused were not entered into the record. Meanings were disputed and distorted. 8 of the 10 accused were convicted. Miles Joyce, upon hearing his sentence, repeated again and again, "Nil me shontach," I am not guilty. No one in the courtroom understood him. 3 men were condemned to death: Miles Joyce, Patrick Joyce, and Patrick Casey. The executions. Justice denied. On December 15, 1882, the 3 men were hanged in the yard of Galway jail by William Marwood, the official public executioner for Britain in Ireland. Miles Joyce protested his innocence to the very end. As he stood with the noose around his neck, he declared, "Faik fid me ios a criost arbal, crocad e sin saneguar shommaith." I will see Jesus Christ in a little while. He too was unjustly hanged. Marwood, who understood not a word of Irish, later recalled the execution with callous indifference. I couldn't understand a word of his lingo. The 3 men were buried in unmarked graves within the prison grounds. Today, those graves lie beneath the tarmac of the car park adjacent to Galway Cathedral, a haunting physical symbol of a justice system that literally paved over its victims. The pardon, justice, 136 years late. In 2016, former Irish language commissioner Sean O'Quiran published Aigwar, Injustice, a detailed study of the Mamtrusna case that uncovered new evidence about the payments made to false witnesses. The book reignited public interest in political pressure for a pardon. In 2017, Dr. Niamh Howland of University College Dublin conducted a formal review of the case. Her findings were unequivocal. Miles Joyce had been wrongfully convicted. On April 4, 2018, on the advice of the Irish government, President Michael D. Higgins issued a posthumous pardon to Miles Joyce. It was the first presidential pardon ever granted relating to an event that predated the foundation of the Irish state in 1922. In a statement announcing the pardon, President Higgins said, "Maura Soy was wrongly convicted of murder and was hanged for a crime that he did not commit. The moral issue is clear. Everything that happened at the level of the state was horrendous. There was bribery involved. The accused didn't get a proper chance to defend themselves. There wasn't an atmosphere of equality. The Lizzie Borden trial, 1893. The axe, the acquittal, and an American legend. On the morning of August 4th, 1892, in the quiet mill town of Fall River, Massachusetts, Andrew Borden, a wealthy but notoriously frugal businessman, and his second wife, Abby Borden, were found brutally murdered in their home. Andrew dispatched with a series of blows to his head while he napped on a sofa. Abby struck repeatedly in an upstairs bedroom. The only other person in the house at the time was Andrew's younger daughter, Lizzie, a 32-year-old spinster who taught Sunday school and belonged to the Women's Christian Temperance Union. Her subsequent trial for the murders would become one of the most sensational legal proceedings in American history. A case that exposed the fault lines of class, gender, and Victorian propriety, and that continues to captivate the public imagination more than a century after the jury declared her not guilty. The Bordens of Fall River. The Borden family had been part of the fabric of Fall River since the early decades of the 19th century. Andrew Jackson Borden, born in 1822, had worked his way up from humble beginnings to become a successful undertaker, furniture maker, and real estate speculator. By 1892, his estate was valued at approximately $300,000, equivalent to nearly $10 million today. But Andrew Borden's wealth was matched by his legendary frugality. He chose to remain in the family's modest Greek Revival house at 92 2nd Street, a narrow, unadorned dwelling sandwiched between a row of tenements and a railroad track. The household at 92 2nd Street was a study in domestic tension. Andrew's first marriage had produced two daughters, Emma, born in 1851, and Lizzie, born in 1860. After the death of his first wife in 1863, Andrew married Abby Durfee Gray, a woman whom neither daughter ever fully accepted as a stepmother. The girls referred to her not as mother, but as Mrs. Borden, and relations between the two sides of the household had deteriorated to the point that the family rarely sat down to meals together. Lizzie herself cut an enigmatic figure. She was active in church work, teaching Sunday school, and serving as secretary-treasurer of the Christian Endeavor Society. Yet there were whispers about her. She had a temper, acquaintances noted. She could be moody and unpredictable. In the months before the murders, she had been seen walking alone in the family's barn, and she had made several puzzling purchases, including prussic acid, a powerful poison, from a local drugstore, though the druggist refused to sell it to her without a prescription. The murders and the investigation. The morning of August 4th began unremarkably. Andrew Borden left for his morning rounds. Abby Borden busied herself with household tasks. Lizzie claimed to have eaten breakfast in the kitchen, then gone out to the barn in search of lead for fishing sinkers. At approximately 9 a.m., Abby went upstairs to make up a guest bedroom. Shortly thereafter, Lizzie claimed to have heard a noise that she described as a scraping sound, followed by a groan. She called out for her mother, but there was no answer. Andrew Borden returned home at approximately 10:45 a.m. He found the front door locked, an unusual occurrence. Lizzie later claimed that she had been ironing handkerchiefs in the kitchen and did not hear her father's knock. A neighbor let him in. Andrew went to the sitting room, lay down on the sofa, and fell asleep. At approximately 11:10 a.m., Lizzie called out to the maid, Bridget Sullivan, "Maggie, come down. Father is dead. Somebody came in and killed him." Bridget descended to find Andrew Borden lying on the sofa, his face so brutally mutilated by axe blows that one eye had been split from its socket. As neighbors gathered, someone noticed that Abby Borden was still missing. In an upstairs bedroom, they found her body, also struck repeatedly with an axe, the blows so violent that her head had been nearly severed from her body. The investigation was botched from the start. Police failed to secure the house properly. Neighbors, curiosity seekers, and newspaper reporters tramped through the crime scene. No attempt was made to examine Lizzie's hands or clothing for blood spatter. Nevertheless, suspicion quickly settled on her. Her behavior in the days following the murders struck many as peculiar. At the inquest, she gave contradictory testimony. She was seen burning a dress in the kitchen stove, claiming it had been stained with paint. The trial and the verdict. The trial of Lizzie Borden opened on June 5th of 1893 in New Bedford, Massachusetts. The courtroom was packed with spectators, mostly women, who arrived hours before the proceedings began. The prosecution's case was built on several pillars. They argued that no one else could have committed the murders. They introduced evidence of Lizzie's strange behavior. They suggested that Lizzie feared her father intended to leave a substantial portion of his estate to Abby. The defense argued that the prosecution had failed to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. They pointed to the absence of blood on Lizzie's person or clothing and suggested that the murders had been committed by an unknown intruder. After a trial that lasted 2 weeks, the jury deliberated for just over an hour before returning a verdict of not guilty. Lizzie Borden walked out of the courtroom a free woman, but she never escaped the shadow of suspicion. She and Emma purchased a large house on the hill, the fashionable neighborhood her father had disdained, and lived there in relative seclusion. Lizzie Borden died on June 1, 1927, at the age of 66. The nursery rhyme that begins, "Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks," has become a permanent part of American folklore. Oscar Wilde Trials, 1895. The trials that destroyed a literary genius. In the spring of 1895, Oscar Wilde was at the height of his powers. His plays were being performed to packed houses in London's West End. His wit and charm made him the darling of society. He was one of the most celebrated writers in the English language. Within months, he would be a convicted criminal, sentenced to 2 years of hard labor, his health destroyed, his career in ruins. The trials of Oscar Wilde were a sensation in their time, a scandal that exposed the hypocrisies of Victorian society and destroyed one of its most brilliant figures. They also became a landmark in the history of the British legal system, a case that raised profound questions about the relationship between art, morality, and the law. The Affair and the Accusation. Oscar Wilde's relationship with Lord Alfred Douglas, the son of the Marquis of Queensberry, had been the subject of gossip for years. The Marquis, a notoriously aggressive man, disapproved of his son's relationship with Wilde and had made his feelings known. In February 1895, Queensberry left a calling card at Wilde's club, inscribed with the words, "For Oscar Wilde, posing sodomite," a misspelling of sodomite. Wilde, encouraged by Douglas, made a disastrous decision. He sued Queensberry for criminal libel. The trial that followed exposed Wilde's private life to the public in ways he could not have anticipated. Queensberry's defense was that his accusation was true, and he produced evidence of Wilde's relationships with young men. Wilde's lawyers, realizing the case was hopeless, withdrew the prosecution. But the damage was done. Wilde was arrested and charged with gross indecency with other men. The trials and the conviction. Wilde's trial for gross indecency began in April 1895. The evidence against him was substantial. Witnesses testified to his relationships with young men, and letters he had written to Douglas were read aloud in court. The first trial ended with a hung jury, but the prosecution was determined to retry him. The second trial, which began in May 1895, resulted in a conviction. Wilde was sentenced to 2 years of hard labor. The sentence was harsh, even by the standards of the time, and it reflected the public outrage that had been stirred up by the case. Wilde was sent to Pentonville Prison, then to Wandsworth, and finally to Reading Jail, where he served out his sentence. The aftermath, a life destroyed. The 2 years of hard labor destroyed Wilde's health. He emerged from prison broken, bankrupt, and shunned by the society that had once celebrated him. He went into exile in France, where he lived under an assumed name, writing only one major work, The Ballad of Reading Jail, before his death in 1900 at the age of 46. The trials of Oscar Wilde had lasting consequences. They exposed the hypocrisy of Victorian society, which condemned homosexuality in public while tolerating it in private. They also marked a turning point in the history of the British legal system, leading to a crackdown on homosexuality that would last for decades. Wilde's name became a byword for the persecution of gay men, and his trials were cited for generations as an example of the injustice that could result from the enforcement of morality laws. Today, Oscar Wilde is remembered as one of the greatest writers in the English language, and his trials are seen as a miscarriage of justice. His conviction was posthumously pardoned in 2017, part of a broader effort to address the injustices suffered by gay men under Victorian laws. But the damage that was done to him, the destruction of his health, his career, his life, cannot be undone. The Dandridge Epes case, 1845, murder, deception, and frontier justice. In the years before the Civil War, the Commonwealth of Virginia witnessed a murder case so extraordinary in its details, so audacious in its deception, that it would be remembered for generations. Dandridge Epes, a member of a prominent Virginia family, borrowed money from a friend named Adolphus Muir, then killed him to avoid repayment. He staged the murder as a hunting accident, buried the body, and then faked his own death to flee the jurisdiction. For months he evaded capture, traveling across the South, believing himself safe from the long arm of the law. But a distinctive watch, a watch that had belonged to Muir and that Epes had pawned in a moment of carelessness, would prove his undoing. The crime, a friendship betrayed. Dandridge Epes was a member of a prominent Virginia family, connected by blood and marriage to some of the most influential names in the state. But by the mid-1840s, he had fallen on hard times. His finances were in disarray, his prospects dim. In his desperation, he turned to a friend, Adolphus Muir, a man who trusted him and who was willing to lend him a considerable sum of money. Epes conceived a plan to murder Muir and to make the killing appear to be an accident. He invited Muir on a deer hunt, and the two men set out into the woods together. Epes shot Muir, killing him instantly, then buried the body in a shallow grave, hoping that it would never be found. He returned home and began to weave a story of Muir's disappearance. The flight, faking death to escape justice. Suspicion began to gather around Epes. Muir's family pressed for answers. Friends began to ask questions that Epes could not answer. As the investigation closed in, Epes staged his own death, making it appear that he had drowned while crossing a river. His family mourned him. The investigation stalled. Epes fled Virginia, making his way to Texas, which was then an independent republic on the edge of American settlement. But Epes had made a mistake. In his flight, he had taken with him a watch that had belonged to Adolphus Muir. He pawned the watch in a shop in Texas. The watch was discovered by someone who recognized it. Word spread, inquiries were made. Soon the authorities in Texas were alerted to the presence of a man who matched the description of the fugitive, Dandridge Epes. The execution, justice at the end of a rope. Epes was arrested, identified, and extradited back to Virginia to face justice. The watch became the centerpiece of the case against him. He was convicted of murder and sentenced to death. On the day of his execution, Dandridge Epes met his end on the gallows. The man who had tried to escape justice by faking his own death, who had traveled hundreds of miles to evade capture, who had believed himself clever enough to outwit the law, was finally brought to account. The case of Dandridge Epes was widely reported in the newspapers of the day, and it became a cautionary tale about the wages of sin and the reach of justice. It remains a reminder that no matter how clever the criminal, no matter how elaborate the deception, the truth has a way of coming to light. The Jeter Phillips case, 1867, a Confederate soldier on trial. In the aftermath of the Civil War, Virginia was a state in turmoil. The social order had been upended, the economy was in ruins, and the legal system was struggling to reestablish itself in a time of Reconstruction. It was in this context that a former Confederate soldier named Jeter Phillips was charged with the murder of a woman whose body was found in Henrico County. The case that followed would test the capacity of the Virginia courts to deliver justice in a time of profound instability, and it would raise questions about the role of juries, the reliability of witnesses, and the limits of the law. The crime, a body in Henrico County. The details of the murder for which Jeter Phillips was charged have largely been lost to history. What is known is that the body of a woman was discovered in Henrico County, Virginia, in 1867, and that Phillips, a former soldier in the Confederate Army, was identified as the prime suspect. The investigation was complicated by the chaos of the Reconstruction era, in which traditional authority structures had been disrupted and new legal procedures were being implemented. Phillips was arrested and brought to trial. The case against him was largely circumstantial, built on the testimony of witnesses who placed him near the scene of the crime and on forensic evidence that was, by modern standards, rudimentary. But in the atmosphere of the post-war South, where tensions between former Confederates and the new federal authorities were high, the case took on a significance that extended far beyond the facts of the murder itself. The victim was a woman whose identity has not been preserved in the historical record. She was found dead under circumstances that suggested violence, and the community demanded justice. Phillips, a man who had fought for the Confederacy, became the focus of the investigation. Whether the suspicion against him was justified, or whether it was fueled by the passions of the time, is a question that can no longer be answered. The first trial, a hung jury. Phillips's first trial ended in a hung jury. The jurors, unable to agree on a verdict, were dismissed, and the case was continued. The outcome reflected the divisions within the community, where opinions about Phillips and about the legitimacy of the court that was trying him were deeply split. The hung jury was a setback for the prosecution, but it was not a defeat. The authorities were determined to retry Phillips, and they resolved to take extraordinary measures to ensure that the second trial would result in a conviction. They decided to bring in a jury from other cities, hoping that jurors who were not drawn from the local community would be less susceptible to the pressures and prejudices that had deadlocked the first trial. This decision was controversial. Critics argued that it was an admission that a fair trial could not be had in the local community, and that the prosecution was stacking the deck against the defendant. Supporters argued that it was necessary to overcome the influence of local sympathies that might otherwise prevent justice from being done. The second trial, a conviction. The second trial of Jeter Phillips was conducted with a jury selected from outside Henrico County. The prosecution presented its case again, and this time the jury was persuaded. Phillips was convicted of murder and sentenced to death. The verdict was controversial. Supporters of Phillips argued that he had been the victim of a stacked jury, that the prosecution had used the extraordinary measure of importing jurors to secure a conviction that could not have been obtained locally. They pointed to the fact that the first jury had been deadlocked, suggesting that the evidence was not strong enough to justify a conviction. The second jury, they argued, had been selected specifically to produce a different outcome. But the courts upheld the verdict. Phillips's appeals were denied, and he was executed. The case was closed, but the questions it raised about the fairness of the trial process in Reconstruction-era Virginia lingered for years. The legacy, a case that raised questions. The Jeter Phillips case was a footnote in the larger history of Reconstruction, but it illustrated the challenges facing the legal system in the aftermath of the Civil War. The use of juries drawn from outside the county where a crime was committed would become a precedent for later cases in which local prejudice threatened to interfere with the administration of justice. But the case also raised questions about whether the practice could be abused, whether it could be used to secure convictions that would otherwise have been impossible. The case is also a reminder of the difficulties of administering justice in a time of social upheaval. The passions of the Civil War and Reconstruction did not end with the surrender at Appomattox. They persisted in the courtroom, in the jury box, and in the hearts of those who were asked to render judgment. Whether Jeter Phillips was guilty or innocent is a question that history cannot answer. But his case remains a testament to the challenges that the American legal system faced in the years after the Civil War, as it struggled to rebuild itself in a nation that was still deeply divided. The T.J. Cluverius case, 1885, a watch key in a reservoir. In 1885, the city of Richmond, Virginia was shocked by the discovery of a woman's body floating in the reservoir that supplied the city with water. The victim was identified as Fannie Lillian Madison, a teacher from Bath County who had come to Richmond under circumstances that were not entirely clear. The investigation that followed would lead to a man named T.J. Cluverius, and the case would hinge on a piece of evidence as small as it was distinctive: a watch key found near the scene of the crime. The victim, Fannie Lillian Madison. Fannie Lillian Madison was a young woman from the western part of Virginia, a teacher who had come to Richmond seeking work, or perhaps seeking something more. She was described by those who knew her as intelligent, ambitious, and eager to make her way in the world. Her death, when it came, was violent and senseless. Her body was found floating in the reservoir, and the coroner determined that she had been murdered. The investigation into Madison's death focused quickly on T.J. Cluverius, a man who had been seen with her in the days before her death. Cluverius was a man of some social standing, and his involvement in the case scandalized Richmond society. But the evidence against him was largely circumstantial, and the prosecution knew that they would need something more to secure a conviction. The evidence, a distinctive watch key. The break in the case came when investigators found a watch key near the scene where Madison's body had been discovered. The key was distinctive, unusual in its design, clearly identifiable, and when it was shown to witnesses, they identified it as belonging to T.J. Cluverius. It was, the prosecution argued, proof that Cluverius had been at the scene of the crime, and that he had been there when Madison was killed. The watch key became the centerpiece of the case against Cluverius. The defense argued that the key could have been dropped at any time, that its presence near the reservoir did not prove that Cluverius had committed murder. But the prosecution built a narrative around the key, suggesting that it had been lost during a struggle, that it was a piece of physical evidence that could not be explained away. The trial was a sensation in Richmond. The courtroom was packed with spectators, and the newspapers covered every detail. Cluverius was a man of some standing, and his fall from grace was a subject of fascination. The jury was persuaded by the prosecution's argument, and Cluverius was convicted of murder and sentenced to death. The execution and the legacy. T.J. Cluverius was executed for his crime. The case was widely reported in newspapers across Virginia and beyond, and it became a cautionary tale about the power of physical evidence. The watch key that had convicted him was a small thing, but it was enough to tip the scales of justice. The Cluverius case is remembered today as an early example of the use of physical evidence to secure a conviction in a murder trial. In an era before forensic science had been systematized, the watch key was a piece of evidence that the jury could see and touch, a tangible link between the accused and the crime. Its distinctive nature made it memorable, and its presence at the scene was difficult to explain away. The case also raised questions about the reliability of circumstantial evidence. The watch key placed Cluverius at the scene, but it did not prove that he had committed the murder. The jury was persuaded by the totality of the evidence, but critics argued that the case against Cluverius was not as strong as the prosecution claimed. Whether justice was done in the Cluverius case is a question that history cannot answer with certainty. The murder of Mary Fagan, 1913. The lynching of Leo Frank. On the morning of April 27, 1913, the body of 13-year-old Mary Fagan was discovered in the basement of the National Pencil Company factory in Atlanta, Georgia. She had been strangled, and there was evidence of sexual assault. The investigation that followed would become one of the most notorious cases in American history, a case that exposed the deep currents of anti-Semitism, racism, and class prejudice that ran beneath the surface of the New South. Leo Frank, a Jewish factory superintendent from New York, was accused of the murder. He was tried, convicted, and sentenced to death. When his sentence was commuted by the governor, a mob of Georgia citizens broke into the prison where he was held, dragged him out, and lynched him. The case became a rallying cry for the newly formed Anti-Defamation League and remains one of the most infamous miscarriages of justice in American history. The crime and the investigation. Mary Fagan was a young girl who worked at the National Pencil Company factory, earning a small wage to help support her family. On the morning of April 27th, she went to the factory to collect her paycheck. She never returned home. Her body was discovered later that day in the basement of the factory, hidden behind a pile of trash. She had been strangled with a cord, and there were signs that she had been sexually assaulted. The investigation quickly focused on Leo Frank, the superintendent of the factory. Frank was a Jewish man from New York, an outsider in the deeply southern city of Atlanta. He was educated, prosperous, and culturally distant from the working-class community in which Mary Fagan had lived. These facts, more than any evidence, would seal his fate. The case against Frank was built on the testimony of a janitor, Jim Conley, who claimed to have seen Frank with Mary Fagan on the day of her death. Conley, who was black, was a man of dubious credibility, and his testimony was riddled with inconsistencies. But the prosecution presented him as a credible witness, and the jury was persuaded. The trial and the conviction. The trial of Leo Frank began in July 1913. The courtroom was packed with spectators, and the atmosphere was charged with hostility toward the defendant. The newspapers, led by the Atlanta Journal, ran sensational headlines that portrayed Frank as a monster. The public had already convicted him before the trial began. The evidence against Frank was thin. There was no physical evidence linking him to the crime. The testimony of Jim Conley was contradicted by other witnesses. But the prosecution played on the prejudices of the jury, emphasizing Frank's Jewish identity, his northern origins, and his position as an employer of working-class girls. The jury, composed entirely of white Southern men, deliberated for less than 4 hours before returning a verdict of guilty. Frank was sentenced to death, the commutation, and the lynching. Frank's conviction was appealed, but the courts upheld it, in the face of mounting evidence that Frank was innocent, including a confession from Jim Conley that he had committed the murder. Governor John Slayton commuted Frank's sentence to life imprisonment in June 1915. Slayton, who believed that Frank had been wrongly convicted, knew that his decision would be unpopular. He left Georgia shortly after issuing the commutation, fearing for his safety. The commutation enraged many Georgians. A group of prominent citizens, calling themselves the Knights of Mary Phagan, organized a plan to take justice into their own hands. On August 16, 1915, they broke into the prison where Frank was being held, dragged him out, and drove him to Marietta, Georgia, Mary Phagan's hometown, where they hanged him from a tree. The lynching was carried out in broad daylight, and photographs of the crowd that gathered to witness it circulated across the country. The legacy: a miscarriage of justice. The lynching of Leo Frank was a watershed moment in American history. It was one of the most notorious acts of anti-Semitic violence in the United States, and it galvanized the Jewish community to action. The Anti-Defamation League, which had been founded in 1913 in response to the Frank case, became a powerful force in American politics, working to combat anti-Semitism and defend the rights of minorities. The case also exposed the deep currents of prejudice that ran through the American legal system. Frank was convicted not on the evidence, but on the basis of his religion, his origins, and his class. The mob that lynched him did so not in the name of justice, but in the name of a justice that they believed had failed. The Frank case remains a stain on American history, a reminder of the dangers of prejudice and the consequences of mob rule. In 1986, the Georgia State Board of Pardons and Paroles granted Leo Frank a posthumous pardon, acknowledging that the state had failed to protect him and that his conviction had been based on insufficient evidence. But the pardon came too late for Frank, who had been dead for more than 70 years. His story remains a warning about the fragility of justice and the persistence of prejudice. The Trial of Harry Thaw, 1906. The Unwritten Law on Trial. On the evening of June 25, 1906, Stanford White, one of the most celebrated architects of his generation, was shot and killed on the rooftop theater of Madison Square Garden, a building he had designed. The man who pulled the trigger was Harry Kendall Thaw, a millionaire heir who was obsessed with the idea that White had wronged his wife, Evelyn Nesbit, years before. The murder was the climax of a scandal that had been brewing in the newspapers for months, and the trial that followed became one of the most sensational of the 20th century. It was the first trial of the century, a case that explored the unwritten law of defending family honor and that exposed the dark underbelly of the Gilded Age. The players: Stanford White, Evelyn Nesbit, and Harry Thaw. Stanford White was one of the most famous architects in America. He had designed some of the most important buildings of his era, including the Washington Square Arch, the original Madison Square Garden, and countless mansions for the wealthy elite. He was also a notorious womanizer, a man who preyed on young women and who had a particular taste for virgins. Evelyn Nesbit was a beautiful young woman who had risen from poverty to become one of the most famous models and actresses of her time. She had been introduced to White when she was 16 years old, and he had seduced her, taking her virginity and establishing a hold over her that she could not escape. Harry Thaw was the heir to a Pittsburgh Railroad fortune, a man of immense wealth and immense instability. He was obsessed with Evelyn Nesbit, and after a tumultuous courtship, he married her in 1905. He was also obsessed with Stanford White, whom he blamed for corrupting his wife. The obsession grew until it consumed him. The murder, a public assassination. On June 25, 1906, Thaw saw White sitting at a table in the rooftop theater of Madison Square Garden. He approached him, drew a pistol, and shot him 3 times in the face. White died instantly. Thaw stood over the body, holding his gun in the air, and shouted, "I did it because he ruined my wife." The murder was witnessed by hundreds of people, and it became an instant sensation. The newspapers, led by William Randolph Hearst's New York Journal, seized on the story, publishing every detail of the scandal. The public was captivated by the story of the millionaire who had killed the famous architect to avenge his wife's honor. The trial, the unwritten law. The trial of Harry Thaw began in January 1907. It was the first trial of the century, a case that would set the standard for the sensational trials that followed. The courtroom was packed with spectators. The newspapers covered every detail. The public was transfixed. The defense argued that Thaw was not guilty by reason of insanity. They presented evidence of Thaw's mental instability, his obsession with White, and his belief that he was acting to defend his wife's honor. The prosecution argued that Thaw was a jealous husband who had killed White out of revenge, not insanity. The trial became a forum for the exploration of the unwritten law, the belief that a man had the right to kill anyone who had wronged his wife or daughter. The defense argued that Thaw was acting under this law, that he was defending his family's honor. The prosecution argued that the law did not recognize such defenses, and that Thaw was a murderer. The first trial ended with a hung jury. The second trial, which began in 1908, resulted in a verdict of not guilty by reason of insanity. Thaw was committed to a mental institution, where he remained for years. The legacy, a trial that defined an era. The Thaw trial was a watershed moment in the history of American criminal justice. It was the first trial to be called the trial of the century, and it set a pattern for the sensational trials that followed. It explored the unwritten law of defending family honor, a concept that would be invoked in countless later cases. And it exposed the dark underbelly of the Gilded Age, the world of wealth, power, and corruption that had produced the murder of Stanford White. The case also raised questions about the role of the press in the justice system. The newspapers had covered the case in lurid detail, and the public had been saturated with information about the scandal. Whether the jury could have been impartial in such an atmosphere was a question that the trial did not answer. Harry Thaw was eventually released from the mental institution and lived out his life in relative obscurity. Evelyn Nesbit, whose beauty had launched 1,000 stories, died in poverty in 1967, and Stanford White, the architect who had built some of the most beautiful buildings in America, was remembered as much for his death as for his life. The Hinterkaifeck murders, 1922, Germany's most enduring mystery. In the spring of 1922, in a remote farmstead in the Bavarian countryside, a family of 5, a couple, their adult daughter, their young granddaughter, and the maid who worked for them, vanished. Their disappearance went unnoticed for days, until neighbors, curious about the family's absence from church and the unusual behavior of the farm's animals, went to investigate. What they found was a scene of almost unimaginable horror. The bodies of all 5 victims, killed with a mattock, a tool that had been used to bludgeon them to death in the barn. But the horror of the crime was compounded by what investigators would later discover. Someone had been living on the farm for days before the murders. The killer had hidden in the attic, had been seen by neighbors wandering the property, had fed the animals, had made himself at home. And after the murders, he had stayed, tending to the livestock, eating the family's food, and living among the dead. More than a century later, the Hinterkaifeck murders remain one of Germany's most enduring unsolved mysteries, a case that has inspired countless theories and confessions, but has never yielded a definitive answer. The crime, a family annihilated. Hinterkaifeck was not a village but a single farmstead, located in a remote area between the Bavarian towns of Ingolstadt and Schrobenhausen. The farm had been in the Gruber family for generations. At the time of the murders, it was occupied by Andreas Gruber, his wife Kazilia, their widowed daughter Victoria, and Victoria's 2 children, Kazilia, age 7, and Josef, age 2. The family also employed a maid, Maria Baumgartner, who had joined the household shortly before the murders. On the evening of March 31st, 1922, the family went about their usual routines. They fed the animals, had dinner, and prepared for bed. What happened next is known only from the evidence left behind. The killer, or killers, entered the farmstead, likely through the barn, where they found the maid, Maria Baumgartner, who was killed first. She was lured into the barn, perhaps by a noise or by the need to attend to the animals, and was struck repeatedly with a mattock, a tool that was found at the scene. The other victims were killed in succession. The killer moved from the barn into the house where he found Andreas and Kazilia Gruber in their bedroom. They were killed in their beds, the blows to their heads so violent that their skulls were crushed. Victoria was found in her bedroom with her daughter Kazilia. Both were killed in their beds. The 2-year-old Joseph was found in his crib in Victoria's room, also killed with the same tool. The bodies were discovered on April 4, 1922, by neighbors who had grown concerned. For 4 days, the bodies had lain where they fell. In the meantime, someone had continued to feed the animals. The cows had been milked, the horses fed, the chickens tended. The stove in the kitchen had been lit, and someone had eaten a meal of the family's food. The killer, it seemed, had stayed on the farm for days after the murders, living among the dead. The investigation. A case that went cold. The investigation into the Hinterkaifeck murders was one of the largest in Bavarian history. Police interviewed hundreds of witnesses, followed hundreds of leads, and considered dozens of suspects. But the investigation was hampered from the start by the remote location of the farm, the lack of forensic technology, and the political instability of the Weimar Republic in the years after World War I. The autopsy of the victims revealed that they had been killed with a mattock, a farming tool that was found at the scene. The killer had used the same tool for all 5 murders, striking each victim multiple times with a force that suggested rage or madness. There was no evidence of sexual assault, and there was no apparent motive for the killings. The investigation quickly focused on a number of suspects. One was Carl Gabriel, the father of Victoria's 2 children, who had been reported killed in World War I, but whose body had never been found. Some believed that Gabriel had survived the war and returned to Hinterkaifeck, only to find that his children were being raised by another man. Others pointed to Lorenz Schlittenbauer, a neighbor who had a complicated relationship with the Gruber family. Schlittenbauer had been involved in a legal dispute with Andreas Gruber, and he was one of the first neighbors to discover the bodies. Suspicion also fell on a series of itinerant workers and vagrants who had passed through the area in the days before the murders. But the most chilling evidence came from the days before the killings. Neighbors reported seeing strange footprints in the snow leading from the forest to the farmhouse. Footprints that led in only one direction. Andreas Gruber had told neighbors that he had found a newspaper in the attic that did not belong to him, and that he had heard footsteps in the attic on the nights before the murders. Someone had been living in the attic, watching the family, waiting, and after the murders, that same someone had stayed, feeding the animals, eating the food, living among the dead. Theories and suspects, a century of speculation. The Hinterkaifeck murders have inspired a century of speculation. Hundreds of theories have been proposed, dozens of suspects identified, and at least 5 confessions have been made, none of which have been verified. The case has become a touchstone of German true crime, a mystery that has never been solved and that seems, with each passing year, to recede further into the realm of legend. One of the most persistent theories involves Carl Gabriel, Victoria's missing husband. Gabriel was reported killed in France in 1914, but his body was never identified. Some believe that Gabriel survived the war, returned to Hinterkaifeck, and found that his children were being raised by another man, or, as some have speculated, that his children were not his own. When he confronted the family, the argument escalated into violence, and Gabriel killed them all before fleeing. Another theory involves Lorenz Schlittenbauer, the neighbor who discovered the bodies. Schlittenbauer had a motive. He had been involved in a legal dispute with Andreas Gruber, and he was rumored to be the father of Victoria's children. Some investigators believe that Schlittenbauer was the last person to see the Gruber family alive, and that his behavior in the days after the murders was suspicious. He was questioned repeatedly, but never charged. Still, other theories point to a wider conspiracy. Some have suggested that the murders were connected to the political instability of the era, that Hinterkaifeck was a haven for smugglers or radicals, and that the family was killed to silence them. Others have suggested that the killer was a serial murderer who had committed similar crimes in the region. But no evidence has ever been found to support these theories, and the case remains officially unsolved. The legacy, a mystery that endures. The Hinterkaifeck farmstead was demolished in 1923, and a memorial now stands on the site. The bodies of the victims were exhumed and moved several times over the years. They now rest in a cemetery in the nearby town of Weidhofen. But the case has never been forgotten. In Germany, Hinterkaifeck is as famous as Jack the Ripper is in England, a case that has become a cultural touchstone, a symbol of the unsolvable mystery. The murders have inspired books, documentaries, and films. The farmstead has been the subject of countless paranormal investigations, with some claiming that the site is haunted by the spirits of the victims. And every year, on the anniversary of the murders, visitors make the pilgrimage to the site to pay their respects to the family and to ponder the mystery that has never been solved. The Hinterkaifeck murders endure because they resist resolution. There is no confession, no suspect, no motive. There is only the evidence of the crime itself. The bodies in the barn, the footprints in the snow, the footsteps in the attic. Someone lived among the Grubers for days before they died. Someone fed their animals after they were dead. Someone ate their food and lit their stove and walked through their house while their bodies lay in the barn. And that someone, whoever he was, disappeared into the Bavarian countryside, leaving behind a mystery that has haunted Germany for a century. The Fatty Arbuckle Scandal, 1921. The trial that destroyed Hollywood's first superstar. In the autumn of 1921, Roscoe Fatty Arbuckle was the highest-paid entertainer in Hollywood. A former vaudeville performer who had risen to fame alongside Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton, Arbuckle was beloved by millions. A comedic genius whose physical humor and gentle screen persona had made him one of the most popular figures in American culture. His contract with Paramount Pictures was for $1 million a year, an astronomical sum that testified to his box office power. Within weeks of the Labor Day weekend party that would become the most infamous in Hollywood history, Arbuckle's career was destroyed, his films banned, his reputation in ruins. The three trials that followed, the first ending in a hung jury, the second in another hung jury, the third in a swift acquittal accompanied by a written apology from the jury, exposed the power of the nascent tabloid press, the moral panic that swept America in the aftermath of World War I, and the fragility of fame in an era when Hollywood was trying to transform itself from a den of sin into a respectable industry. The rise of Roscoe Arbuckle. Roscoe Conkling Arbuckle was born in Smith Center, Kansas on March 24, 1887. He weighed 13 pounds at birth, a harbinger of the physical presence that would define his career. He began performing as a child, singing and dancing in vaudeville, and by his late teens he had developed a comic persona built around his size, nearly 300 pounds, and his extraordinary agility. He was a man who could move like a dancer, who could fall without hurting himself, who could make audiences laugh simply by existing. In 1913, Arbuckle joined Max Sennett's Keystone Studios, where he worked alongside Charlie Chaplin and Mabel Normand. He quickly became a star, developing a character that was sweet, innocent, and profoundly likable. A man whose physical comedy was never cruel, whose humor was rooted in warmth rather than mockery. He directed many of his own films, and he was one of the first Hollywood figures to recognize the talent of Buster Keaton, whom he mentored and promoted. By 1921, Arbuckle was at the height of his fame. His contract with Paramount was the largest in Hollywood history. His films were screened in theaters across the country. His face was known to millions. He lived in a mansion in San Francisco and maintained a suite at the St. Francis Hotel, where he frequently entertained friends and colleagues. The party, September 5th, 1921. On Labor Day weekend, 1921, Arbuckle drove to San Francisco to join friends for a party. He checked into the St. Francis Hotel, where he was given a suite on the 12th floor. On the afternoon of September 5th, he was visited by several friends and acquaintances, including a young actress named Virginia Rapp. Rapp, who was 25 years old, had appeared in a number of silent films and was known in Hollywood circles for her beauty and her bohemian lifestyle. What happened in room 1219 of the St. Francis Hotel has never been definitively established. The party was raucous, alcohol was consumed, though this was the era of prohibition, and at some point, Rapp became ill. She was found in the bathroom of Arbuckle's suite, suffering from severe abdominal pain. A doctor was called, but Rapp refused to be taken to a hospital. She was moved to another room, where she remained for several days before being taken to a hospital, where she died on September 9th. The cause of Rap's death was peritonitis caused by a ruptured bladder. The question was how the rupture had occurred. In the days following Rap's death, rumors began to circulate about what had happened in Arbuckle's suite. A woman named Maud Delmont, who had been at the party, told police that Arbuckle had raped Rap, that his weight had caused her bladder to rupture, and that he was responsible for her death. Delmont's account was sensational, and it spread rapidly through the tabloid press. The trials, a nation divided. The first trial of Roscoe Arbuckle began on November 14, 1921 in San Francisco. The prosecution's case was built largely on the testimony of Maud Delmont, a woman whose credibility was questionable from the start. Delmont had a criminal record. She had attempted to extort money from Arbuckle before Rap's death, and her account of the events in room 1219 was contradicted by other witnesses. The defense, led by the legendary attorney Earl Rogers, argued that Rap's death had been caused by a pre-existing condition, not by anything Arbuckle had done. The trial was a media circus. The courtroom was packed with reporters and spectators. The testimony was salacious. The public was riveted. After 3 weeks of testimony, the jury deliberated for 4 days before announcing that they could not reach a verdict. The vote was 10-2 for acquittal. The second trial began in January 1922. This time, the prosecution's case was even weaker. Delmont was not called as a witness, and the defense presented a parade of character witnesses who testified to Arbuckle's gentleness and decency. But the jury was deadlocked once again, with 10 jurors favoring acquittal. The third trial began in March 1922. The prosecution's case had collapsed. The judge, who had presided over the first 2 trials, instructed the jury that there was insufficient evidence to convict. The jury deliberated for less than 6 minutes before returning a verdict of not guilty. But the jurors went further. They wrote a formal statement expressing their belief that Arbuckle was not only not guilty, but had been the victim of a gross injustice. "Acquittal is not enough for Roscoe Arbuckle, they wrote. We feel that a great injustice has been done him. There was not the slightest proof that he had committed any wrong." The aftermath, a career destroyed. The jury's verdict did not matter. Arbuckle's career had already been destroyed. In the weeks after his arrest, his films had been banned in theaters across the country. The Hayes Office, the newly formed organization created to police Hollywood's morals, had ordered that his films be withdrawn from circulation. Will Hayes, the former postmaster general who had been hired to clean up Hollywood, announced that Arbuckle would never appear on screen again. The scandal had lasting consequences for the film industry. The Hayes Office used the Arbuckle case to consolidate its power, and the Motion Picture Producers and Distributors of America adopted a morality clause that allowed studios to cancel the contracts of actors whose personal conduct was deemed offensive. The clause gave the studios control over the private lives of their stars. Arbuckle attempted to return to work, but the ban on his films remained in place for nearly a decade. He directed films under a pseudonym, but his career never recovered. In 1933, he signed a contract with Warner Brothers to make a series of short comedies, and the early reviews were enthusiastic. Critics wrote that he had not lost his touch, that he was as funny as ever. But on June 29, 1933, the day after signing the contract, Arbuckle died of a heart attack. He was 46 years old. The Leopold and Loeb Trial, 1924. The Perfect Crime and the Battle Against the Gallows. In the spring of 1924, the city of Chicago was confronted with a crime so shocking, so seemingly inexplicable, that it would come to be known as the first crime of the century. 2 teenagers from the city's wealthiest families, Nathan Leopold Jr., 19, and Richard Loeb, 18, kidnapped and murdered 14-year-old Bobby Franks, not out of passion, not for money, but for the sheer intellectual thrill of committing the perfect crime. The case that followed would become a landmark in American legal history, not because of any question about the defendant's guilt, they had confessed in detail, but because it forced the nation to confront questions about the nature of evil, the causes of crime, and the morality of capital punishment. Clarence Darrow, the legendary defense attorney who had made his career defending the poor and the downtrodden, took on the case as a battle against the death penalty, delivering a 12-hour closing argument that remains one of the most powerful and controversial speeches in the history of American law. The crime, a murder without motive. Nathan Leopold and Richard Loeb were the embodiment of privilege. Leopold, the son of a wealthy German-Jewish immigrant family, was a prodigy. He had graduated from the University of Chicago at 18, spoke 15 languages, and was an accomplished ornithologist who had published academic articles on bird migration. Loeb, the son of the vice president of Sears, Roebuck and Company, had entered the University of Michigan at 14 and graduated at 17, planning to attend law school. Both were intelligent, wealthy, and seemingly destined for lives of achievement. But beneath the surface of their accomplishments lay a relationship of intellectual arrogance and moral emptiness. Leopold and Loeb had been lovers, though by 1924 their relationship had become more a partnership in crime than a romance. They had begun committing petty thefts, then progressed to arson. But these were mere rehearsals for what they saw as the ultimate intellectual challenge, the perfect murder. Leopold, who had immersed himself in Nietzsche's philosophy of the Übermensch, believed that he and Loeb were above ordinary morality, that they were, in his words, evil geniuses, who had the right to commit crimes that ordinary men could not. Their plan was elaborate. They spent months preparing, purchasing a car, acquiring rope and chisels, and selecting a victim. On May 21, 1924, they drove through the streets of the Kenwood neighborhood, searching for a boy they could lure into their car. They chose Bobby Franks, a 14-year-old student at the Harvard School for Boys, whom Loeb knew from the neighborhood. They offered him a ride, and when he accepted, Leopold struck him repeatedly with a chisel. The boy died, either from the blows or from suffocation when a gag was forced into his mouth. Leopold and Loeb drove to a remote marshland near Hammond, Indiana, where they stripped the body, poured acid on the face and genitals to complicate identification, and stuffed the corpse into a drainage pipe. They then returned to Chicago, sent a ransom note to the Franks family demanding $10,000, and went about their lives as if nothing had happened. When the body was discovered 3 days later, identified by a pair of eyeglasses left at the scene that traced back to Leopold, the two young men confessed within hours of being questioned. The trial, Darrow's strategy. The case against Leopold and Loeb was overwhelming. They had confessed, and the physical evidence, the eyeglasses, the car, the typewriter used to write the ransom note, was conclusive. The prosecution, led by state's attorney Robert E. Crowe, sought the death penalty. Crowe, a politically ambitious prosecutor who had built his career on securing convictions, saw the case as a path to higher office. "I have a hanging case," he reportedly said after securing the confessions. The defense faced an impossible task. Leopold and Loeb were guilty. There was no disputing that. But their families, who had retained the services of Clarence Darrow, were determined to save their sons from the gallows. Darrow, who had spent his career defending labor leaders and radicals, the poor and the outcast, agreed to take the case, a decision that many of his supporters viewed as a betrayal of his principles. Darrow saw it differently. He saw the case as an opportunity to mount a public argument against the death penalty, to put the morality of capital punishment itself on trial. Darrow's strategy was unorthodox. He waived the right to a jury trial, allowing the case to be heard by Judge John R. Caverly alone. This was a calculated risk. Darrow knew that a jury, inflamed by public outrage, would almost certainly impose the death penalty. He believed that a judge trained in the law and less susceptible to emotional appeals might be persuaded to show mercy. He then had Leopold and Loeb plead guilty, eliminating the need for a trial on the question of guilt and moving directly to the sentencing hearing. The closing argument, Darrow's plea for mercy. On August 22, 1924, Clarence Darrow began his closing argument to Judge Caverly. He would speak for 12 hours over 3 days, delivering what many consider the most powerful speech of his career. His argument was not a legal brief, but a philosophical meditation on crime, punishment, and human responsibility. Darrow began by acknowledging the horror of the crime. "This is a case of murder," he told the judge. "It is a case, if there ever was one, where the death penalty should be inflicted if the death penalty is justified." But then he turned to the question at the heart of his argument. Why did Leopold and Loeb commit this crime? And if they committed it because of forces beyond their control, their heredity, their environment, their psychological makeup, then could they truly be held responsible? He invoked the determinist philosophy that had shaped his worldview. Is there any blame for anything that any human being does? Is there any reason why a human being should not be merciful? I do not believe that the people who sit in judgment on my clients are responsible for the conditions that made them. Yet if the people are not responsible for the acts of my clients, neither are my clients responsible. I know that of old, out of the ages, has come a rule that a man must be responsible for his acts. But is there a man in the world who is responsible for his acts? In his final words, Darrow appealed directly to Judge Caverly's humanity. I am going to ask your honor to save these boys. I am going to ask your honor to give them a chance to make something of themselves. I am going to ask your honor to show mercy. I am going to ask your honor to be kind. I am going to ask your honor to be merciful. I am going to ask your honor to be human. The sentence, a life in prison. On September 10, 1924, Judge Caverly delivered his decision. He acknowledged the singular atrocity of the crime, its deliberate planning, its callousness and cruelty. He noted that the defendants were not insane under the legal definition of insanity, and yet he declined to impose the death penalty. The judge gave two reasons for his decision. First, the age of the defendants. The court believes it is within his province to decline to impose the sentence of death on persons who are not of full age. Leopold was 19, Loeb was 18. Second, he noted that life imprisonment might well be the harsher punishment. Life imprisonment, at the moment, strikes the public imagination as forcibly as would death by hanging. But to the offenders, particularly of the type they are, the prolonged suffering of years of confinement may well be the severest form of retribution and expiation. The sentence was life imprisonment for murder, plus 99 years for kidnapping. Leopold and Loeb were sent to Stateville Penitentiary in Joliet, Illinois. In 1936, Richard Loeb was killed by a fellow inmate in a prison fight. Nathan Leopold served 33 years, becoming a model prisoner who taught classes and worked in the prison hospital. He was released on parole in 1958 and died in 1971. The Lindbergh kidnapping, 1932. The crime of the century. On the evening of March 1, 1932, Charles Lindbergh Jr., the 20-month-old son of the famous aviator Charles Lindbergh and his wife Anne Morrow Lindbergh, was taken from his crib in the family's home in Hopewell, New Jersey. A ransom note demanding $50,000 was left on the windowsill. The kidnapping of the Lindbergh baby was immediately dubbed the crime of the century, and it would consume the nation's attention for more than 3 years. When the child's body was discovered in May 1932, less than 5 miles from the Lindbergh home, the case became a murder investigation in a trial that would be remembered as one of the most sensational in American history. The crime and the investigation. The Lindbergh kidnapping was a media sensation from the moment it was discovered. Charles Lindbergh was the most famous man in America, the first pilot to fly solo across the Atlantic, a hero whose fame transcended celebrity. The kidnapping of his son was an act of violence against an American icon, and the public demanded justice. The investigation was marked by confusion and missteps. The ransom payment was made, but the kidnapper was not captured. A man named Bruno Richard Hauptmann, a German immigrant and carpenter living in the Bronx, was arrested in September 1934 after a gold certificate from the ransom money was traced to him. In his garage, police found more than $14,000 of the ransom money, and handwriting experts testified that he had written the ransom notes. Hauptmann maintained his innocence, claiming that the money had been left with him by a friend, but the evidence against him was substantial. The trial, a global media circus. The trial of Bruno Richard Hauptmann began on January 2, 1935, in Flemington, New Jersey. It was a media circus of unprecedented proportions. More than 700 reporters crowded into the small town. Radio broadcasts brought the proceedings to millions of listeners, and the public, hungry for resolution, followed every detail. The prosecution, led by Attorney General David Wilentz, presented a powerful case. The ransom money in Hauptmann's possession, the handwriting evidence, and testimony from witnesses who placed him in the area of the Lindbergh home on the night of the kidnapping. The defense, led by Edward Riley, was chaotic and ineffective. Riley was an alcoholic whose performance was widely criticized. He frequently clashed with the judge and made little effort to counter the prosecution's evidence. Hauptmann was convicted on February 13, 1935, and sentenced to death. He was executed in the electric chair on April 3, 1936. The legacy, questions that endure. To this day, questions remain about whether Hauptmann acted alone or was even guilty at all. The evidence against him was circumstantial. The handwriting analysis has been questioned by modern experts, and there were inconsistencies in the testimony of key witnesses. The case exposed the power of the press to shape public opinion and the dangers of a trial conducted in an atmosphere of hysteria. The Lindbergh kidnapping also led to significant changes in the law, including the passage of the Federal Kidnapping Act, the Lindbergh Law, which made kidnapping a federal offense. The case remains one of the most famous in American history, and the debate over Hauptmann's guilt continues nearly a century after his execution. The Wallace Case, 1931. The Impossible Murder. On the night of January 20, 1931, in the Anfield district of Liverpool, Julia Wallace, a 52-year-old woman described by those who knew her as difficult and reclusive, was bludgeoned to death in the sitting room of her modest, terraced home. The room was a scene of horror. Her body lay in a pool of blood, her skull fractured by repeated blows from a blunt instrument that was never found. The kitchen cupboard where her husband kept his insurance money had been forced open, and the cash inside was gone. But nothing else had been taken. Not Julia's handbag, not the valuables in the bedroom. The doors were locked from the inside. The windows were secure. There was no sign of forced entry, and the only person who seemed to have both motive and opportunity was Julia's husband, William Herbert Wallace, a 52-year-old insurance salesman with a history of kidney problems and a demeanor that struck some as cold and calculating. What followed would become one of the most perplexing murder cases in British legal history, a case that would see Wallace convicted and sentenced to death, only to have his conviction overturned on appeal in a landmark decision that established new standards for circumstantial evidence. Nearly a century later, the murder of Julia Wallace remains unsolved, a locked-room mystery that has inspired novels, documentaries, and countless theories. The Call, an invitation to a street that did not exist. The events that led to Julia Wallace's death began on the night of January 19, 1931, at the Liverpool Central Chess Club on North John Street. William Wallace, an avid chess player, though an irregular attendee, arrived at the club shortly after a telephone call had been received by the club captain, Samuel Beatty. The caller, who identified himself as R.M. Qualtrugh, asked to speak with Wallace. When told that Wallace was not yet present, Qualtrugh left a message. He wanted Wallace to meet him the following night at 7:30 p.m. at 25 Menlove Gardens East to discuss insurance business. Wallace received the message when he arrived. He was intrigued but not suspicious. The following evening, January 20th, he left his home at approximately 6:45 p.m. telling his wife that he was going to meet a prospective client. He caught the tram at 7:06 p.m., a fact that was later confirmed by the tram conductor and ticket inspector, both of whom remembered him because of his unusual behavior. On the tram, Wallace repeatedly engaged the staff in conversation, asking directions and explaining that he was a total stranger in that part of the city. He made a point of telling them about his appointment with Mr. Qualtrugh and the time he was supposed to meet him. When Wallace arrived at Menlove Gardens, he discovered that there was no Menlove Gardens East. The area had Menlove Gardens North, Menlove Gardens South, and Menlove Gardens West, but no East. Confused, he spent nearly an hour walking the neighborhood, asking residents, stopping at newsagents, even asking a policeman for directions. He made certain that as many people as possible remembered him. He repeated his story about Qualtrugh, stated the time of his appointment, and ensured that his movements were well documented. By the time he gave up his search and began the journey home, a dozen witnesses could place him in the Menlove Gardens area around the time that his wife was being murdered. The discovery: a body in a locked room. Wallace arrived home at approximately 8:45 p.m. He found the front door locked and could not open it. He went around to the back door and found it similarly locked. His neighbors, John and Florence Johnston, who lived next door, noticed him struggling with the doors and came to help. Wallace asked them, "Have you heard anything unusual tonight?" The Johnstons walked around to the back of the house where the door opened without difficulty. Wallace entered the house, which was in total darkness. After a moment, he emerged and said to the Johnstons, "Oh, come and see. She's been killed." Inside, they found Julia Wallace's body lying in front of the gas fire. She had been beaten to death with a blunt instrument, probably an iron bar or a piece of lead pipe that was never found. Her skull was fractured, her face unrecognizable. Her dress and the coat beneath her had been partially burnt by the gas fire, which was still lit. The kitchen cupboard where Wallace kept his insurance money had been forced open, and the cash inside, about 4 pounds, was missing. But Julia's handbag, left in plain sight, was untouched. The bedroom had been ransacked, but nothing else had been taken. The police were called and the investigation began. What they found was puzzling. There were no signs of forced entry. The doors and windows were locked from the inside. The murder weapon was missing. The drains around the house had not been used, suggesting that the killer had not washed off blood before fleeing. Yet Wallace's clothes, when tested, showed no traces of blood, despite the fact that the killer would have been heavily spattered. The police surgeon, relying on the state of rigor mortis, estimated the time of death at approximately 8 p.m., nearly an hour before Wallace returned home. The trial and conviction. The investigation quickly focused on William Wallace. He had motive. His marriage was described by friends as loveless and strained, and Wallace had once been overheard saying that his wife had no life, and that it would be better if she were dead. He had opportunity. Though witnesses placed him in Menlove Gardens at the time of the murder, it was theoretically possible that he had killed his wife before leaving the house at 6:45 p.m. and somehow made it to the tram stop by 7:06 p.m. And he had a suspicious explanation for his whereabouts. The phone call from Qualtrue, which led him to a street that did not exist, and which had been placed from a phone box only 400 yards from his home, next to the tram stop where he caught his tram to the chess club. The trial of William Herbert Wallace began in April 1931. The prosecution's case was entirely circumstantial. The defense argued that the timing was impossibly tight. A milk boy testified that he had seen Julia Wallace alive between 6:30 and 6:45 p.m., leaving Wallace at most 15 minutes to kill his wife, change his clothes, wash off the blood, and make it to the tram stop. The drains had not been used, meaning he could not have washed off blood. His clothes showed no traces of blood. The murder weapon was never found. Despite these weaknesses, the jury deliberated for only an hour before returning a verdict of guilty. Judge Wright, who was visibly disappointed, omitted the customary words of thanks to the jury. He passed the mandatory sentence, death by hanging. The appeal, a landmark decision. Wallace appealed to the Court of Criminal Appeal in London. The prospects for success were not good. Never before had the court overturned a conviction in a capital case on the grounds that the verdict was unreasonable or cannot be supported having regard to the evidence. But on May 18th and 19th, 1931, the court, led by Lord Chief Justice Hewart, heard the appeal. The exchanges between the judges and the prosecutor, Edward Hemmard, were devastating. Hemmard attempted to argue that the circumstantial evidence against Wallace formed a pattern that pointed irresistibly to his guilt. But the judges pressed him on the weaknesses in the case. Mr. Justice Branson pointed out that Hemmard was using the very conclusion he was trying to prove as evidence. I rather felt as you were putting your case that you were assuming it was he who made the call because of what happened afterwards, and then saying that he must be guilty because he put through the call. Lord Chief Justice Hewart added, in other words, you use as a step in your argument that which is only consolidated when your argument is complete. The court quashed the conviction. In its ruling, it established a new principle, that a conviction founded on mere suspicion cannot stand, and that the court will intervene when a verdict cannot be supported, having regard to the evidence. Wallace walked free, having spent weeks on death row awaiting execution. The legacy, a mystery that endures. William Wallace returned to Liverpool a free man, but his ordeal was not over. He was shunned by many who still believed him guilty. He moved to the Wirral, seeking a quiet life, but his health, already fragile, continued to decline. He died in 1933, just 2 years after his wife's murder, from the kidney problems that had plagued him for years. The murder of Julia Wallace was never solved. Over the years, other suspects have emerged. One is Richard Gordon Perry, a young man who had worked with Wallace in the insurance business and who had a history of petty crime. Perry was seen near the Wallace home on the night of the murder. He had access to the phone box from which the Qualtrough call was made, and he had been questioned by police but never charged. Another theory points to the Johnstons, the neighbors who discovered the body with Wallace. They moved away shortly after the murder, and some have suggested that one of them may have been involved. But no evidence has ever been found to link any suspect to the crime, and the case remains open in the files of Merseyside police. The Wallace case is remembered for its legal significance and its enduring mystery. As a legal precedent, R.V. Wallace established that the Court of Criminal Appeal would quash a conviction founded on mere suspicion, setting a new standard for the evaluation of circumstantial evidence. But it is the mystery that has kept the case alive in the public imagination. The locked room murder has inspired countless armchair detectives, each with their own theory about what happened on that winter night in 1931. The Wayne Lonergan case, 1943, a scandal of sex, money, and wartime society. In the autumn of 1943, while the world was consumed by the Second World War, New York City was gripped by a murder case that seemed to belong to another era entirely. Wayne Lonergan, a wealthy and handsome young man from a prominent Canadian family, was accused of murdering his wife, Patricia Burton Lonergan, a beautiful and glamorous socialite. The crime was brutal. Patricia had been bludgeoned to death in her Manhattan apartment, her body discovered by her mother. The investigation that followed revealed a world of wealth, privilege, and sexual scandal that captivated the public. When the trial began, more reporters attended the first day of proceedings than had covered the Allied invasion of Italy, a fact that testified to the case's hold on the American imagination. The Wayne Lonergan case was a scandal of sex, money, and wartime society, a reminder that even in the midst of global conflict, the public could not look away from a story of passion and murder. The crime and the investigation. Patricia Burton Lonergan was a young woman of wealth and privilege, the daughter of a prominent New York family. She had married Wayne Lonergan, a handsome and charming man from a wealthy Canadian family, in 1941. The marriage was tumultuous from the start. Wayne was unfaithful, and Patricia had begun divorce proceedings. On the night of October 24, 1943, Patricia was found dead in her Manhattan apartment, beaten to death with a heavy metal candlestick. Her body was discovered by her mother, who had come to check on her after she failed to answer her telephone. The investigation focused immediately on Wayne Lonergan. He had been seen at the apartment on the night of the murder, and his behavior in the days afterward was suspicious. When questioned by police, he gave contradictory accounts of his whereabouts. He was arrested and charged with murder. The case quickly became a sensation. The newspapers, led by the tabloids, seized on the story of the wealthy young couple, the beautiful socialite, the handsome husband, the scandal of infidelity. The public was captivated. The war, which had dominated the headlines for years, was pushed aside by the story of the Lonergan murder. The trial, a media spectacle. The trial of Wayne Lonergan began in January 1944. The courtroom was packed with spectators, and the press coverage was unprecedented. More reporters attended the first day of the trial than had covered the Allied invasion of Italy, a comparison that was often invoked to illustrate the case's hold on the public imagination. The prosecution's case was built on circumstantial evidence. They presented witnesses who placed Lonergan at the scene of the crime, and they argued that his behavior after the murder was inconsistent with innocence. The defense argued that there was no direct evidence linking Lonergan to the crime, and that the prosecution had failed to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The trial also revealed details of the Lonergan marriage that were shocking to the public. Wayne Lonergan was bisexual, and his infidelities with both men and women had been a source of conflict in the marriage. The prosecution used these details to paint a picture of a man who was willing to kill to escape a marriage that had become a prison. The defense argued that Lonergan's sexuality was irrelevant to the question of guilt. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours before returning a verdict of guilty. Lonergan was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. The aftermath and the legacy. Wayne Lonergan served 15 years in prison before being paroled in 1959. He was deported to Canada, where he lived out the remainder of his life in relative obscurity. He died in 1983. The Lonergan case is remembered today as a quintessential New York scandal, a story of wealth, privilege, sex, and violence that captivated the public in the midst of a world war. It was a case that exposed the dark underbelly of high society, a reminder that the glamorous lives of the rich and famous often concealed secrets that were anything but glamorous. The case also raised questions about the role of the press in the justice system. The coverage of the Lonergan trial was sensational, and the public's appetite for details of the crime and the marriage seemed insatiable. Whether the jury could have been impartial in such an atmosphere was a question that the trial did not answer. The Rattlesnake Murder, 1936, when justice slithered off course. In the annals of American criminal jurisprudence, few cases have combined elements of such grotesque absurdity with genuine legal significance as the trial of Robert James, a barber from Orange County, California, who in 1936 devised a scheme so bizarre that it seemed lifted from the pages of a pulp detective magazine. James, seeking to murder his wife for her insurance money, attempted to kill her by having her bitten by rattlesnakes, a plan that went horribly awry when the snakes failed to do their work quickly enough, forcing him to finish the job by drowning her in a bathtub. But the true spectacle came not at the scene of the crime, but in the courtroom, where, in a moment of pandemonium that would be remembered for decades, one of the murder weapons, a live rattlesnake, escaped from its container and slithered among the spectators, sending judges, attorneys, and jurors scrambling for safety. The crime, a barber's deadly scheme. Robert S. James was a barber in Santa Ana, California, a man who by all outward appearances led an unremarkable life. He had been married to his wife, Winnie Ruth James, for several years, and the couple lived in a modest home. But beneath the surface of domestic normalcy, James was harboring a dark secret. He had taken out a life insurance policy on his wife and was determined to collect. James's plan was as elaborate as it was macabre. He had purchased 2 diamondback rattlesnakes from a local dealer, intending to use them as instruments of death. His scheme was to have the snakes bite his wife, allowing the venom to kill her in a manner that could be passed off as a tragic accident. The snakes, he believed, would provide the perfect murder weapon, lethal, untraceable, and capable of producing a death that would arouse little suspicion. But nature refused to cooperate with James's murderous design. When he introduced the snakes to his wife's presence, they failed to strike. Whether the reptiles sensed no threat, whether they were too sluggish from captivity, or whether some other factor intervened, the rattlesnake simply would not perform as intended. Frustrated and desperate, James resorted to a more direct method. He drowned his wife in the bathtub, then attempted to stage the scene to make it appear that she had died from snakebite. He placed the snakes near her body, hoping that investigators would conclude that she had been killed by their venom. But the forensic evidence told a different story. There were no puncture wounds consistent with snakebite, and the cause of death was clearly drowning. The trial, pandemonium in the courtroom. The trial of Robert James opened in Orange County in 1936. The prosecution had brought the snakes to court as evidence, securing them in a container that was placed on the counsel table. The trial proceeded in a relatively orderly fashion until the moment that would become legendary in the annals of American legal history. At some point during the proceedings, one of the snakes managed to escape from its container. The snake slithered across the counsel table, its rattles buzzing, and then dropped to the floor, where it began to move among the spectators. The scene that followed was described by one reporter as pandemonium unconfined. Spectators screamed and scrambled for the exits. Attorneys dove under tables. The judge, according to some accounts, vaulted over the bench to escape. The bailiffs, armed with whatever implements they could find, attempted to capture the snake without success. The snake continued its journey through the courtroom, slithering down the aisle between the rows of seats, and eventually made its way toward the jury box, where the jurors, who had been listening to testimony about the very same creature, were now confronted with the reality of its presence. Several jurors reportedly climbed onto their chairs to escape. The snake was eventually captured, but the damage to the decorum of the court had been done. The judge, after order had been restored, ordered that the snakes be removed from the courtroom and that the proceedings continue. The image of the rattlesnake escaping during a murder trial, a trial, moreover, about a murder committed with the assistance of rattlesnakes, was too good for the press to ignore. The story went out on the wires and was published in newspapers across the country. The verdict and the legacy. Despite the chaos that had marked the proceedings, the trial concluded in an orderly fashion. The evidence against James was overwhelming. The prosecution had established that his wife had died from drowning, not from snakebite. The snakes, however uncooperative they had been in the commission of the crime, were evidence of James's intent. The insurance policy provided motive. The jury returned a verdict of guilty, and James was sentenced to prison. The rattlesnake murder trial has never been forgotten. It occupies a unique place in American legal history, a case that is remembered not for its legal significance, but for its sheer strangeness. The image of a rattlesnake escaping in a courtroom during a trial for a murder committed with rattlesnakes has become a touchstone of legal folklore, a story that is told and retold by lawyers and judges who appreciate the absurdity that can sometimes intrude on the solemnity of legal proceedings. The Black Dahlia Murder, 1947. The unsolved mystery that haunted Los Angeles. Shortly before dawn on January 15, 1947, a woman walking with her 3-year-old daughter through a residential neighborhood in Leimert Park, Los Angeles, made a discovery that would become one of the most enduring mysteries in American criminal history. In a vacant lot, nestled against the curb, lay the naked body of a young woman, severed cleanly at the waist, posed with deliberate horror, and drained entirely of blood. The victim was 22-year-old Elizabeth Short, an aspiring actress from Massachusetts whose dark hair, pale complexion, and tragic fate would earn her the posthumous nickname, the Black Dahlia. The brutality of the crime, the grotesque theatricality of the scene, and the failure of one of the nation's largest police departments to identify her killer transformed Short's murder into a cultural obsession, one that has spawned countless theories, confessions, and investigations across 8 decades, yet remains officially unsolved. Elizabeth Short, the girl in the black. Elizabeth Short was born on July 29, 1924, in Hyde Park, Massachusetts, the third of 5 daughters born to Cleo and Phoebe Short. Her childhood was marked by instability. Her father, a construction contractor, lost much of his wealth in the stock market crash of 1929 and, according to family accounts, abandoned the family in 1930, staging his own death by drowning before resurfacing years later in California. Phoebe Short raised her daughters alone, moving frequently and struggling to make ends meet. As a teenager, Short developed a reputation for beauty and ambition. She dropped out of high school in 1942 and headed to Florida, where she worked briefly in a drugstore and began to cultivate the persona she would carry with her for the rest of her short life. The aspiring actress, the glamorous unknown, the woman of mystery. By 1943, she had made her way to California, settling in the Los Angeles area, where she drifted between temporary jobs, brief romances, and a succession of cheap hotels and rooming houses. Those who knew Elizabeth Short during her years in California described her as a woman of contradictions. She was reserved, almost secretive, about her past, giving conflicting accounts of her age, her background, and her marital status. Yet she was also ambitious, dressing in black, a color she believed made her look more sophisticated, and haunting the nightclubs and theaters of Hollywood, hoping to be discovered. In the months before her death, Short's life had grown increasingly precarious. She was last seen on January 9, 1947, at the Biltmore Hotel in downtown Los Angeles. The crime scene, a grotesque display. The discovery of Elizabeth Short's body was made by Betty Bersinger, a mother of 2 who initially mistook the bisected figure for a discarded mannequin. When she realized what she had found, she drove to a nearby house and called the police. What the officers found when they arrived would haunt them for the rest of their careers. Short's body had been posed with a precision that suggested a ritualistic intent. Her arms were raised above her head, her legs spread apart, her mouth sliced open at the corners to create a grotesque, clown-like grimace. She had been drained of blood, indicating that she had been killed elsewhere and transported to the lot, though no blood was found at the scene. Her body had been washed clean, and her clothing, a black skirt, a blouse, a pair of shoes, was nowhere to be found. The mutilation was extensive and specific. Short had been severed at the waist with a precision that suggested surgical skill. Her body had been scrubbed clean, and there was evidence of post-mortem carving. Her thighs had been cut, her left breast had been partially severed, and her face had been slashed in a manner that seemed designed to disfigure rather than to kill. The cause of death was determined to be hemorrhaging from the facial lacerations and the impact of a blow to the head. The identification of the body was made through fingerprints. When the news broke that the victim was a young woman who had been pursuing an acting career in Hollywood, the story exploded across the nation's front pages. It was the Los Angeles Examiner that bestowed the name that would become inseparable from the case, the Black Dahlia. The nickname was drawn from a film noir of the era, The Blue Dahlia, and from Short's habit of wearing black clothing and arranging her dark hair with flowers. The investigation, a city in panic. The investigation into Elizabeth Short's murder was the largest in the history of the Los Angeles Police Department to that time. More than 400 officers were assigned to the case. They interviewed more than 1,500 people, pursued leads that stretched across the country, and compiled a file that would eventually run to thousands of pages. But the investigation was hampered from the start by the sensational nature of the case, which attracted an avalanche of false confessions, crank tips, and attention seekers. More than 60 people confessed to the murder of Elizabeth Short, many of them in elaborate detail. The most prominent of these false confessors was a man named Leslie Dillon, a bellhop and aspiring writer who claimed to have inside knowledge of the crime. Dillon was held by police for weeks and interrogated intensively before being released. Another suspect, Dr. George Hodel, a wealthy physician with a taste for the occult, was investigated extensively but never charged. His son, Steve Hodel, would later write a book arguing that his father was the killer, a theory that has gained significant attention despite the absence of conclusive evidence. The LAPD's handling of the case has been the subject of intense criticism. In recent years, historians and journalists have documented a pattern of misconduct, including the suppression of evidence, the mishandling of suspects, and the destruction of key files. By 1949, the investigation had effectively been abandoned, though the case remained open and continues to be reviewed periodically. The legacy and American obsession. The Black Dahlia case has never faded from the American imagination. In the decades since Elizabeth Short's death, she has been the subject of dozens of books, documentaries, films, and television programs. The case has inspired works of fiction, including James Ellroy's 1987 novel, The Black Dahlia, which reimagines the investigation as a noir meditation on obsession and corruption. Why does the Black Dahlia case continue to fascinate? Part of the answer lies in its unresolved nature. The absence of a resolution allows for endless speculation, for the projection of meanings and theories onto a crime that resists explanation. But the case also speaks to something deeper in the American psyche, the dark side of the Hollywood dream, the brutal reality that lurks beneath the glamour. The fate of the beautiful young woman who came to Los Angeles seeking fame and found only death. The Black Dahlia case remains open in the files of the Los Angeles Police Department. Every year, on the anniversary of her murder, visitors gather to pay their respects at the site where her body was found, leaving flowers and notes at a location that has no marker, no plaque, no official acknowledgement of what happened there. Elizabeth Short came to Hollywood seeking something she never found. What she found instead was immortality, of a kind she never could have imagined, a place in the gallery of American crime that she shares with Jack the Ripper, with the Zodiac, with all the other ghosts who refuse to be laid to rest. The Sam Shepard Case, 1954. The Fugitive and the Carnival of Justice. On the morning of July 4th, 1954, Dr. Sam Shepard, a prominent osteopath in the Cleveland suburb of Bay Village, Ohio, awoke to a nightmare. His wife, Marilyn Shepard, was dead in their bedroom, beaten to death with a blunt instrument. Shepard himself was found in the basement of their home, suffering from a back injury and claiming that he had been knocked unconscious by a bushy-haired intruder. The case that followed would become one of the most sensational in American history, inspiring a television series and a film, and ultimately leading to a landmark Supreme Court decision that redefined the rights of criminal defendants. The Sam Shepard case was a study in the power of the press to shape public opinion, the dangers of a carnival atmosphere in the courtroom, and the capacity of the legal system to correct its own mistakes, even when those mistakes had led a man to death row. The crime, a murder in Bay Village. The Shepherd family was the picture of American success. Sam Shepherd was a 30-year-old osteopath who had taken over his father's practice and was building a reputation as a skilled surgeon. His wife, Marilyn, was a former beauty queen, and the couple lived in a comfortable home overlooking Lake Erie with their young son, Chip. They were respected members of the Bay Village community, active in civic and church affairs. On the night of July 3, 1954, the Shepherds entertained guests at their home. After the guests left, Sam and Marilyn went to bed. What happened next has never been definitively established. Sometime in the early morning hours of July 4th, Marilyn Shepherd was beaten to death in her bed. She suffered approximately 35 blows to the head, delivered with such force that her skull was fractured in multiple places. Sam Shepherd was found in the basement of the home, conscious but disoriented, complaining of a back injury. He told police that he had been awakened by his wife's cries, that he had gone upstairs to investigate, and that he had been knocked unconscious by a bushy-haired man. When he regained consciousness, he said, he found his wife dead and pursued the intruder to the beach, where he was again knocked unconscious. The crime scene was chaotic. The police, who arrived shortly after Shepherd's neighbor called them, found the house in disarray. The bedroom was covered in blood. A blood-stained hammer was found on the property, though it was never definitively linked to the crime. The police did not secure the scene properly, and potential evidence was lost. The investigation, from the outset, was flawed. The media frenzy, a trial by newspaper. The murder of Marilyn Shepherd captured the attention of the nation. The Cleveland Press, led by the Cleveland Press and its editor, Louis Seltzer, seized on the story and began a campaign to convict Sam Shepherd before he had even been charged. The headlines were sensational. Get the story, get the facts, and get the killer. The papers printed rumors as fact, speculated about Shepherd's extramarital affairs, and portrayed him as a cold-blooded killer. The coverage was unprecedented in its intensity. The Cleveland Press published Shepherd's address, his phone number, and photographs of his home. It ran editorials demanding his arrest. It printed stories about his guilty behavior, his lack of emotion, his strange demeanor. The message was clear. Sam Shepherd was guilty, and the public should demand justice. The police, under pressure from the press and the public, focused their investigation on Shepherd. Despite the lack of physical evidence linking him to the crime, despite the absence of a motive, despite the fact that he had a history of protecting his wife from an intruder earlier that year, the authorities concluded that Shepherd had killed his wife. He was arrested and charged with murder. The case was transferred to Cuyahoga County Common Pleas Court, where Judge Edward Blythen presided. Judge Blythen, who had been elected to the bench with the support of the Cleveland Press, did nothing to ensure a fair trial. He allowed the press to set up a table in the courtroom. He refused to sequester the jury, despite the barrage of prejudicial publicity. And in a statement that would later be cited by the Supreme Court, he told reporters, "Well, he's just as guilty as hell. There's no question about it." The trial, a carnival atmosphere. The trial of Sam Shepherd began on October 18, 1954. The courtroom was packed with reporters, photographers, and spectators. The proceedings were broadcast live on radio, and photographers jostled for position to capture images of the defendant. The atmosphere, as the Supreme Court would later describe it, was a carnival. The prosecution's case was built on circumstantial evidence and innuendo. They presented testimony about Shepherd's alleged affairs, suggesting that he had a motive to kill his wife. They presented forensic evidence that was contested by defense experts. They painted a portrait of a man who was cold, calculating, and capable of murder. The defense presented Shepherd's account of the bushy-haired intruder. They called witnesses who had seen a suspicious man in the neighborhood on the night of the murder. They presented evidence of a second blood type found at the crime scene, suggesting that someone else had been present. But the judge's rulings consistently favored the prosecution, and the defense's efforts to present a comprehensive case were thwarted. The trial lasted 9 weeks. On December 21, 1954, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Sam Shepherd was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. The appeals, a long road to justice. Shepard's legal team, led by the legendary attorney F. Lee Bailey, began a long campaign to overturn the conviction. They argued that the trial had been poisoned by pre-trial publicity, that the judge had been biased, and that the prosecution had withheld evidence. The Ohio courts rejected these arguments, but the case was far from over. In 1963, Shepard's attorneys filed a habeas corpus petition in federal court, arguing that his constitutional rights had been violated. The case eventually reached the United States Supreme Court, which agreed to hear it. On June 6, 1966, the court issued its decision in Shepard versus Maxwell, a landmark ruling that would reshape the relationship between the press and the courts. The court's opinion, written by Justice Tom C. Clark, was scathing. It described the carnival atmosphere of the trial, the massive, pervasive, and prejudicial publicity that had surrounded the case, and the trial judge's failure to protect Shepard from the inherently prejudicial publicity which saturated the community. The court held that Shepard had been denied his right to a fair trial under the 14th Amendment, and it ordered that he be released from custody unless retried within a reasonable time. The decision was a watershed moment in American criminal law. It established that judges have an affirmative duty to protect defendants from prejudicial publicity, that juries must be sequestered when necessary, and that the right to a fair trial cannot be sacrificed to the demands of a free press. The retrial and aftermath. Shepard was released from prison on November 16, 1966, after 12 years behind bars. His retrial began on October 24, 1966, in Cuyahoga County Common Pleas Court, this time before Judge Francis J. Talty. The proceedings were conducted with none of the circus atmosphere that had marked the first trial. The jury was sequestered, the press was kept at a distance, the judge maintained strict control over the proceedings. On November 16, 1966, exactly 12 years after he had been sentenced to life in prison, Sam Shepard was acquitted. The jury deliberated for just over an hour before returning a verdict of not guilty. Shepard, who had maintained his innocence for 12 years, was finally free. Shepard's life after his acquittal was not the happy ending that many had hoped for. He had spent 12 years in prison, lost his career, his reputation, and his family. He attempted to revive his medical practice, but his health had been damaged by his years of incarceration. He died on April 6, 1970, at the age of 46, of liver failure. The Sam Shepard case had a lasting impact on American culture. It inspired the television series The Fugitive, which ran from 1963 to 1967, and was later adapted into a feature film. The case also established the principle that no man, no matter how high his rank, is above the law, and that the right to a fair trial is a fundamental protection against the power of the state. The Richard Speck case, 1966, 8 nurses and the failure of justice. On the night of July 13, 1966, in a quiet Chicago neighborhood, a young drifter with a history of alcoholism and petty crime climbed through a window into a townhouse that served as a dormitory for student nurses. By dawn, 8 young women lay dead, their bodies scattered across the house, stabbed and strangled in a frenzy of violence that would shock the nation and expose deep flaws in the American criminal justice system. The survivor, a 23-year-old nursing student named Corazon Amaral, had hidden under a bed, holding her breath as the killer searched the room, and emerged to a world that would never be the same. The Richard Speck case became a watershed moment in American history, a crime so brutal that it shattered assumptions about safety and order, and a trial so flawed that it raised fundamental questions about the rights of defendants and the obligations of the state. The crime, July 13th to 14th, 1966. The townhouse at 2319 East 100th Street in the South Chicago neighborhood of Jeffrey Manor was home to 9 student nurses who worked at the nearby South Chicago Community Hospital. They were young women, most in their early 20s, who had come to Chicago from across the Midwest to pursue their training. On the evening of July 13th, most of the nurses were in the house, preparing for an evening out or settling in for the night. Only one of the 9, Gloria Davy, was away, visiting her family in nearby Gary, Indiana. Shortly after 11 p.m., Richard Speck, a 24-year-old merchant seaman who had been drinking heavily, climbed through a window he had forced open on the ground floor. He found the first of his victims, a nurse named Pearl Branson, and demanded money. When she told him she had none, he began to gather the nurses, one by one, herding them into the back bedroom of the house. Over the course of the next several hours, he terrorized them, tying them with strips of torn bedsheet, threatening them with a knife and a gun, and debating aloud what to do with them. What happened in that bedroom has been reconstructed from the testimony of Corazon Amaral, the only woman to survive. Amaral, who had hidden under a bed when she heard the intruder in the house, watched through a gap in the bed frame as Speck led the other nurses into the room, one by one, and bound them. She watched as he led them out of the room, one by one, and killed them. She heard their screams, their pleas, their final cries. She counted as the numbers dwindled. 8 women taken, none returned. The murders were methodical but chaotic. Speck used a knife, a gun, and his bare hands, stabbing and strangling his victims with a ferocity that suggested a man entirely out of control. By the time Speck left the house, shortly before dawn, 8 women were dead: Gloria Davy, Suzanne Ferris, Marianne Jordan, Nina Schmale, Patricia Matusek, Pamela Wilkening, Merlita Gargulo, and Valentina Passion. Corazon Amaral remained under the bed for nearly 2 hours after Speck left, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. When she finally emerged, she climbed onto the porch roof and began screaming for help. A neighbor heard her cries and called the police. The investigation. A city in mourning. The discovery of the bodies at 2319 East 100th Street sent shockwaves through Chicago and across the nation. The press descended on the neighborhood, and photographs of the victims, young, attractive, full of promise, appeared on front pages from coast to coast. The crime seemed to embody every fear of the era: the vulnerability of young women, the randomness of violence, the failure of institutions to protect the innocent. The break in the case came quickly. 2 days after the murders, a police artist worked with Corazon Amaral to create a composite sketch of the man she had seen. The sketch was distributed to newspapers and television stations across the country. A bartender at a tavern on East 100th Street recognized the face: a man named Richard Speck, who had been drinking there on the night of the murders. Speck had left Chicago after the murders, traveling by bus to his home in Monmouth, Illinois. On July 17, 4 days after the murders, he was found in a room at the Star Hotel in Monmouth, having attempted suicide by slashing his wrists. He was taken to a local hospital where he was identified by his distinctive tattoos, including one that read, "Born to Raise Hell." He was arrested and returned to Chicago. The trial and the aftermath. The trial of Richard Speck opened on April 3, 1967, in Peoria, Illinois, where the case had been moved to avoid the intense publicity in Chicago. The prosecution's case was overwhelming: Corazon Amaral's identification, the physical evidence, and Speck's confession. The defense, constrained by the overwhelming evidence, focused on the question of Speck's mental state. The jury was not persuaded. After less than an hour of deliberation, they returned a verdict of guilty on all 8 counts. The death sentence was commuted to life in prison when the Supreme Court struck down existing death penalty statutes in Furman versus Georgia in 1972. Speck died of a heart attack on December 5, 1991, at the age of 49. He had served 25 years in prison, less than 3 years for each of the 8 women he had murdered. The murder of Louisa Dunn, 1967. Justice after 58 years. On the morning of June 28, 1967, the neighbors of Louisa Dunn noticed something wrong. The 75-year-old widow, a familiar figure on Britannia Road in the Easton District of Bristol, had failed to collect her daily newspaper from the front garden wall, a ritual so ingrained that its omission immediately signaled trouble. When neighbors entered her home, they found her lying dead in the front room. She had been raped and strangled, the bruising on her neck indicating that a scarf had been used to end her life. For 58 years, her killer remained unknown, one of countless unsolved murders consigned to the cold case files of British policing. But in 2025, a 92-year-old man named Ryland Headley was convicted of her murder, sentenced to die in prison for a crime committed when he was 34. The case, which relied on modern DNA analysis of evidence collected in 1967, stands as the oldest cold case ever solved in the United Kingdom, a testament to the persistence of forensic science and the refusal of investigators to abandon the pursuit of justice. The crime and the investigation. Louisa Dunn was a woman who had known loss. Twice widowed, estranged from her two children, she lived alone in her modest home on Britannia Road, where she passed her days watching the neighborhood from her front door. Her neighbors remembered her as a kind woman who wouldn't hurt a fly. On the night of June 27, 1967, or in the early hours of June 28th, Ryland Headley broke into her home through a window. He was 34 years old, a railway worker living just outside the area. He raped a 75-year-old woman, then strangled her with a scarf. He left her body on the floor of her front room, where it would be discovered the following morning. The investigation that followed was thorough by the standards of its time. Police recovered semen from the blue skirt Dunn had been wearing at the time of the attack. They also found a partial palm print on the window through which the killer had entered. Over the following weeks and months, detectives took handprints from 19,000 men and boys in the Bristol area in an attempt to match the print. They found no match. Headley, who lived just outside the area where the prints were collected, was never asked to provide his prints. The case went cold. The killer, a pattern of violence. Ryland Headley did not stop after killing Louisa Dunn. 10 years later, in 1977, he committed 2 more rapes in Ipswich, targeting elderly women in their own homes. He was arrested, tried, and convicted. He was initially sentenced to life in prison, but the sentence was reduced on appeal, and he served only about 2 years behind bars. Despite his convictions, Headley's DNA was not collected until 2012, when he was arrested in connection with an unrelated matter. By then, he was 81 years old. The sample sat in a database waiting for a case that would connect it to the crime of 1967. The cold case review and the trial. In 2023, Avon and Somerset Police's cold case review team reopened the Louisa Dunn case. Forensic analysts examined the semen that had been detected on Dunn's skirt in 1967. Using DNA technology that did not exist at the time of the murder, they obtained a full DNA profile of the attacker. When that profile was compared to samples taken from Ryland Headley following his 2012 arrest, the results were conclusive. Forensic analysis showed that the DNA recovered from the crime scene was 1 billion times more likely to belong to Headley than someone else. The palm print was also re-examined. 4 fingerprint experts concluded that it matched Headley's hand. Headley was arrested in November 2024. He was 92 years old. On July 1, 2025, he was convicted of the rape and murder of Louisa Dunn. The judge imposed a life sentence with a minimum term of 20 years. "You'll never be released and you will die in prison," he told the defendant. The Lana Turner Affair, 1958. Hollywood, violence, and justifiable homicide. On the evening of April 4, 1958, in a rented house on North Bedford Drive in Beverly Hills, the glamour of Hollywood collided with the brutality of organized crime in a moment of violence that would captivate the nation. Lana Turner, one of the most famous actresses of her generation, had been engaged in a tempestuous, year-long affair with Johnny Stompanato, a former Marine-turned-mob associate with ties to the Los Angeles underworld. Their relationship, marked by physical abuse, threats, and repeated reconciliations, reached its breaking point that night. When Stompanato threatened to kill Turner, her daughter, and her mother, 14-year-old Cheryl Crane grabbed a kitchen knife and stabbed him in the stomach. He bled to death within minutes. The coroner's inquest that followed would become one of the most sensational legal proceedings in Hollywood history, ending with a verdict of justifiable homicide and raising questions about celebrity, violence, and the limits of self-defense that continue to resonate more than 6 decades later. The players: Lana Turner, Johnny Stompanato, and Cheryl Crane. Lana Turner was born Julia Jean Turner in Idaho in 1921. Discovered at the Top Hat malt shop in Hollywood at the age of 16, she rose to become one of MGM's biggest stars. She would marry 7 times. Her relationships were frequently volatile. By 1957, she was 36 years old, still beautiful, still in demand, and embarked on what would become her most notorious affair. Johnny Stompanato was born in 1925, the son of an Italian-American barber. He served as a Marine in World War II and the Korean War before drifting into the orbit of Mickey Cohen, the Los Angeles mob boss. Stompanato worked as Cohen's driver, bodyguard, and enforcer. When he began pursuing Lana Turner in the spring of 1957, using the pseudonym John Steele, he presented himself as a successful businessman. Turner later claimed she was unaware of his criminal connections until the relationship was well underway. Cheryl Crane was Turner's only child, born in 1943 to Turner and her second husband, the actor Stephen Crane. By 1958, she was 14 years old, a teenager who had witnessed her mother's turbulent relationships and the violence that accompanied them. Her relationship with Stompanato was strained. She had seen him abuse her mother, and she feared him. The night of April 4th, 1958, at approximately 8 p.m. on April 4th, 8 days after Turner had attended the Academy Awards, where she was nominated for her role in Peyton Place, Stompanato arrived at her rented home on North Bedford Drive. The argument began almost immediately. Stompanato threatened Turner, making what she later described as gangster threats. Threats to break her bones, to slash her face with a straight razor, to kill her, her daughter, and her mother. Cheryl Crane was in an adjacent room, watching television, when she heard the argument escalate. She had briefly entered the bedroom earlier, but Turner had urged her to stay out of it. Now, as her mother attempted to usher Stompanato out of the bedroom, Crane ran to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and ran back up the stairs. In 2012, Cheryl Crane described what happened next. "There's a knife on the counter. I picked it up, ran back up the stairs. Her door suddenly flies open. I see John coming toward me. He's got his hand up. I raise the knife and he walks right into it. And he looked at me, and he said, 'My God, Cheryl, what have you done?' The knife penetrated Stompanato's liver, portal vein, and aorta, causing massive internal hemorrhaging. He was pronounced dead at the scene." The coroner's inquest and the verdict. The coroner's inquest was held on April 11, 1958. It was one of the most sensational legal hearings Hollywood had ever seen. Lana Turner's testimony was the centerpiece. She took the stand dressed in a tailored suit, her voice quavering, but her enunciation clear. She described Stompanato's threats, his violence, the terror she had lived with throughout their relationship. The coroner's jury deliberated briefly and returned a verdict of justifiable homicide. Cheryl Crane had acted in defense of her mother, believing that Stompanato posed an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Under California law, her actions were lawful. The Stompanato killing had lasting repercussions for all involved. Lana Turner's career, which might have been destroyed by the scandal, flourished. She continued to act through the 1960s and 1970s, making her last film in 1980. She died of cancer in 1995 at the age of 74. Cheryl Crane, now in her 80s, went on to live a quiet life out of the spotlight, working as a restaurant manager and interior designer, and publishing a memoir, Detour, a Hollywood Story, in 1988. The case remains a landmark in the cultural history of Hollywood, a moment when the carefully constructed facade of studio-era glamour was shattered by the brutal reality of domestic violence. For Cheryl Crane, who was 14 years old when she picked up a kitchen knife to defend her mother, the verdict of justifiable homicide was a recognition that she had done what she had to do. The Son of Sam case, 1977. The .44 caliber killer in the Summer of Fear. In the sweltering summer of 1977, New York City was a city under siege. A gunman with a .44 caliber revolver was stalking the streets, shooting young couples parked in their cars, leaving a trail of dead and wounded across the boroughs. He called himself the Son of Sam, and he taunted the police and the public with letters that were published in the tabloids. Letters that spoke of demons and bloodlust and a compulsion that could not be controlled. By the time David Berkowitz was apprehended, 6 people were dead and 7 wounded, and the city had been transformed by a terror that would define an era. The case that followed was not only a prosecution for murder, but a landmark in American criminal justice, giving rise to the Son of Sam law that would prevent criminals from profiting from their crimes, a statute that has been copied by states across the nation and remains a subject of legal controversy to this day. The killer, David Berkowitz. David Berkowitz was born Richard David Falco on June 1st of 1953 in Brooklyn, the son of an Italian-American woman who gave him up for adoption shortly after his birth. He was adopted by Nathan and Pearl Berkowitz, a Jewish couple in the Bronx, who raised him in a stable, middle-class home. By all accounts, his childhood was unremarkable. He was a quiet, introverted boy who struggled in school but seemed to be coping with the ordinary challenges of adolescence. But there were signs of trouble beneath the surface. After his adoptive mother died of cancer in 1967, Berkowitz became increasingly withdrawn and began to develop a fascination with violence. He enlisted in the Army in 1971, serving in South Korea in Fort Knox, Kentucky, where he received a marksmanship medal, training that would later make him a deadly accurate shooter. He was discharged in 1974 and returned to New York, where he drifted through a series of low-paying jobs and began to exhibit the paranoid delusions that would eventually drive him to murder. Berkowitz later claimed that he had been commanded to kill by a demon that inhabited his neighbor's dog, a black Labrador retriever that he believed was possessed by the spirit of a man named Sam Carr. The dog, he said, spoke to him, ordering him to commit the murders that would come to terrorize the city. Whether Berkowitz genuinely believed this or constructed the narrative after his arrest remains a subject of debate. What is clear is that by the spring of 1976, he had begun a series of attacks that would claim 8 victims over the next 14 months. The crimes, a city in terror. The first attack, attributed to the .44 caliber killer, occurred on July 29, 1976, in the Bronx. Berkowitz approached a car parked near a public park where 2 young women, Donna Loria and Jody Valenti, were sitting. He fired 5 shots from his .44 caliber revolver, striking both women. Loria died. Valenti survived. Over the following months, Berkowitz struck repeatedly. On October 23, 1976, he shot Carl De Niro and Rosemary Keenan in Queens. De Niro survived. Keenan was wounded, but not seriously. On November 26, he shot Joanne Lomino and Donna DeMasi in Queens. Lomino was paralyzed from the neck down. DeMasi was wounded. On January 30, 1977, he shot Christine Freund and John Deal in Queens. Freund died. Deal survived. On March 8, he shot Virginia Voskerichian in Brooklyn. She died. On April 17, he shot Valentina Soriani and Alexander Iso in the Bronx. Both died. On June 26, he shot Judy Placido and Salvatore Lupo in Queens. Both survived. On July 31, his final attack, he shot Stacy Moskowitz and Robert Violante in Brooklyn. Moskowitz died. Violante survived. Each attack followed a similar pattern. Berkowitz would approach parked cars where young couples were sitting, often in residential neighborhoods, and fire through the window. He used a .44 caliber revolver, a weapon that delivered massive damage and left distinctive bullet fragments at the crime scenes. The attacks were random, unpredictable, and seemingly motiveless, factors that made them all the more terrifying to a city already struggling with crime, fiscal crisis, and social unrest. The letters, Son of Sam. What elevated the .44 caliber killer from a serial murderer to a cultural phenomenon was his correspondence with the press and the police. In the spring of 1977, Berkowitz began leaving letters at crime scenes and sending them to newspapers, taunting the authorities and laying out his twisted rationale for the killings. The first letter, discovered at the scene of the Loria murder, was brief and cryptic, but the letter that gave the killer his name was sent to the New York Daily News in April 1977, after the Soriani and Iso murders. Addressed to Mr. Breslin, a reference to the Daily News columnist Jimmy Breslin, the letter read in part, "I am the son of Sam. I am a little brat. When Father Sam gets drunk, he gets mean. He beats his family. Sometimes he ties me up to the back of the house. Other times he locks me in the garage. Sam loves to drink blood. Go out and kill," commands Father Sam. The letter was published on the front page of the Daily News on June 5, 1977, under the headline, "The .44 Killer, I am the son of Sam." The publication of the letter, over the objections of the police, turned a local crime story into a national obsession. The killer had a name, a narrative, a persona, and the public could not look away. The arrest and the trial. The break in the case came not through sophisticated detective work, but through a routine parking ticket. On August 10, 1977, Berkowitz was ticketed for parking his car, a yellow 1974 Galaxy, near a fire hydrant in Yonkers. A witness who had seen the car in the vicinity of the Moskowitz murder contacted the police, who began to investigate the vehicle's owner. When they ran the license plate, they discovered that the car was registered to David Berkowitz. On the evening of August 10th, police officers approached Berkowitz as he was walking toward his car. He was carrying a paper bag that contained his .44 caliber revolver. When the officers identified themselves, Berkowitz reportedly said, "Well, you got me. I'm the one you're looking for." He was arrested without incident. Berkowitz's trial was brief. His attorney, who had intended to mount an insanity defense, found that his client was determined to plead guilty. On May 8, 1978, he entered a plea of guilty to all charges. He was sentenced to 25 years to life on each count, to be served consecutively. He remains incarcerated as of 2026, having been denied parole repeatedly over the decades. The legacy, the Son of Sam law. The Son of Sam case gave rise to a landmark piece of legislation. In the aftermath of the murders, the New York State Legislature passed a statute that became known as the Son of Sam law. The law was designed to prevent criminals from profiting from the notoriety of their crimes by selling their stories to publishers, filmmakers, or other media outlets. Under the law, any proceeds from such sales would be placed in escrow and used to compensate the victims of the crimes. The original Son of Sam law was struck down by the United States Supreme Court in 1991 in Simon & Schuster versus members of the New York State Crime Victims Board on the grounds that it violated the First Amendment's guarantee of freedom of speech. But the decision left room for a more narrowly tailored statute, and most states, including New York, have since enacted laws that achieve the same purpose by using different legal mechanisms. The John Wayne Gacy case, 1978. The Killer Clown of Chicago. On December 11, 1978, police officers arrived at a modest ranch house at 8213 West Somerdale Avenue in the unincorporated community of Norwood Park Township, just outside Chicago. They were there to investigate the disappearance of a 15-year-old boy named Robert Peast, who had last been seen leaving a pharmacy where he worked in the company of a local contractor named John Wayne Gacy. What they discovered over the following weeks would horrify the nation and shatter the carefully constructed facade of a man who had presented himself as a pillar of his community, a Democratic precinct captain, a civic leader, a man who performed as Pogo the Clown at children's parties. Beneath the surface lay a depraved sadist who had tortured and murdered at least 33 young men and boys, burying 29 of them in the crawlspace beneath his own home. The man behind the mask. John Wayne Gacy was born on March 17, 1942, in Chicago, the second of three children and the only son of John Stanley Gacy and Marion Elaine Robinson Gacy. His childhood was marked by a troubled relationship with his father, an abusive alcoholic who frequently berated his son, calling him stupid and dumb, and accusing him of being a sissy. Despite his difficult home life, Gacy appeared to be building a conventional life in his early adulthood. He married in 1964, moved to Waterloo, Iowa, where he managed a KFC franchise and became active in the local JCs. In 1968, his carefully constructed facade began to crumble. Two young men accused him of sexual assault, and he was convicted of sodomy and sentenced to 10 years in prison. He served 18 months before being released on parole in 1970. He returned to Chicago, moved into the Somerdale Avenue house, and started a successful construction business. He became active in local Democratic politics, serving as a precinct captain and meeting First Lady Rosalynn Carter when she visited Chicago in 1978. It was also during this period that Gacy began performing as Pogo the Clown at children's parties, a perfect disguise for the predator beneath. The victims and the discovery. Between 1972 and 1978, Gacy murdered at least 33 young men and boys, most of them teenagers or young adults in their late teens and early 20s. Many were runaways or drifters, young men who had come to Chicago seeking opportunity and found instead a predator who used his charm and his promise of work to lure them to his home. The investigation began with the disappearance of Robert Piest. Police searched Gacy's home and discovered a strange odor emanating from the floorboards. On December 13th, they returned with a search warrant. As officers searched the crawl space beneath the house, they found a human skull. Over the following weeks, a team of forensic specialists excavated the crawl space, uncovering body after body. The remains were buried in shallow graves, many stacked on top of one another, some covered with lime in an attempt to speed decomposition. 29 bodies were recovered from the crawl space. 4 more were found in the Des Plaines River. The trial and execution. Gacy's trial began on February 6, 1980. The defense strategy was an insanity defense, with Gacy's attorneys arguing that he suffered from multiple personality disorder and was unable to control his impulses. The prosecution presented a portrait of Gacy as a calculating predator who knew exactly what he was doing. Gacy took the stand in his own defense, describing his crimes in graphic detail. His testimony did nothing to help his case. On March 12, 1980, after less than 2 hours of deliberation, the jury found John Wayne Gacy guilty of 33 counts of murder. In the penalty phase, the same jury returned a sentence of death. Gacy spent 14 years on death row before being executed by lethal injection on May 10, 1994. His last words were reported to be, "Kiss my ass." The Ted Bundy case, 1978. The All-American Monster. In the annals of American criminal history, few figures have provoked the same mixture of fascination and revulsion as Theodore Robert Bundy. He was handsome, charming, intelligent, a law student with a promising future, a man who seemed to embody the all-American ideal. Yet beneath this polished exterior lurked a predator of almost unimaginable depravity. A serial killer who confessed to murdering 30 young women across 7 states between 1974 and 1978, and whom investigators believe may have killed more than 100. Bundy's trials, particularly his Florida trials where he acted as his own attorney, became media sensations that captivated the nation and raised profound questions about the nature of evil, the reliability of psychiatric testimony, and the limits of the criminal justice system. The Mask of Normalcy. Theodore Robert Cowell was born on November 24, 1946, in Burlington, Vermont. He was raised believing that his mother was his sister, a discovery in adolescence that he later claimed had a profound impact on his psychological development. He attended the University of Washington, where he studied psychology and became involved in state Republican politics. He was a popular figure, admired by his peers and trusted by his mentors. By 1974, he was enrolled in law school at the University of Utah, working for the Seattle Crime Commission, where he helped write a guide for women on how to avoid rape. He seemed to be building a conventional life, but beneath the surface, he had already begun his killing spree. The crimes and the arrests. Bundy's killing spree began in January 1974. Over the following months, he attacked and killed young women across Washington, Oregon, and Utah. His victims were almost always young, attractive women with long hair parted in the middle. His method was consistent. He would approach his victims in public places, often using a ruse to gain their trust, then drive them to a remote location where he would assault and murder them. Bundy was first arrested in August 1975 in Salt Lake City. He was convicted of aggravated kidnapping and sentenced to prison. But he escaped twice, once in June 1977 and again in December 1977, when he sawed a hole in the ceiling of his cell and walked out the front door wearing the jailer's clothes. He fled to Florida, where he committed his final and most brutal murders: the Chi Omega sorority house attack in January 1978, and the murder of 12-year-old Kimberly Leach in February 1978. The trials and the execution. Bundy's trial for the Chi Omega murders began in June 1979. In a decision that would become one of the most controversial aspects of the case, Bundy chose to act as his own attorney. He cross-examined witnesses, delivered opening and closing statements, and generally used his legal training to mount a defense that was as theatrical as it was ineffective. Despite his efforts, the evidence against him was overwhelming, and he was convicted of murder and sentenced to death. Bundy's second Florida trial for the murder of Kimberly Leach was held in January 1980. Again, he acted as his own attorney. Again, the evidence against him was conclusive. He was convicted and sentenced to death for the second time. On January 24, 1989, Ted Bundy was executed in the electric chair at Florida State Prison. The Hillside Stranglers, 1979, the longest trial in American history. In the autumn of 1977, Los Angeles was gripped by a terror that would come to be known as the Hillside Strangler case. Over a period of 4 months, 10 young women were found dead in the hills surrounding the city, their bodies posed in degrading positions, evidence of torture and sexual assault. The killer, or killers, seemed to be everywhere and nowhere, striking without pattern, leaving the city in a state of panic. When the investigation finally led to two cousins, Kenneth Bianchi and Angelo Buono, the case took a turn that would make it one of the most complex and lengthy trials in American history. The Hillside Stranglers trial, which lasted nearly 2 years, exposed the depths of human depravity and the capacity of the legal system to pursue justice even in the most challenging circumstances. The crimes, a reign of terror. The bodies began appearing in October 1977. The first victim was Yolanda Washington, a prostitute found dead on a hillside in the Forest Park area. Over the following weeks, more bodies were discovered. Young women, all of them strangled, all of them left in degrading positions. The victims included prostitutes, students, and young women who had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. By the time the killing stopped in February 1978, 10 women were dead, and Los Angeles was in a state of terror. The investigation was massive. The Los Angeles Police Department formed a task force that would eventually include more than 100 detectives. They interviewed thousands of people, followed thousands of leads, and worked around the clock to identify the killer. The break came when Kenneth Bianchi, one of the killers, moved to Bellingham, Washington, and killed 2 more women. He was arrested, and under intense pressure, he confessed and implicated his cousin, Angelo Buono. The trial, a legal marathon. The trial of Angelo Buono began in November 1981. It would become the longest criminal trial in American history to that point, lasting nearly 2 years. The prosecution's case was built on the testimony of Kenneth Bianchi, who had agreed to testify against his cousin in exchange for a life sentence rather than the death penalty. But Bianchi was a problematic witness. He was a confessed killer, a liar, and a manipulator, and the defense attacked his credibility relentlessly. The trial was a marathon. The prosecution called more than 400 witnesses. The defense called dozens more. The testimony was graphic, detailing the torture and murder of the victims. The courtroom was packed with spectators, and the press coverage was intense. Through it all, Buono sat impassively, maintaining his innocence. On November 12, 1983, after more than 2 years of trial and 8 days of deliberation, the jury returned its verdict. Angelo Buono was found guilty of 9 counts of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Kenneth Bianchi, who had testified against his cousin, was sentenced to life in prison as well. The legacy, a case that defined an era. The Hillside Stranglers case left a lasting imprint on Los Angeles and on American culture. It was a case that exposed the dark underbelly of the city, the violence that lurked beneath the glamour of Hollywood. It was also a case that tested the capacity of the legal system to handle complex, multi-defendant murder trials. The nearly 2-year trial of Angelo Buono set a record for length, and it raised questions about the efficiency of the justice system and the rights of defendants. Today, the Hillside Stranglers are remembered as 2 of the most notorious serial killers in American history. Their crimes terrorized Los Angeles for months, and their trial captivated the nation. The case remains a landmark in the history of American criminal justice, a reminder of the capacity for evil that can lurk beneath the surface of ordinary life. The Yorkshire Ripper, 1981. Peter Sutcliffe and the police failures that shamed a nation. Between 1975 and 1980, the counties of West Yorkshire and Greater Manchester were held captive by a terror that would come to be known as the Yorkshire Ripper case. Peter Sutcliffe, a mild-mannered truck driver from Bradford, murdered 13 women and attempted to murder 7 more, targeting prostitutes and working-class women who, in the eyes of the police, seemed to matter less than other victims. When Sutcliffe was finally apprehended in 1981, the investigation that followed exposed a litany of police failures, missed opportunities, institutional bias, and a staggering incompetence that had allowed a serial killer to roam free for 5 years. The trial of Peter Sutcliffe at the Old Bailey became a watershed moment in British criminal justice, forcing the nation to confront uncomfortable truths about class, gender, and the ways in which the police prioritized some victims over others. The crimes, a pattern of violence. Peter Sutcliffe was born in Bingley, West Yorkshire, in 1946. He was a quiet, unassuming man who worked as a truck driver and seemed to his neighbors and colleagues to be entirely ordinary. But beneath this facade lurked a sadistic killer whose hatred of women had been festering for years. In 1975, he began his killing spree. The first confirmed victim was Wilma McCann, a 28-year-old mother of four, who was found dead in a Leeds park in October 1975. She had been attacked with a hammer and stabbed repeatedly. Over the following months and years, more women were found dead across West Yorkshire. Emily Jackson, Irene Richardson, Patricia Atkinson, Jane MacDonald, Jean Jordan, Helen Ritka, Vera Millward, Josephine Whitaker, Barbara Leach, Marguerite Walls, and Jacqueline Hill. The victims were mostly prostitutes, but as the killings continued, Sutcliffe began to target any woman who was alone at night. The police investigation was massive. The West Yorkshire Police, led by Assistant Chief Constable George Oldfield, mounted one of the largest manhunts in British history. They interviewed thousands of people, followed thousands of leads, and spent millions of pounds. But the investigation was plagued from the start by a fatal flaw. The police believed that the killer was only targeting prostitutes, and they treated the victims accordingly. The police failures. A catalog of incompetence. The Yorkshire Ripper case exposed a litany of police failures that would shame the West Yorkshire Police for decades. The investigation was marked by a staggering bias against the victims. Because many of the victims were prostitutes, the police assumed that the killer was someone who moved in the same circles, a client, a pimp, someone who was also part of the criminal underworld. They did not consider that the killer might be an ordinary man from a respectable background. The most egregious failure came in 1979, when the police received a tape recording purportedly from the killer. The tape, which was sent to Assistant Chief Constable Oldfield, featured a man's voice with a Wearside accent, taunting the police. Oldfield became obsessed with the idea that the killer was from Sunderland, and he diverted massive resources to chasing this lead. The Wearside Jack tape, as it came to be known, was a hoax, but it consumed the investigation for years. During the 5 years that Sutcliffe was active, he was interviewed by police on 9 separate occasions. On one occasion, he was found sitting in his car with a prostitute with a hammer and a knife visible in the vehicle. The police did not search the car. On another occasion, he was stopped with false license plates. The police did not connect him to the killings. The failures were so egregious that the subsequent inquiry would describe them as a catalog of missed opportunities. The arrest and the trial. Sutcliffe was finally arrested in January 1981, not because of the massive police investigation, but because of a routine traffic stop. He was found with false license plates, and when police searched his car, they found a hammer, a knife, and a rope. He was taken into custody, and within days, he confessed to the murders. The trial of Peter Sutcliffe began at the Old Bailey in May 1981. The prosecution, led by Sir Michael Havers, the Attorney General, presented the case against Sutcliffe. The defense argued that Sutcliffe was not guilty by reason of insanity, claiming that he was suffering from paranoid schizophrenia and that he believed he had been commanded by God to kill prostitutes. The jury rejected the insanity defense and found Sutcliffe guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison with a recommendation that he never be released. Sutcliffe died in prison in 2020 at the age of 74. He had served nearly 40 years, but for the families of his victims, his death brought little closure. The legacy, a reckoning for British policing. The Yorkshire Ripper case was a watershed moment in British criminal justice. The subsequent inquiry, conducted by Sir Lawrence Byford, exposed the staggering failures of the West Yorkshire Police and led to sweeping reforms in the way that police forces handle major investigations. The case also forced the nation to confront the ways in which the police had devalued the lives of working-class women and prostitutes. As the Byford report noted, the victims were not considered to be of the same importance as other members of the public, and this bias had allowed a serial killer to remain at large for 5 years. Today, the Yorkshire Ripper case is remembered as a cautionary tale about the dangers of institutional bias and the importance of treating all victims with equal dignity. The names of the women who died, Wilma McCann, Emily Jackson, Irene Richardson, Patricia Atkinson, Jane MacDonald, Jean Jordan, Helen Ritka, Vera Millward, Josephine Whitaker, Barbara Leach, Marguerite Walls, and Jacqueline Hill are a reminder of the human cost of police incompetence and the enduring need for reform. The Jean Harris Case, 1980. The Headmistress and the Scarsdale Diet Doctor. On the evening of March 10, 1980, Dr. Herman Tarnower, the cardiologist who had achieved international fame as the author of the Scarsdale Diet, was shot dead in his Westchester County home. The woman who pulled the trigger was Jean Harris, the 56-year-old headmistress of the prestigious Madeira School for Girls, a woman of impeccable credentials and social standing who had been Tarnower's lover for 14 years. The trial that followed became a national sensation, a case that explored the pressures on professional women, the complexities of middle-age romance, and the legal definition of murder. Jean Harris was convicted of murder, but the case became a symbol of the struggles faced by women who had fought for success in a world that was not yet ready to accept them. The lovers, Jean Harris and Herman Tarnower. Jean Harris was a woman of extraordinary achievement. Born in 1923, she had risen through the ranks of American education to become the headmistress of the Madeira School, one of the most prestigious girls' schools in the country. She was respected, admired, and known for her dedication to her students. Herman Tarnower was a cardiologist who had built a medical empire in Westchester County. He was wealthy, charismatic, and famous for his diet book, which had sold millions of copies. Harris and Tarnower had been lovers for 14 years. Their relationship was intense but tumultuous. Tarnower was a womanizer who refused to commit to Harris, and she had endured years of humiliation as he pursued other women. By 1980, Harris was exhausted, depressed, and dependent on a cocktail of prescription drugs that clouded her judgment. On the night of March 10th, she drove to Tarnower's home with a gun in her glove compartment, intending, she later claimed, to kill herself in his presence. What happened in the bedroom of Tarnower's home was disputed. According to Harris, she and Tarnower argued, and in the struggle over the gun, it went off, wounding him. According to the prosecution, Harris shot Tarnower deliberately after he told her that he was ending their relationship. Tarnower died of his wounds the following day. The trial, a symbol of class and gender. The trial of Jean Harris began in November 1980. It was a media sensation from the start. The courtroom was packed with reporters. The newspapers covered every detail. The public was captivated by the story of the elegant headmistress and the famous doctor. The case became a symbol of the pressures on professional women, the difficulties of middle-age romance, and the double standards that govern the treatment of women in the criminal justice system. The prosecution argued that Harris had killed Tarnower in cold blood, that she had been driven by jealousy and rage, and that she had intended to murder him. The defense argued that Harris was not guilty of murder, that she had gone to Tarnower's home to kill herself, and that the shooting was an accident. The jury was not persuaded. After 17 days of deliberation, they returned a verdict of guilty of second-degree murder. Harris was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. The aftermath and the legacy. Jean Harris spent 12 years in prison before being released on parole in 1992. She died in 2012 at the age of 89. In the years after her release, she wrote a memoir and became an advocate for prison reform. The case, however, never lost its hold on the public imagination. It was a case that raised questions about the nature of justice, the treatment of women in the criminal justice system, and the pressures that drove a woman of extraordinary achievement to the brink of despair. The Jean Harris case is remembered today as a symbol of an era, a time when professional women were still navigating a world that had not yet fully accepted them, when the double standards of the past were colliding with the aspirations of the future. It is a case that continues to resonate, a reminder that the pursuit of justice is never simple, and that the lives of even the most successful among us are shaped by forces we cannot always control. The Maribel Trial, 1968. The Child Who Killed. On the morning of May 25, 1968, the body of 4-year-old Martin Brown was discovered in a derelict house in the Scotswood district of Newcastle upon Tyne. He had been strangled. 3 months later, on July 31st, the body of 3-year-old Brian Howe was found on a piece of waste ground in the same neighborhood. He had been strangled, and his body had been mutilated. The investigation led to two 11-year-old girls, Mary Bell and Norma Bell, no relation, who had been seen in the areas where the boys had died. What followed was one of the most haunting trials in British legal history, a case that forced the nation to confront the reality of child killers and raised profound questions about the nature of evil, the effects of abuse on violent behavior, and the capacity of the justice system to deal with children who commit murder. The crimes in the investigation. Mary Bell was born in 1957 in Newcastle upon Tyne. Her childhood was marked by neglect, abuse, and trauma. Her mother, Betty Bell, was a prostitute who frequently brought clients to the family home and who subjected Mary to physical and emotional abuse. By the age of 11, Mary had developed a pattern of violent behavior that would culminate in the murders of Martin Brown and Brian Howe. The investigation into the boys' deaths focused quickly on Mary and her friend Norma Bell. The two girls had been seen in the areas where the bodies were found, and their behavior after the murders was suspicious. When questioned by police, Mary gave conflicting accounts of her whereabouts, and she was eventually charged with the murders. The trial of Mary Bell and Norma Bell began at Newcastle Assizes in December 1968. The prosecution presented a case that was both horrifying and heartbreaking. They showed that Mary had strangled Martin Brown and Brian Howe, that she had mutilated Brian's body, and that she had left notes at the scene of one of the crimes. The defense argued that Mary was not responsible for her actions, that she had been driven to violence by years of abuse, and that she was, in the words of her attorney, a product of her environment. The verdict and the aftermath. The jury found Mary Bell guilty of manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility. Norma Bell was acquitted. Mary was sentenced to be detained at Her Majesty's pleasure, an indeterminate sentence that meant she would be held in a secure unit until she was deemed no longer a threat to society. She was 12 years old. Mary Bell spent 12 years in detention before being released in 1980. She was granted anonymity, and she has lived out the remainder of her life in relative obscurity. The case, however, has never been forgotten. It raised questions that continue to haunt the legal system. What do we do with children who kill? How do we balance the need for punishment with the recognition that children are shaped by forces beyond their control? And how do we protect society from those who have already shown a capacity for violence? The legacy, a case that changed the law. The Mary Bell case was a watershed moment in British legal history. It forced the nation to confront the reality that children can be capable of horrific violence, and it raised questions about the nature of evil and the effects of abuse on violent behavior. The case also led to changes in the way that the legal system deals with child offenders, including the establishment of secure units for young offenders and the development of treatment programs for children who have committed violent crimes. Today, the Mary Bell case is remembered as one of the most haunting in British history. It is a case that defies easy answers, a reminder that the line between victim and perpetrator is not always clear, and that the children who commit the most horrific crimes are often themselves the victims of horrors that we can barely imagine. The O.J. Simpson trial, 1995. The trial of the century. On the night of June 12, 1994, Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman were found stabbed to death outside her condominium in the Brentwood neighborhood of Los Angeles. Within days, the investigation had focused on Nicole's ex-husband, O.J. Simpson, a Hall of Fame football player, broadcaster, and actor who was one of the most beloved figures in American popular culture. The case that followed would become the most sensational criminal trial in American history. The trial of the century, as it came to be known, was not merely a prosecution for murder, but a cultural phenomenon that exposed deep national divisions over race, celebrity, and police misconduct. More than 150 million people watched the televised verdict on October 3, 1995, when the jury found O.J. Simpson not guilty of the murders. The athlete and the victims. Orenthal James Empson was born in San Francisco in 1947. He rose from a childhood marked by poverty to become one of the greatest football players of his generation. At the University of Southern California, he won the Heisman Trophy in 1968, and he went on to a Hall of Fame career with the Buffalo Bills. After retiring from football, he became a successful broadcaster and actor, a man who seemed to transcend race and class. In 1985, Simpson married Nicole Brown, a young woman he had met when she was 17. The marriage was marked by violence. Police were called to the Simpson home multiple times on reports of domestic violence, and in 1989, Simpson pleaded no contest to spousal abuse. The couple divorced in 1992, but they remained in contact. On June 12, 1994, Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman were found dead outside her condominium. The investigation and the trial. The investigation focused on Simpson almost immediately. Blood was found at the scene, and a trail of blood drops led to Simpson's home. When Simpson was asked to surrender, he instead fled in a white Ford Bronco driven by his friend Al Cowlings, leading police on a slow-speed chase across the Los Angeles freeways that was broadcast live to an estimated 95 million viewers. The trial opened on January 24, 1995. The prosecution, led by Marcia Clark and Christopher Darden, built a case on DNA evidence, a history of domestic violence, and a timeline that suggested Simpson had the opportunity to commit the murders. The defense, led by Johnny Cochran, mounted a relentless attack on the integrity of the evidence, arguing that the investigation had been tainted by racism. The linchpin of this argument was Detective Mark Furman, whose use of racial slurs was exposed in audio recordings. The trial was broadcast live on court TV, and the nation watched as Simpson tried on the gloves found at the crime scene, a moment that gave rise to Cochran's famous refrain, "If it doesn't fit, you must acquit." On October 3, 1995, after 9 months of trial and just 3 hours of deliberation, the jury returned a verdict of not guilty. The aftermath and the legacy. The reaction to the verdict was starkly divided along racial lines. Polls showed that while most white Americans believed Simpson was guilty, most Black Americans believed he was innocent. The division reflected deep and enduring differences in how Black and white Americans viewed the criminal justice system. Simpson was later found liable for the wrongful deaths of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman in a civil trial. But the criminal acquittal stood. He died on April 10, 2024, at the age of 76. The O.J. Simpson trial left an indelible mark on American culture. It transformed the media landscape, demonstrating the power of cable news and the appetite for true crime content. It exposed deep racial divisions that continue to shape American politics and culture. And it raised profound questions about the role of celebrity in the justice system, about the reliability of forensic evidence, and about the capacity of the legal system to achieve justice in cases that capture the nation's attention. Today, the case is remembered as a watershed moment in American history, a trial that forced the nation to confront its deepest divisions, and that left a legacy of questions that have never been fully answered. The verdict may have acquitted Simpson, but the public has continued to deliberate for 3 decades, a reminder that the search for truth does not end when the jury leaves the courtroom. The Jodi Arias trial, 2013, Sex, Lies, and Murder in the Age of Social Media. On June 4, 2008, Travis Alexander, a 30-year-old motivational speaker and aspiring author, was found dead in the shower of his Mesa, Arizona home. He had been shot in the face, stabbed 27 times, and his throat had been slit from ear to ear. The brutality of the crime was staggering, but the investigation that followed would reveal a story far more complex than a simple murder. The prime suspect was Alexander's ex-girlfriend, Jodi Arias, a 30-year-old waitress and aspiring photographer who had been obsessed with Alexander, stalked him after their breakup, and ultimately traveled nearly 1,000 miles to confront him in his home. The trial that followed, which began in January 2013, became a modern media sensation, broadcast live on cable television and dissected in real time on social media. The case combined elements of sex, violence, religion, and psychological manipulation, and it introduced the American public to a defendant whose shifting stories, courtroom demeanor, and eventual conviction made her one of the most reviled figures of her generation. The Jodi Arias trial was the first great murder trial of the social media age, and it set a new standard for how the public consumes true crime. The victim and the accused. Travis Alexander was born in Riverside, California in 1977 and raised in a devout Mormon family. He moved to Mesa, Arizona in the early 2000s to work for Prepaid Legal Services, a multi-level marketing company, and quickly established himself as a rising star in the organization. He was charismatic, handsome, and driven, and he had ambitions to become a motivational speaker and author. He was also a practicing Mormon who had served a mission and who, by all accounts, was looking for a wife to settle down with. Jodi Arias was born in 1980 in Salinas, California. Her childhood was marked by instability. Her parents had a volatile marriage, and she later claimed that she had been sexually abused as a child. She dropped out of high school and drifted through a series of jobs, eventually moving to Palm Springs, where she worked as a waitress and began pursuing a career in photography. She was intelligent, creative, and deeply insecure, and she had a pattern of becoming intensely attached to the men she dated. When she met Travis Alexander at a prepaid legal services conference in Las Vegas in 2006, she was immediately drawn to his confidence and charisma. Arias and Alexander began a sexual relationship shortly after they met. But there was a problem. Arias was not a Mormon, and Alexander's faith prohibited premarital sex. The relationship was a source of intense conflict for Alexander, who struggled to reconcile his physical desire for Arias with his religious beliefs. He encouraged her to convert, but she never did, and the relationship became increasingly volatile. Over the next 2 years, they broke up and reconciled multiple times. Arias became obsessed with Alexander, tracking his movements, hacking into his social media accounts, and showing up unannounced at his home. Alexander, for his part, continued to see Arias even as he dated other women. The relationship was toxic, marked by jealousy, manipulation, and, according to Arias, physical abuse. The murder, June 4, 2008. On the morning of June 4, 2008, Jodi Arias drove from her home in Yreka, California, to Mesa, Arizona, a distance of nearly 1,000 miles. She had rented a car, and she had taken the license plates off her own vehicle to avoid being tracked. She arrived at Alexander's home in the early afternoon. Alexander, who had been expecting her, let her in. What happened over the next several hours would become the subject of intense legal debate. Arias' story changed multiple times over the course of the investigation. She initially told police that she had not been in Mesa at the time of the murder. When evidence, including cell phone records and a gas can she had purchased on the way, contradicted her story, she claimed that 2 masked intruders had broken into Alexander's home and killed him. Finally, after more than 2 years, she changed her story again, admitting that she had killed Alexander, but claiming it was in self-defense. According to Arias' final version of events, she and Alexander had spent the afternoon having sex and taking photographs, a fact that was confirmed by a camera found at the scene that contained explicit images of the couple taken just before the murder. Afterwards, she said, Alexander became angry, threw her to the ground, and attacked her. She claimed she had run to his closet to retrieve a gun, which she had brought with her, and that she had shot him when he charged at her. She then said she had stabbed him in a frenzy when he continued to attack her. The physical evidence told a different story. Alexander had been shot in the face with a .25 caliber pistol, but the gunshot wound was not immediately fatal. He had then been stabbed 27 times, including wounds to his back that suggested he was trying to flee. The final blow had been a slash across his throat so deep that he was nearly decapitated. The crime scene suggested a crime of rage, not of self-defense. The positioning of the body, the multiple wounds, and the fact that Alexander had been shot after being stabbed all contradicted Arias' account. The trial, a media sensation. The trial of Jodi Arias began on January 2, 2013, in Maricopa County Superior Court, before Judge Sherry Stevens. The prosecution was led by Juan Martinez, a seasoned prosecutor known for his aggressive style. The defense was led by Kirk Nurmi, a public defender who would later write a book about his experience representing Arias. The trial was broadcast live on HLN, and it quickly became a cultural phenomenon. The trial had all the elements of a media sensation. There was sex. The explicit photographs of Arias and Alexander taken on the day of the murder were introduced as evidence. And Arias testified in graphic detail about her sexual relationship with Alexander. There was violence. The photographs of Alexander's body, his throat slashed, his body covered in blood, were shown to the jury. There was a defendant who was simultaneously sympathetic and terrifying. Arias was attractive, articulate, and poised on the stand, but her shifting stories and her calm demeanor as she described the killing suggested a capacity for deception that unsettled observers. The most dramatic moments of the trial came when Arias took the stand. Over 18 days of testimony, she described her childhood, her relationship with Alexander, and the events of June 4, 2008. She claimed that Alexander had physically abused her, that he had forced her to perform sexual acts against her will, and that he had become violent on the day of the murder. Her testimony was riveting, but it was also contradictory. She had told the police one story, then another, then another. Her credibility was shattered, and the prosecution used her own words to undermine her self-defense claim. Martinez, the prosecutor, became a celebrity in his own right. His cross-examination of Arias was relentless, and his closing argument was widely praised for its force and clarity. He argued that Arias had killed Alexander out of jealousy, that she had planned the murder for weeks, and that her self-defense claim was a fabrication. He pointed to the evidence of premeditation: the gas cans, the rental car, the removal of her license plates, the gun she had brought with her. The verdict and sentencing. On May 8, 2013, after more than 4 months of testimony and 15 hours of deliberation, the jury returned its verdict. Arias was found guilty of first-degree murder. The verdict was not unanimous on the question of premeditation. One juror found Arias guilty of second-degree murder, but the others found her guilty of the more serious charge. The conviction carried a mandatory sentence of either life in prison or death. The penalty phase of the trial was almost as dramatic as the guilt phase. The prosecution sought the death penalty, arguing that the brutality of the crime warranted the ultimate punishment. The defense presented witnesses who testified about Arias's troubled childhood, her history of abuse, and her psychological problems. But the jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict on the death penalty, and the judge ultimately sentenced Arias to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In a separate proceeding, the judge also sentenced Arias to an additional 25 years for the murder of Travis Alexander, to be served consecutively to her life sentence. Arias was transported to the Arizona State Prison Complex in Perryville, where she remains incarcerated. She has continued to maintain that she acted in self-defense, and her appeals have been denied. Legacy: the first trial of the social media age. The Jodi Arias trial was a watershed moment in the history of true crime. It was the first major murder trial to be consumed in real time on social media, and it set a template for the coverage of criminal trials that would be followed in the years to come. The case demonstrated the power of cable television to turn a trial into a form of entertainment, and it showed how social media could amplify the voices of millions of viewers who were following the case from their living rooms. The trial also raised questions about the role of the media in criminal justice. The coverage was often sensational, with talking heads dissecting every detail of Arias' testimony, her appearance, her demeanor. Critics argued that the coverage turned a serious proceeding into a circus, that it prejudiced the jury, and that it exploited the tragedy of Travis Alexander's death for ratings. Defenders of the coverage argued that it was a form of public accountability, that the public had a right to see how the justice system worked, and that the trial was a legitimate subject of public interest. The case also left a lasting imprint on the participants. Juan Martinez, the prosecutor, became a celebrity, appearing on television and writing a book about the case. Kirk Nurmi, the defense attorney, later sued Arias, claiming that she had made defamatory statements about him. The families of Travis Alexander and Jodi Arias have lived with the aftermath of the trial for more than a decade, and the case continues to be the subject of documentaries, podcasts, and books. The Andrea Yates case, 2001. The mother who drowned her children. On the morning of June 20, 2001, in a modest house in the Houston suburb of Clear Lake, Andrea Yates did the unthinkable. She filled a bathtub with water and, one by one, drowned her 5 children: Noah, 7, John, 5, Paul, 3, Luke, 2, and Mary, 6 months. She then called her husband, Rusty, and told him to come home, and she called 911 and told the operator, "I killed my children." The case that followed would become one of the most wrenching and divisive in American legal history, a case that pitted the demands of criminal justice against the reality of severe mental illness. Andrea Yates was suffering from profound postpartum psychosis at the time of the killings, a condition that had been diagnosed and treated, but that had never been adequately addressed by a medical system that failed her repeatedly. Her trial and its aftermath sparked a national debate about the nature of criminal responsibility, the treatment of mentally ill mothers, and the capacity of the legal system to distinguish between evil and madness. The Yates family and the descent into illness. Andrea Yates was born in Houston in 1964, the youngest of 5 children. She was a gifted student, graduating from high school with honors and attending nursing school, where she earned a degree and worked briefly as a nurse. She married Russell Rusty Yates in 1993, a man she had met while both were living in Houston. Rusty Yates was a computer engineer at NASA, and the couple moved into a house in Clear Lake, a suburb southeast of Houston, where they began to build a family. The first child, Noah, was born in 1994. The pregnancy and delivery were uncomplicated, but Andrea's mental health began to deteriorate after his birth. She experienced episodes of depression and anxiety, and she was briefly hospitalized after a suicide attempt. She was diagnosed with postpartum depression and began taking medication that seemed to stabilize her condition. But the pattern repeated with each subsequent child. With each pregnancy, Andrea's mental health declined further. And with each decline, she was hospitalized, treated, and released, only to become pregnant again. By the time Mary was born in 2000, Andrea had been hospitalized at least 3 times, diagnosed with major depressive disorder, and treated with a range of medications. She had also begun to develop psychotic symptoms, hearing voices and believing that she was possessed by demons. The family's religious environment compounded her illness. Rusty Yates was deeply involved with a charismatic Christian preacher named Michael Warrenecki, who traveled the country with his family, preaching a message of sin and redemption. The Warreneckis preached that mothers who neglected their children were sinful and that the world was filled with evil. Andrea, already struggling with her mental health, absorbed these messages and began to believe that she was a bad mother, that her children were not being raised properly, and that they were in danger of going to hell. June 20th, 2001, the murders. On the morning of June 20th, 2001, Rusty Yates left for work shortly after 9 a.m. He had been working the night shift, and he had arranged for a babysitter, Andrea's mother, to come later in the morning to help Andrea with the children. But by the time Rusty left, Andrea's mental state had already deteriorated beyond her ability to control. After Rusty left, Andrea began to fill the bathtub. She told police later that she had been hearing voices and that she believed that Satan was inside her. She thought that if she killed her children, she would save them from going to hell, that they would go to heaven, where they would be safe, and that she would follow them after being executed for their murders. She called Noah into the bathroom first. He was 7 years old enough to understand what was happening, old enough to try to escape. Police later reported that Noah had defensive wounds on his hands, evidence that he had struggled against his mother as she held him under the water. She drowned him, then laid his body on the floor. She called John next, then Paul, then Luke, then Mary. She drowned each of them in turn, placing them side by side on the floor when she was finished. When all 5 children were dead, Andrea called Rusty at work. "You need to come home," she said. Rusty, who had learned to recognize the signs of his wife's deterioration, drove home immediately. When he arrived, Andrea was standing in the living room. "I killed them," she said. Rusty ran to the bathroom and found the bodies of his 5 children arranged on the floor. The trial, guilty but mentally ill. Andrea Yates was arrested and charged with 2 counts of capital murder. The case was assigned to a state district judge, and prosecutors announced their intention to seek the death penalty. What followed was a legal battle that would expose the inadequacies of the Texas mental health system and the limitations of the state's insanity defense. Under Texas law at the time, a defendant could be found not guilty by reason of insanity only if they could prove that they were so severely mentally ill that they did not know their actions were wrong. The standard was derived from the Monotone Rule, a 19th century English legal test that asked whether the defendant knew the difference between right and wrong at the time of the crime. Andrea Yates knew that what she was doing was wrong. She had called the police and told them she had killed her children, and she had told Rusty the same. Under the strict interpretation of the law, she could not be found not guilty by reason of insanity. The prosecution argued that Yates had planned the killings, that she had waited for Rusty to leave before acting, and that she had called the police afterward. These actions, they argued, demonstrated that she knew what she was doing was wrong. The defense argued that Yates was suffering from severe postpartum psychosis, that she was delusional, and that her belief that killing her children was necessary to save them from hell meant that she did not have the capacity to understand the moral implications of her actions. The trial ended in March 2002 with a verdict that satisfied no one. The jury found Andrea Yates guilty of capital murder, but rejected the death penalty, sentencing her to life in prison with the possibility of parole. The verdict was accompanied by a finding of guilty but mentally ill, a legal category in Texas that allowed for treatment in prison, but did not recognize the severity of her illness. The appeal and the retrial. The verdict was appealed, and in 2005, the Texas First Court of Appeals overturned the conviction. The court found that a prosecution expert witness had given false testimony about a television show he had watched that might have influenced his conclusions. The show was an episode of the legal drama Law and Order that had featured a woman who drowned her children and was found not guilty by reason of insanity, a plot that the expert claimed he had never seen. The retrial began in July 2006, and this time the outcome was different. The jury, which was instructed on the insanity defense more carefully than the first jury had been, deliberated for just 3 hours before reaching a verdict, not guilty by reason of insanity. Andrea Yates was committed to the North Texas State Hospital, a state mental health facility in Vernon, where she has remained ever since. Legacy, a case that changed the conversation. The Andrea Yates case transformed the national conversation about postpartum mental illness. Before Yates, postpartum depression was understood as a relatively mild condition, a temporary adjustment to motherhood that was treated with counseling and, in some cases, medication. The Yates case brought attention to the far more severe condition of postpartum psychosis, a rare but devastating illness that affects approximately 1 to 2 out of every 1,000 women who give birth. The symptoms include delusions, hallucinations, and a profound disconnection from reality, symptoms that, when untreated, can lead to the kind of tragedy that occurred in the Yates home. The case also exposed the failures of the mental health system. Andrea Yates had been hospitalized repeatedly, had been diagnosed with severe mental illness, and had been prescribed medications that were discontinued or changed without adequate supervision. Her husband, Rusty, had been warned by her psychiatrist not to leave her alone with the children, and yet she was left alone on the morning of June 20th because her mother was delayed and because the family could not afford the help they needed. In the years since the Yates case, many states have reformed their laws regarding postpartum mental illness, and awareness of postpartum psychosis has grown. But the case remains a cautionary tale, a reminder that the line between sanity and madness can be thinner than we imagine, and that the capacity for tragedy lies not only in the hearts of monsters, but in the lives of ordinary people who have been failed by the systems that are supposed to protect them. The Robert Blake trial, 2005, Hollywood murder, and an acquittal that shocked the nation. On the evening of May 4, 2001, actor Robert Blake, best known for his role in the film In Cold Blood and the 1970s television series Beretta, drove his wife, Bonnie Lee Bakley, to Vitello's restaurant in Studio City, California. After dinner, the couple returned to their car, which was parked on a nearby street. What happened next would become one of Hollywood's most sensational murder trials. Bakley was found shot in the head, slumped in the passenger seat. Blake claimed that after escorting his wife to the car, he had returned to the restaurant to retrieve a gun he had left behind. When he returned, he found Bakley dying. The investigation that followed, and the trial that culminated in a dramatic acquittal in 2005, captivated the nation, exposing the dark underbelly of celebrity culture, the complexities of circumstantial evidence, and the enduring power of reasonable doubt. The players, Robert Blake and Bonnie Lee Bakley. Robert Blake was born Michael Gubitosi in Nutley, New Jersey in 1933. He began his career as a child actor, appearing in the Our Gang comedies under the name Mickey Gubitosi. He achieved enduring fame with 2 iconic performances, as the killer Perry Smith in the 1967 film adaptation of Truman Capote's In Cold Blood, and as the streetwise detective Tony Beretta in the television series Beretta, which ran from 1975 to 1978. For his work on Beretta, Blake won an Emmy Award. He was by any measure a Hollywood success story, But his personal life was marked by instability, including a troubled marriage to actress Sandra Blake that ended in divorce, and a reputation for volatility that would later become a focus of the investigation. Bonnie Lee Bakley was a figure from a different stratum of Hollywood. Born in New Jersey in 1956, she had spent her life in pursuit of celebrity, moving to Los Angeles in the 1980s, and cultivating relationships with a series of famous men. She had been married 10 times, had relationships with Jerry Lee Lewis and other celebrities, and had a child with Marlon Brando's son, Christian Brando. By the time she met Robert Blake in 2000, she was living on the margins of Hollywood, a woman whose name was known to tabloid readers, but whose life was far from the glamour she sought. Blake and Bakley's relationship began inauspiciously. They met at a jazz club in Los Angeles, and Blake, who was in his late 60s, found himself drawn to the much younger woman. When Bakley became pregnant, Blake agreed to marry her, though he later described the marriage as a mistake. Their daughter, Rosie, was born in 2000. The marriage was volatile from the start. Blake would later testify that he felt trapped and that Bakley had deceived him about her past and her intentions. The shooting and the investigation. The shooting occurred on May 4, 2001, just over a year after Blake and Bakley married. According to Blake's account, the couple had dinner at Vitello's restaurant, and afterward, he walked Bakley to his car, which was parked across the street. He claimed that when they reached the vehicle, he realized he had left his handgun, a weapon he carried because he had received threats, in the restaurant. He left Bakley in the car and returned to the restaurant to retrieve it. When he came back, he found Bakley shot in the head. Blake flagged down a passerby and asked them to call 911. When police arrived, they found Blake distraught and Bakley dying. She was transported to a hospital where she was pronounced dead shortly after arrival. The gun used in the shooting was never found. The investigation that followed was immediate and intense. The Los Angeles Police Department focused on Blake almost from the outset, and within days, he was a suspect. The case was complicated by Blake's celebrity status. The media coverage was relentless, and the public was fascinated by the story of the beloved actor and his sordid marriage to a woman whose life was a tabloid fixture. The prosecution's case was built on circumstantial evidence. They argued that Blake had hired 2 men to kill Bakley, that he had planned the murder for months, and that his story about returning to the restaurant for the gun was a fabrication. They presented evidence that Blake had asked former stuntmen and other acquaintances to kill Bakley, though none had followed through. They also presented evidence that Blake had been seen near the scene of the shooting in the moments before it occurred. The trial, a Hollywood spectacle. The trial of Robert Blake began on December 17, 2004, in Los Angeles Superior Court, presided over by Judge Darlene Shemp. The proceedings were a media sensation. Every day, the courtroom was packed with journalists, spectators, and the curious. Blake, who had spent time in jail awaiting trial, was free on bail, and he arrived at the courthouse each day in a limousine, often accompanied by his daughter, Rosie. The prosecution's case was lengthy and detailed, but it suffered from a lack of direct evidence. They called witnesses who testified about Blake's alleged attempts to hire someone to kill Bakley, but none of those attempts had resulted in an actual murder. They presented forensic evidence that was inconclusive, and they argued that Blake's behavior after the shooting, including his failure to immediately summon help, was consistent with that of a guilty man. The defense's case was built on a single, powerful argument: reasonable doubt. The defense attorney, Gerald Schwartzbach, in his closing argument, famously held up a photograph of the crime scene and told the jury, "This is what the prosecution's case looks like." He argued that the prosecution had failed to present any physical evidence linking Blake to the shooting, that the witnesses they had called were unreliable, and that the investigation had been flawed from the start. One of the most dramatic moments of the trial came when Blake took the stand in his own defense. For 2 days, he testified about his life, his marriage, and the events of the night Bakley died. He was emotional, sometimes tearful, and he presented himself as a man who had been wrongly accused. "I loved her," he said of Bakley. "I didn't love her behavior. I didn't love her ways, but I loved her." The verdict, acquittal, and aftermath. On March 16, 2005, after more than 3 months of trial and 8 days of deliberation, the jury returned its verdict. The courtroom was packed, and the nation was watching. The verdict, not guilty on all charges. The acquittal shocked many observers who had followed the case. The prosecution had presented a compelling narrative of a man who had grown to hate his wife and had taken steps to eliminate her. But the jury had concluded that the evidence was insufficient to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. "We had a lot of doubt," one juror said after the verdict. "There was no physical evidence, no witnesses, no confession. We couldn't send a man to prison based on what they gave us." The verdict was not, however, the end of Blake's legal troubles. In the civil trial that followed, a jury found Blake liable for Bakley's wrongful death and ordered him to pay $30 million to Bakley's family. The judgment, which Blake never paid, left him financially ruined. Blake died on March 9, 2023, at the age of 89, of heart disease. The Casey Anthony trial, 2011, the mother America loved to hate. On July 15, 2008, Cindy Anthony called 911 to report that her 2-year-old granddaughter, Kaylee Anthony, had been missing for 31 days. The call was placed after Cindy had confronted her daughter, Casey Anthony, who had been telling friends and family that Kaylee was with a nanny named Zenaida Gonzalez. The investigation that followed would reveal a labyrinth of lies, a party girl's secret life, and a little girl whose remains would not be found until December, hidden in a garbage bag in a wooded area near her home. The trial of Casey Anthony for the murder of her daughter became a media phenomenon, a case that captivated the nation and exposed the deepest anxieties about motherhood, morality, and the criminal justice system. When the jury returned a verdict of not guilty on the murder charges in July 2011, the public reaction was swift and furious. Casey Anthony became one of the most reviled figures in American history, a woman whose acquittal seemed to defy the evidence, and whose name became synonymous with the failure of justice. The disappearance and the investigation. Kaylee Marie Anthony was born on August 9, 2005, to Casey Anthony and a father whose identity Casey never revealed. The family lived in Orlando, Florida, in a house owned by Casey's parents, George and Cindy Anthony. Casey, who was 22 at the time of Kaylee's disappearance, had a history of lying and a lifestyle that seemed incompatible with being a responsible mother. She spent her time with friends, frequented bars and clubs, and had told elaborate lies about her employment and her life. She claimed to work at Universal Studios, a fiction that would later unravel when detectives took her to the studio, and she was forced to admit she had not worked there for years. On June 16, 2008, Kaylee was last seen alive by her grandparents. Cindy Anthony later testified that she had seen Casey and Kaylee leave the house that day, and that she had not seen either of them for several weeks. Casey told a different story. She claimed that she had left Kaylee with a nanny, Zenaida Gonzalez, while she went to work. But when Cindy began to investigate, she discovered that there was no nanny, that Casey had not been employed for months, and that Kaylee was nowhere to be found. The 911 call that Cindy placed on July 15th was the beginning of a case that would grip the nation. Within days, Casey Anthony was arrested and charged with child neglect. As the investigation widened, the charges escalated. The discovery of human remains in a wooded area near the Anthony home in December 2008 led to the filing of first-degree murder charges. The remains were identified as Kaylee's through DNA analysis. A heart-shaped sticker, similar to stickers found in Casey's bedroom, was found on the duct tape that had been placed over Kaylee's mouth. The investigation revealed a portrait of Casey Anthony that was deeply troubling. She had not reported her daughter missing for 31 days. During that time, she had been seen partying with friends, dancing at clubs, getting a tattoo that read, "Bella Vita," beautiful life, and living a life that seemed unburdened by the absence of her child. She had told friends that Kaylee was with a nanny, that she was with her mother, that she was with a friend. The lies were elaborate, and they continued even after her arrest. The trial, a media circus. The trial of Casey Anthony began on May 24, 2011, in Orlando, Florida, before Judge Belvin Perry. The prosecution was led by Assistant State Attorneys Jeff Ashton and Linda Drain Burdick. The defense was led by Jose Baez, a relatively inexperienced attorney who would become famous for his role in the case. The trial was broadcast live on television, and it became an obsession for millions of Americans who followed every detail of the proceedings. The prosecution's case was built on circumstantial evidence. They argued that Casey Anthony had killed her daughter using chloroform, a substance that had been searched for on the family computer. They presented evidence of decomposition in the trunk of Casey's car, where a cadaver dog had alerted to the presence of human remains, and evidence of a smell that investigators described as the unmistakable odor of death. They argued that Casey's behavior after Kaylee's disappearance, the 31 days without reporting, the partying, the lies, was evidence of guilt. The prosecution also introduced the forensic evidence of the duct tape found on Kaylee's remains, which they argued had been placed there to suffocate the child. The defense, led by Baez, offered a different narrative. In his opening statement, Baez made a stunning revelation. He claimed that Kaylee had drowned accidentally in the family swimming pool on June 16, 2008, and that George Anthony, Casey's father, had helped cover up the death. The accusation, which George Anthony vehemently denied, was a calculated risk that shifted the focus of the trial away from Casey and toward the family dynamics that had shaped the case. The defense also argued that the forensic evidence was unreliable, that the odor in the car could have come from other sources, and that Casey's lies were the result of a dysfunctional family environment rather than evidence of murder. The most dramatic moment of the trial came when Casey Anthony took the stand in her own defense. Over several days of testimony, she described her relationship with her family, her daughter, and the events of the summer of 2008. She was composed, sometimes emotional, and she denied any involvement in Kaylee's death. She claimed that her father had been abusive, that he had molested her as a child, and that he had been the one who discovered Kaylee's body in the pool and insisted on covering it up. Her testimony was contradicted by much of the evidence, but it gave the jury a version of events that could explain the otherwise inexplicable. The verdict, not guilty. On July 5, 2011, after more than 2 months of testimony and less than 11 hours of deliberation, the jury returned its verdict. The courtroom was silent as the verdict was read. Not guilty of first-degree murder, not guilty of aggravated child abuse, not guilty of aggravated manslaughter. The jury found Casey Anthony guilty only of 4 misdemeanor counts of lying to law enforcement, for which she was sentenced to time served and released. The verdict stunned the nation. Outside the courthouse, crowds gathered, and there were audible gasps and cries of disbelief. In homes and offices across America, the reaction was swift and furious. Social media exploded with outrage. The verdict was denounced as a travesty of justice. Casey Anthony, who had been the subject of near universal suspicion, became one of the most hated figures in American history. The jurors, in interviews after the trial, explained their reasoning. They said that the prosecution had failed to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. There was no direct evidence linking Casey to Kaylee's death. The circumstantial evidence was open to interpretation. The defense had offered an alternative explanation for what had happened. The jurors believed that Casey was probably guilty, they said, but that was not enough. Under the law, they had to acquit. Aftermath and legacy. Casey Anthony left the Orange County Jail on July 17, 2011. Her face hidden from the cameras that had documented her every move for years. She retreated from public view, though she has since made occasional appearances, including a 2020 documentary in which she offered a new version of events, claiming that her father had been responsible for Kaylee's death, a claim that George Anthony has repeatedly denied. The Casey Anthony trial left a lasting imprint on American culture. It became a flashpoint for debates about the criminal justice system, the nature of reasonable doubt, and the role of media in shaping public perception. The case also highlighted the power of the internet to amplify outrage. The verdict was denounced on social media, in online forums, and in countless blogs and websites. It was one of the first major trials to be consumed in real time through social media, and it set a template for the coverage of criminal trials that would be followed in the years to come. For the family of Kaylee Anthony, the verdict was a devastating blow. They had watched as the case unfolded, had sat through the trial, had hoped for justice for the little girl whose short life had ended in tragedy. Instead, they received an acquittal that left them with no closure and no answers. The Casey Anthony case endures as a cautionary tale about the limits of circumstantial evidence and the power of reasonable doubt. It also endures as a story about motherhood, morality, and the ways in which we judge the women who fail to conform to our expectations. The George Zimmerman Trial, 2013. A verdict that shook a nation. On the night of February 26, 2012, in the gated community of the Retreat at Twin Lakes in Sanford, Florida, a 17-year-old boy walked to a convenience store to buy Skittles and a can of iced tea. He was returning to the home of his father's fiancée when he was spotted by a neighborhood watch volunteer named George Zimmerman. Zimmerman called the police non-emergency line to report a suspicious person. What happened in the minutes that followed would become one of the most consequential events in recent American history. Trayvon Martin, an unarmed black teenager, was shot and killed by Zimmerman, a man of mixed race who identified as Hispanic. The case that followed, and the trial that culminated in Zimmerman's acquittal on all charges, became a flashpoint for national debates on race, self-defense laws, and gun control. It gave birth to the Black Lives Matter movement and exposed deep divisions in American society that have only widened in the years since. The shooting, a confrontation in the rain. The Retreat at Twin Lakes was a townhouse complex in Sanford, a city of approximately 50,000 people in Central Florida. The community had experienced a series of burglaries in the months before the shooting, and George Zimmerman, a 28-year-old insurance fraud investigator who served as the neighborhood watch coordinator, was vigilant about reporting suspicious activity. On the evening of February 26, Trayvon Martin, a 17-year-old student at Dr. Michael M. Kropp High School in Miami, was visiting his father, Tracy Martin, who lived in the community with his fiancée. Trayvon had walked to a nearby 7-Eleven to purchase candy and a drink. He was returning to the house when Zimmerman spotted him from his SUV. Zimmerman called the Sanford Police Department at 7:09 p.m. He reported a suspicious person walking through the neighborhood, describing Martin as a real suspicious guy who was walking around looking about. The dispatcher asked whether Zimmerman was following the person. "Yeah," Zimmerman said. The dispatcher responded, "We don't need you to do that." Zimmerman continued to follow Martin despite the dispatcher's instruction. What happened next remains disputed. Zimmerman claimed that Martin attacked him, slamming his head against the sidewalk and attempting to reach for Zimmerman's holstered gun. He said he fired in self-defense. Witnesses reported hearing cries for help, followed by a single gunshot. Some witnesses said the voice crying for help was Zimmerman's. Others said it was Martin's. When police arrived, they found Martin dead, face down on the grass, with a bag of Skittles and a can of iced tea in his pocket. Zimmerman, who was bleeding from the back of his head and nose, was taken to the police station for questioning. The initial investigation did not result in an arrest. Sanford police cited Florida's Stand Your Ground law, which eliminated the duty to retreat before using deadly force in self-defense, as a factor in their decision not to charge Zimmerman. The law, enacted in 2005, was one of the broadest self-defense statutes in the nation, and police concluded that Zimmerman's claim of self-defense was credible under its provisions. The outcry. A movement emerges. For weeks, the shooting remained a local story. But on March 8th, Trayvon Martin's parents, Tracy Martin and Sabrina Fulton, held a news conference that began to draw national attention. They demanded answers and questioned why Zimmerman had not been arrested. The story gained momentum, fueled by social media and a Change.org petition that gathered more than 2 million signatures demanding Zimmerman's prosecution. On March 12th, the Sanford Police Department released the 911 tapes from the night of the shooting. The public heard Zimmerman's call to the dispatcher, and many heard what they believed to be Trayvon Martin's cries for help on the recordings. The tapes went viral, and the story exploded. Within days, the case had become a national obsession, covered by cable news networks around the clock. On March 20th, the Sanford City Commission held a special meeting to address the public outcry. Hundreds of protesters gathered outside City Hall, demanding justice for Trayvon Martin. The police chief stepped down temporarily, and the city manager resigned. The case was referred to a special prosecutor, Angela Corey of the state attorney's office in Jacksonville. On April 11th, nearly 6 weeks after the shooting, George Zimmerman was arrested and charged with a second-degree murder. He was released on bail the following day. The arrest did little to calm the public outcry. Protests continued across the country, and the case became a rallying point for those who saw Trayvon Martin's death as emblematic of racial profiling and the criminalization of black youth. It was in this climate that the Black Lives Matter movement was born. The movement, which would grow to become one of the most significant social justice campaigns of the 21st century, traces its origins directly to the Trayvon Martin case. When Zimmerman was acquitted, the movement would gain national prominence, and its message that Black lives are systematically devalued in American society would resonate far beyond the courtroom. The trial, race, self-defense, and reasonable doubt. The trial of George Zimmerman began on June 10, 2013 in Sanford, Florida, before Judge Deborah Nelson. The prosecution was led by Angela Corey and her team. The defense was led by Mark O'Mara and Don West. The case was one of the most closely watched trials in American history, with cable news providing gavel-to-gavel coverage. The prosecution's case was built on the argument that Zimmerman had profiled Martin, pursued him despite being told not to, and escalated the confrontation that led to the shooting. They presented witnesses who testified that Zimmerman had used racial slurs in the past, though none of those witnesses testified to hearing him use such language on the night of the shooting. They also presented forensic evidence that they argued contradicted Zimmerman's account of the struggle. The defense countered with a straightforward argument. Zimmerman acted in self-defense. They presented forensic evidence of Zimmerman's injuries, including photographs of the cuts on the back of his head and the swelling on his face. They called witnesses who testified that the voice crying for help on the 911 tape was Zimmerman's. And they invoked Florida's Stand Your Ground law, which allowed Zimmerman to use deadly force if he reasonably believed it was necessary to prevent death or great bodily harm. The most dramatic moment of the trial came when the prosecution called Rachel Jeantel, a friend of Trayvon Martin's, who had been on the phone with him in the minutes before the shooting. Jeantel testified that Martin had told her he was being followed by a creepy-ass cracker, and that he had tried to get away. She testified that she heard Martin ask, "Why are you following me?" and then heard a scuffle before the line went dead. Her testimony was powerful, but also halting. She was a difficult witness, and her credibility was attacked by the defense. On July 13, 2013, the jury, composed of 6 women, 5 of them white, returned after 16 hours of deliberation over 2 days. The verdict? Not guilty. The reaction? Protests and a movement. The verdict was announced at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Within hours, protests erupted in cities across the country. In Sanford, hundreds gathered outside the courthouse, many in tears, many shouting in anger. In New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, and other cities, crowds took to the streets, blocking traffic and chanting the name of Trayvon Martin. The reaction to the verdict was starkly divided along racial lines. Polls taken after the trial showed that while most white Americans believed the jury had reached the correct verdict, most Black Americans believed that Zimmerman had been guilty. The division reflected the same racial chasm that had been exposed by the O.J. Simpson trial nearly 2 decades earlier, a chasm that seemed, if anything, to have widened. The verdict also marked a turning point in the history of the Black Lives Matter movement. The movement, which had been organizing since Zimmerman's arrest, gained national prominence in the weeks and months after the verdict. Its message, that Black lives are systematically undervalued, that the criminal justice system fails to protect Black communities, that the killing of Trayvon Martin was not an isolated incident, but part of a pattern, found a receptive audience among those who had watched the trial and been outraged by the outcome. Legacy: a nation still divided. The George Zimmerman trial left a lasting imprint on American society. It exposed the deep divisions that had been simmering beneath the surface of American life for generations. Divisions over race, over justice, over the meaning of self-defense. It also accelerated a political realignment that would shape the next decade of American politics, with the Black Lives Matter movement becoming a central force in the national conversation about race and justice. In the years since the trial, Zimmerman has remained a controversial figure. He has been involved in several incidents that have brought him back into the public eye. Trayvon Martin's parents, Tracy Martin and Sabrina Fulton, became advocates for victims of gun violence and for police reform. In 2018, Fulton ran for a seat on the Miami-Dade County Commission, citing her son's death as the motivation for her political engagement. The Stand Your Ground law that played such a prominent role in the case has been the subject of ongoing debate. While Florida's law remains on the books, it has been modified in response to criticism. But the broader movement to reform self-defense laws has made only incremental progress. In many states, Stand Your Ground laws have been expanded rather than restricted. The death of Trayvon Martin and the acquittal of George Zimmerman remain, for many Americans, a wound that has not healed. The verdict was a reminder of the limits of the criminal justice system, the power of reasonable doubt, and the persistence of racial disparities in how that system operates. For the Black Lives Matter movement, the case was a catalyst, a tragedy that became a movement, a verdict that became a call to action. And for the nation, it was a moment of reckoning, a glimpse of the divisions that would only become more visible in the years that followed. The Columbine Massacre, 1999, the day that changed America. On the morning of April 20th, 1999, two students at Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado, walked into their school and began shooting. By the time they turned their guns on themselves, 12 students and one teacher were dead, and more than 20 others were wounded. The Columbine Massacre was not the first school shooting in American history, but it was the first to be broadcast live on television, the first to be dissected in real time on the internet, and the first to become a cultural touchstone for a generation. In the years that followed, Columbine would become a symbol of everything that had gone wrong with American youth: the alienation, the violence, the access to guns, and it would usher in a new era of school security measures, zero-tolerance policies, and national debates about gun control and mental health. The killers: Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold. Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold were seniors at Columbine High School, and by all outward appearances, they were ordinary teenagers. Harris was a student in the school's advanced placement program. Klebold was a member of the school's drama club. They had friends, they had interests, they had plans for the future, but beneath the surface they were planning a massacre. Harris and Klebold had been planning the attack for more than a year. They had accumulated an arsenal of weapons, including a semi-automatic rifle, a carbine, and 2 shotguns, as well as dozens of explosives. They had documented their plans in journals and in videotapes, which they called the basement tapes. They had chosen April 20th, the anniversary of Adolf Hitler's birth, as the date for their attack, and they intended to kill as many people as possible before killing themselves. The basement tapes, which were later released in part to the public, revealed the depth of their rage and their desire for notoriety. Harris and Klebold spoke of their hatred for the athletes and popular students who had mocked them, their desire for revenge, their determination to go out in a blaze of glory. They saw themselves as warriors, as avengers, as figures who would be remembered long after they were gone. The attack, a day of terror. At 11:19 a.m. on April 20th, 1999, Harris and Klebold arrived at Columbine High School and began shooting. They walked through the hallways, firing at students and teachers, throwing pipe bombs and other explosives. The attack lasted less than an hour, but by the time it was over, 12 students and one teacher were dead, and more than 20 others were wounded. The massacre was broadcast live on television. News helicopters circled overhead, broadcasting images of students fleeing the school, of police officers running toward the building, of parents waiting in agony for word of their children. The images were seared into the national consciousness, and they would be replayed countless times in the days and weeks that followed. At 12:08 p.m., Harris and Klebold turned their guns on themselves. They died in the school library surrounded by the bodies of their victims. The attack was over, but the trauma was just beginning. The aftermath: a nation in mourning. In the days after the massacre, the nation mourned. President Bill Clinton addressed the country, calling for action to prevent future shootings. The families of the victims held funerals, and the town of Littleton struggled to make sense of what had happened. The media descended on Columbine, and the story became a national obsession. The investigation into the massacre revealed the extent of Harris and Klebold's planning. They had been building bombs for months. They had been documenting their plans on videotape. They had been talking about their desire to kill for years. But no one had stopped them. The question that haunted the nation was, why? In the years that followed, dozens of theories were proposed. Some blamed the music of Marilyn Manson. Others blamed the video games that Harris and Klebold had played. Still others blamed the culture of bullying that they had experienced at Columbine. The killers themselves, in the basement tapes, spoke of their rage at the athletes and popular students who had mocked them, their desire for revenge, their determination to go out in a blaze of glory. The legacy, a new era of school security. The Columbine massacre changed the way that American schools approach security. Before Columbine, school shootings were rare, and schools were largely open environments accessible to the public. After Columbine, schools began to install metal detectors to lock their doors, to conduct lockdown drills. The term school shooter entered the lexicon, and a new industry of school security consultants emerged. The massacre also changed the way that police respond to active shooter situations. Before Columbine, the standard police response to a shooting was to secure the perimeter and wait for SWAT teams. After Columbine, police were trained to enter the building immediately and confront the shooter. The active shooter protocol, which is now standard in police departments across the country, was developed in response to the lessons of Columbine. In the years since Columbine, there have been dozens of school shootings in the United States, each one evoking the memory of the massacre that began it all. The names of the victims, Cassie Bernal, Stephen Kerno, Corey DePuter, Kelly Fleming, Matthew Kester, Daniel Mauser, Daniel Rorbo, Dave Sanders, Rachel Scott, Isaiah Schulz, John Tomlin, Lauren Townsend, Kyle Velasquez are remembered, but their deaths have not led to the kind of fundamental change that many had hoped for. The debate over gun control, over mental health, over the culture of violence continues, and Columbine remains a wound that has never fully healed. The Lorena Bobbitt trial, 1994. The crime that changed the conversation on domestic violence. On the night of June 23, 1993, in Manassas, Virginia, a 24-year-old woman named Lorena Bobbitt did something that would make her name known around the world. After years of physical and emotional abuse at the hands of her husband, John Wayne Bobbitt, she went to the kitchen, retrieved a knife, and returned to the bedroom where he lay sleeping. She severed his penis with a single stroke, then drove away from the house, throwing the severed organ into a field. Hours later, she called 911, her voice trembling, telling the operator, "He always have an orgasm and he falls asleep. He always has an orgasm and he doesn't wait for me. He's selfish." The case that followed became a global media sensation, a trial that was at once tragic, absurd, and deeply significant. Lorena Bobbitt was tried for malicious wounding, and her defense was temporary insanity brought on by years of abuse. Her acquittal sparked a national conversation about domestic violence, spousal rape, and the legal system's treatment of women who fight back against their abusers. The marriage, a pattern of abuse. Lorena Leonor Gallo was born in Ecuador in 1969 and emigrated to the United States as a child. She was a quiet, shy young woman who dreamed of a better life. John Wayne Bobbitt was born in 1967 in Buffalo, New York, and grew up in a troubled household. The two met in 1989 at a Marine Corps base in Quantico, Virginia, where Lorena was working as a cashier and John was stationed. They married 6 weeks later, a whirlwind romance that would quickly sour. What followed was a marriage marked by violence and control. John Bobbitt was physically and emotionally abusive, subjecting his wife to beatings, forced sex, and constant degradation. Lorena later testified that her husband had raped her repeatedly throughout their marriage, sometimes while she slept, sometimes after beating her into submission. The police were called to their home multiple times, but the abuse continued. On one occasion, John was arrested for battery, but the charges were later dropped. The legal system, which might have intervened, failed to protect her. The marriage was also marked by infidelity. John Bobbitt, by his own admission, had extramarital affairs throughout the marriage, and he often flaunted them in front of his wife. On the night of June 23, 1993, John returned home after a night of drinking and demanded sex. Lorena complied, but afterward, as John slept, she lay awake thinking about the years of abuse she had endured. In her testimony, she described a moment of dissociation, a feeling that she was outside her body, watching herself go to the kitchen and retrieve the knife. "I felt like I was not a person," she later told the jury. "I felt like I was not a woman. I felt like I was not a human being. I felt like I was nothing." The crime and its aftermath, a media firestorm. What Lorena Bobbitt did that night was, by any measure, extreme. She severed her husband's penis with a knife, then left the house, taking the severed organ with her. She drove for some time, eventually throwing the organ out the window of her car into a field. She later called 911 and confessed to what she had done. In the recording of that call, which would be played countless times on television, her voice is small and frightened, the voice of a woman who has been pushed beyond endurance. John Bobbitt, meanwhile, had awakened in a pool of blood. He managed to call 911, and police arrived at the house within minutes. They found him in shock, bleeding profusely, and transported him to a hospital. Miraculously, surgeons were able to reattach his penis in a 9.5-hour operation, restoring function. The search for the severed organ became a media event. Police officers, guided by Lorina's directions, combed the field of Manassas until they found it, packed in a plastic bag. The case exploded in the media. Headlines around the world screamed the details of the crime, and the tabloids had a field day with the story. Late-night comedians joked about the case. Talk shows debated it, and the public was divided between those who saw Lorina as a victim who had finally snapped and those who saw her as a cold-blooded attacker. The case became a cultural touchstone, a subject of endless fascination and debate. It was, as one commentator observed, a case that combined the most intimate details of a marriage with the most public of spectacles. The trial, the defense of temporary insanity. Lorina Bobbitt's trial began on January 10, 1994, in Prince William County Circuit Court, before Judge James B. Huvane. The prosecution was led by Mary Grace O'Brien. The defense was led by Gregory Murphy. The case was broadcast live on Court TV, and the courtroom was packed with reporters and spectators from around the world. The proceedings were a study in contrasts, the graphic details of the crime set against the sober formality of the courtroom, the public's fascination with the case set against the private tragedy of a marriage destroyed. The prosecution argued that Lorina Bobbitt had acted with premeditation and malice, that her actions were the result of a troubled marriage, but not of mental illness. They presented witnesses who testified that Lorina had threatened her husband before, that she had told friends she wanted to hurt him, and that she had acted out of anger and revenge. The prosecution sought to portray her as a woman driven by jealousy and rage, not by the psychological disintegration that the defense would later describe. The defense argued that Lorina Bobbitt was not guilty by reason of temporary insanity, that she had been so traumatized by years of abuse that she had experienced a dissociative episode at the moment of the attack. They called forensic psychiatrist Dr. Susan Fester, who testified that Lorina had been suffering from a major depressive disorder with psychotic features at the time of the crime. She described the dissociative state that Lorina had experienced, a state in which she felt outside her body, unable to control her actions. Dr. Feaster testified that Lorina's mental state was the direct result of the years of physical and sexual abuse she had endured, and that at the moment of the attack, she was not capable of forming criminal intent. The most powerful moment of the trial came when Lorina Bobbitt took the stand in her own defense. She described the years of abuse she had endured, the beatings, the rapes, the degradation. She told the jury about the night of the attack, describing the dissociation that overtook her. "I don't remember getting the knife," she testified. "I don't remember cutting him. I just remember running out of the house. I remember driving. I don't remember where I was going. I just wanted to get away." Her testimony was raw, emotional, and devastating. For the first time, the public heard the story of the marriage from the woman who had lived through it. The verdict, not guilty by reason of temporary insanity. On January 21, 1994, after 7 hours of deliberation, the jury returned its verdict, not guilty by reason of temporary insanity. The verdict was met with gasps in the courtroom. Lorina Bobbitt, who had been facing up to 20 years in prison, was ordered to undergo psychiatric evaluation and treatment. She was committed to the Central State Hospital for 45 days of observation, after which she was released. The verdict was controversial. Critics argued that the jury had been swayed by sympathy, that the temporary insanity defense was a convenient way to excuse a violent act. Supporters argued that the verdict was a recognition of the reality of domestic violence and its psychological toll, that Lorina Bobbitt had been driven to madness by years of abuse that the legal system had failed to address. The case became a touchstone in the ongoing debate about how the law should treat women who fight back against their abusers. The trial sparked a national conversation about domestic violence and spousal rape. In the weeks and months after the verdict, domestic violence shelters reported an increase in calls. Women who had suffered in silence began to speak out, and the legal system began to take the issue of spousal abuse more seriously. The case also led to changes in Virginia law, including the expansion of the definition of domestic violence and the creation of new protections for victims. Aftermath and legacy. In the years after the trial, the lives of Lorena and John Bobbitt took very different paths. John Bobbitt became a minor celebrity, appearing in adult films, publishing a book, and making appearances on talk shows. He was later charged with battery for an incident involving a woman in Las Vegas and served several years in prison. He died in 2019 at the age of 52. Lorena Bobbitt retreated from the public eye. She changed her name, remarried, and worked for a time as a manicurist. In 2009, she founded the Lorena Gallo Foundation, a non-profit organization dedicated to supporting victims of domestic violence. In recent years, she has spoken publicly about her experience. In a 2019 documentary, Lorena brought her story to a new generation. The Lorena Bobbitt trial is remembered as one of the most sensational trials of the 1990s, but its legacy extends far beyond the tabloid headlines. It was a trial that forced the nation to confront the reality of domestic violence, to listen to the voices of women who had suffered in silence, and to consider the psychological toll of abuse. Dr. Crippen, 1910. The murder that made history. In the annals of British crime, few cases have captured the public imagination like the trial of Dr. Hawley Harvey Crippen. An American doctor living in London, Crippen was accused of murdering his wife Cora, dismembering her body, and burying the remains in the cellar of their home. When suspicion fell upon him, he fled with his mistress, Ethel Leneve, across the Atlantic. But in a development that would change the course of criminal investigation, Crippen was captured by the first use of shipboard wireless telegraphy, a technological breakthrough that allowed the police to be alerted to his presence before his ship reached Canada. His trial at the Old Bailey became a sensation, and his execution marked the end of an era. The Crippen case remains one of the most famous in British legal history, a story of murder, deception, and the power of new technology to bring criminals to justice. The Crippens and the murder. Hawley Harvey Crippen was born in Coldwater, Michigan in 1862. He studied medicine and became a homeopathic physician, eventually moving to London, where he established a practice. In 1892, he married Cora Turner, a woman who had ambitions of becoming a music hall singer and who performed under the name Belle Elmore. The marriage was not happy. Cora was flamboyant and unfaithful. Crippen was quiet and reserved. By 1910, Crippen had begun a relationship with his secretary, Ethel Leneve, and he was looking for a way out of his marriage. On January 31, 1910, Cora Crippen was last seen alive at a dinner party. She then disappeared. Crippen told friends that she had returned to the United States and that she had died there. But friends of Cora, suspicious of Crippen's story, contacted Scotland Yard. Inspector Walter Dew, a detective with the Metropolitan Police, began an investigation. When Dew questioned Crippen, he was evasive, and a search of the Crippen home revealed nothing. But Crippen's behavior aroused suspicion, and when he fled with Ethel Leneve, the investigation intensified. A second search of the house revealed a gruesome discovery. Buried in the coal cellar were the remains of a body, dismembered and covered with lime. The body was identified as Cora Crippen, though the identification was later questioned. The flight and the capture. Crippen and Leneve had fled London, traveling to Belgium and then to the United States. They boarded the SS Montrose, a steamship bound for Canada, traveling under the assumed names of Mr. and Mrs. Robinson. But the ship's captain, Henry Kendall, recognized Crippen from newspaper photographs, and he used the ship's wireless telegraphy to contact Scotland Yard. The use of wireless telegraphy to capture a fugitive was unprecedented. Inspector Dew, learning that Crippen was on the Montrose, boarded a faster ship, the SS Laurentic, and raced across the Atlantic. When the Montrose arrived in Canadian waters, Dew was waiting. Crippen was arrested and returned to London to stand trial. The trial and the execution. The trial of Dr. Crippen began at the Old Bailey in October 1910. The prosecution, led by the Attorney General, Sir Rufus Isaacs, presented a case built on circumstantial evidence. The body in the cellar, they argued, was Cora Crippen. Crippen had purchased poison before her disappearance, and his flight with Ethel Lenave was evidence of guilt. The defense, led by Edward Marshall Hall, argued that the body had not been properly identified, that there was no evidence that Crippen had killed his wife, and that his flight was the result of panic, not guilt. But the jury was not persuaded. Crippen was convicted of murder and sentenced to death. On November 23, 1910, Holly Harvey Crippen was hanged at Pentonville Prison. Ethel Lenave was acquitted of being an accessory to the murder. The Crippen case became a sensation, and it has never been forgotten. The legacy, a case that changed forensic science. The Crippen case is remembered for many reasons. Its use of wireless telegraphy to capture a fugitive, its place in the history of forensic science, and its enduring hold on the public imagination. The case also raised questions that have never been fully resolved. In recent years, DNA testing of the remains found in the Crippen cellar has suggested that the body may not have been Cora Crippen's after all, a finding that has led some to speculate that Crippen may have been innocent. But the debate over Crippen's guilt continues, and the case remains one of the most famous in British legal history. Today, Dr. Crippen is remembered as one of the great villains of the Edwardian era, a man whose murder of his wife and his dramatic capture at sea captured the imagination of the world. The case was a milestone in the history of criminal investigation, demonstrating the power of new technology to track fugitives across the globe. And it remains a reminder that even the most careful criminals can be undone by the advances of science and the persistence of those who pursue them. Emmeline Pankhurst, 1913. The suffragette on trial. On the morning of April 1, 1913, the historic courtrooms of London's Old Bailey witnessed a trial that would determine nothing less than the future of the fight for women's suffrage. Emmeline Pankhurst, the charismatic and unyielding leader of the Women's Social and Political Union, stood before the grand jury, formally indicted for conspiracy to maliciously destroy property, charges arising from a bomb explosion that had partially wrecked the new home of Chancellor of the Exchequer, David Lloyd George at Walton Heath. Her trial was not merely a legal proceeding, it was a crucible in which the legitimacy of militant protest would be tested against the established order of Edwardian Britain. The outcome would decide, in the words of one contemporary account, whether the women who blew up Lloyd George's house, burned down the country seat of Lady White, demolished Kew Gardens and smashed innumerable windows, were merely malicious miscreants in the eyes of the law, or were honorable revolutionists fighting for their rights. The militant leader. Emmeline Pankhurst was born in Manchester in 1858, the daughter of a prosperous cotton manufacturer. She married Richard Pankhurst, a barrister and passionate advocate of women's rights, and together they became leaders of the movement for women's suffrage. In 1903, frustrated by the slow pace of reform, Pankhurst founded the Women's Social and Political Union, WSPU, an organization that would adopt the motto, "Deeds, not words," and would transform the suffrage movement from polite petitioning into militant confrontation. By 1913, Pankhurst had become the most famous and most controversial woman in Britain. She had been arrested and imprisoned multiple times, and she had endured hunger strikes and forced feeding. Her daughter Christabel had fled to France to escape prosecution, and her other daughter Sylvia was also active in the movement. The government, led by Prime Minister Herbert Asquith, was determined to suppress the militants, and Pankhurst was the primary target. The charge that brought her to the Old Bailey in April 1913 was the most serious yet. The bomb at Lloyd George's house was part of a campaign of arson and property destruction that had escalated throughout 1912 and 1913. The suffragettes had burned down railway carriages, smashed windows on Oxford Street, cut telephone wires, and set fire to letterboxes. They had attacked the homes of cabinet ministers and the estates of aristocrats who opposed their cause. The government, which had long tolerated their protests, now saw them as a threat to public order. The trial, a question of responsibility. The trial of Emmeline Pankhurst was brief but intense. The prosecution, led by Mr. Bodkin, presented its case on the basis of Pankhurst's own public statements. The key evidence was a speech she had given in Cardiff the day after the Walton Heath explosion, in which she declared, "The authorities need not look for the women who have done what they did last night. I accept the responsibility. The police had made a stenographic copy of her remarks, and these would be used to convict her out of her own mouth. The courtroom atmosphere was electric. According to contemporary accounts, Old Bailey perhaps never saw a more intense crowd than that which thronged the historic old courtroom today to see Mrs. Pankhurst tried. Pankhurst, who had recently returned from exile in France, was described as being completely broken in health by persecution. Her supporters maintained that she required absolute rest. The government professed to believe that she had returned only to coordinate the movement's activities with her daughter Christabel. Pankhurst reserved her defense when she was offered bail on condition that she promised to abstain from inciting others. In the meantime, she refused to give the undertaking for so long a period. She declared that she would adopt the hunger strike, and that if she were tried at Guildford, it will be a dying woman they will try. The government, however, arranged to bring her trial forward to the Old Bailey in April, and she was released on bail after giving the necessary undertaking for the intervening period. The outcome of the trial was never in doubt. Pankhurst was convicted and sentenced to 3 years of penal servitude. As she had promised, she immediately began a hunger strike, and the authorities responded with forced feeding, a brutal procedure that involved forcing tubes down the throat of the prisoner. The government, fearing that Pankhurst would die in prison and become a martyr, eventually released her under the Cat and Mouse Act, a law that allowed for the temporary release of hunger-striking prisoners who were then rearrested when their health recovered. The legacy, a turning point in the fight for suffrage. The trial of Emmeline Pankhurst marked a turning point in the suffrage movement. The government's harsh treatment of the militants alienated many moderate supporters, and the spectacle of a woman of Pankhurst's age and standing being force-fed in prison generated sympathy for the cause. By 1918, the Representation of the People Act granted the vote to women over 30, and in 1928, the Equal Franchise Act gave women the same voting rights as men. Pankhurst did not live to see the full fruits of her struggle. She died in 1928, just weeks before the Equal Franchise Act was passed. But her trial at the Old Bailey in 1913 remains a landmark in the history of the fight for women's rights. It was a moment when the British legal system was forced to confront the question of whether women who broke the law in pursuit of a just cause were criminals or revolutionaries. The jury answered that question with a conviction, but history has rendered a different verdict. The Rosenzweig trial, 19th century, a remarkable American trial. Among the classic compilations of celebrated legal proceedings, one case stands out for its complexity and its enduring fascination. The trial of the Rosenzweig case, a 19th century American trial that has been included in standard collections of remarkable trials, alongside the cases of Charlotte Corday, Captain John Brown, and the Marchioness of Brinvilliers. Little is known of the specific facts of the Rosenzweig trial. Its details have been lost to history, but its inclusion in these collections testifies to its significance in the development of American jurisprudence. The context of remarkable trials. The collection in which the Rosenzweig trial appears, Remarkable Trials of All Countries, was compiled in the late 19th century by Thomas J. Cummins and published in New York in 1882. It was a work intended to educate the public about the great legal proceedings of history, and it included cases from England, France, the United States, and beyond. The second volume, which contains the Rosenzweig trial, also includes accounts of Captain John Brown's trial after his raid on Harper's Ferry, the Walworth parricide, and the Count de Beaucarme's poisoning case. The fact that the Rosenzweig trial was deemed worthy of inclusion alongside these famous cases suggests that it was, in its own time, a proceeding of considerable legal complexity and public interest. The trial was likely an American case, as the collection distinguishes between American and foreign trials. It appears in the section of the volume devoted to American proceedings, and its inclusion alongside the trial of Captain John Brown, one of the most famous trials in American history, suggests that it was a case of significant legal importance. The significance of the trial. Although the specific facts of the Rosenzweig trial have been lost, its inclusion in these classic compilations testifies to its enduring significance. The trial was likely one that tested the boundaries of the law, that involved complex questions of evidence or procedure, or that captured the public imagination in a way that made it worthy of study. In an era before radio and television, Such compilations were the primary means by which the public learned about the workings of the legal system, and the inclusion of a case in these collections was a mark of its importance. The Rosenzweig trial remains a subject of interest for legal historians, and its inclusion in the standard collections of remarkable trials ensures that it will not be forgotten. It stands as a reminder of the rich and varied history of American jurisprudence and of the many fascinating cases that have shaped the development of the law. The Walworth parricide, 19th century, a crime that shook Victorian England. In the annals of Victorian crime, few cases were as shocking or as culturally taboo as the murder of a father by his son. The Walworth parricide, which occurred in the mid-19th century, was one such case, a crime that violated the most fundamental bonds of family and society. Frank H. Walworth, the son of a prominent American family, murdered his father, Mansfield T. Walworth, in a dispute that had been festering for years. His trial and conviction became a cause célèbre, and the case was included in classic compilations of remarkable trials alongside the most famous criminal proceedings of the era. The crime, a son's rage. Frank H. Walworth was born in 1853, the son of Mansfield Tracy Walworth, a lawyer and author of some reputation. The family had a history of instability. Mansfield Walworth was described as a difficult and domineering man, and his relationship with his son was strained from an early age. By the time Frank reached adulthood, the conflict between father and son had become intense. On the day of the murder, Frank Walworth confronted his father at his office. The argument escalated, and Frank drew a pistol and shot his father dead. The crime was premeditated. Frank had purchased the weapon days before, and he had made no secret of his hatred for his father. He was arrested and charged with murder. The trial of Frank Walworth was a sensation. The press covered every detail, and the public was fascinated by the story of the young man who had killed his father. The case raised questions about the nature of family relationships, the limits of parental authority, and the psychological pressures that could lead a son to commit the most taboo of crimes. The trial and the sentence. Frank Walworth was convicted of parricide and sentenced to life in the state penitentiary at Sing Sing. The trial was documented in a full account published shortly after the conviction, titled The Walworth Parricide, a full account of the astounding murder of Mansfield T. Walworth by his son, Frank H. Walworth, with the trial and conviction of the parricide, and his sentence for life to the state penitentiary at Sing Sing. The case was included in the 1882 compilation, Remarkable Trials of All Countries, where it appears alongside the trial of Captain John Brown and the Count de Bokk. Its inclusion in this collection testifies to its significance as a landmark in the history of American criminal law, a case that raised profound questions about the nature of family, the limits of parental authority, and the consequences of violence. The legacy, a crime that defined an era. The Walworth parricide is remembered today as one of the most shocking crimes of the Victorian era. It violated the fundamental taboo against a son killing his father, and it raised questions about the nature of family relationships that were deeply unsettling to a society that prized order and hierarchy. The case also demonstrated the power of the press to shape public opinion. The coverage of the trial was sensational, and the public's appetite for details of the crime and its aftermath was insatiable. Today, the Walworth parricide is largely forgotten, but it remains a subject of interest for legal historians and criminologists. It stands as a reminder of the dark side of Victorian society and of the capacity for violence that can lurk beneath the surface of even the most respectable families. Count de Bokk, 19th century, the birth of forensic toxicology. In 1850, a Belgian aristocrat named Count Hippolyte Vissard de Bokk was accused of a crime that would change the course of forensic science. He had murdered his brother-in-law, Gustave Fougny, by poisoning him with nicotine, a toxin that he had carefully extracted from tobacco leaves. The case was a landmark in the history of criminal investigation, for it marked the first time that a scientist was able to isolate and identify an organic poison from human tissue. The expert who accomplished this feat was Jean-Servais Stas, a chemist whose methods would become the foundation of modern analytical toxicology. The trial of the Count de Bokk was a sensation, and it established the principle that even the most carefully concealed poisons could be detected by the methods of science. The crime, a poisoner's scheme. The Count de Bokk was a man of noble birth and considerable ambition. His brother-in-law, Gustave Fournier, was a man of some means, and the Count coveted his wealth. The Count devised a scheme to poison Fournier's with nicotine, a poison that he believed would be undetectable. He extracted the nicotine from tobacco leaves, a process that required considerable skill, and administered it to his unsuspecting victim. Fournier died in agony, and the Count believed that he had committed the perfect crime. But the authorities were suspicious. The body was exhumed, and the investigation was turned over to Jean-Servais Stas, a chemist who was then a professor at the Catholic University of Leuven. Stas was a man of extraordinary skill, and he was determined to prove that even organic poisons could be detected in human tissue. The science Stas's revolutionary method. The task that Stas faced was daunting. At the time, it was widely believed that organic poisons like nicotine could not be isolated from decomposing tissue. In fact, Stas's own mentor, the renowned toxicologist M.J.B. Orfila of Paris, had stated just 3 years earlier that it would never be possible to isolate and identify organic poisons from organ tissues. But Stas was undeterred. He developed a method that would revolutionize forensic science. He deproteinized the organ tissues by treating them with alcohol, a process that removed the proteins that might otherwise interfere with the analysis. He then extracted the nicotine using diethyl ether, a solvent that would dissolve the poison while leaving other substances behind. After a series of careful chemical manipulations, he was able to identify nicotine in the victim's organs conclusively. The identification was challenged by Orfila, who testified at the trial that Stas's methods were unproven. But Stas's evidence was compelling, and the jury was persuaded. The Count de Bokk was convicted of murder and sentenced to death. The legacy, a foundation of modern forensic science. The trial of the Count de Bokk was a landmark in the history of forensic science. It established that organic poisons could be detected in human tissue, and it laid the foundation for the development of modern analytical toxicology. Stas's method, with modifications, remained the standard for the detection of organic poisons for decades, and it paved the way for the development of techniques that would be used to solve countless crimes. The case also demonstrated the power of science to uncover the truth, even when the perpetrator believed that he had committed the perfect crime. The Count de Bokk had taken extraordinary precautions to conceal his crime, but he had not counted on the skill of a chemist who was determined to prove that even the most elusive poisons could be detected. Today, the Bokk case is remembered as a milestone in the history of forensic science. It is studied by toxicologists and criminologists, and it stands as a testament to the power of science to serve the cause of justice. The methods that Stas developed in 1850 would be used to solve crimes for generations, and his work remains a foundation of modern analytical chemistry. Sawney Bean, 15th to 16th century, Scotland's legendary cannibal clan. In the dark folklore of Scotland, few figures loom as large as Sawney Bean, the legendary clan leader said to have terrorized the countryside with a murderous appetite that defied imagination. According to the grisly tale, Bean and his incestuous clan of 45 members, descended from his 8 sons, 6 daughters, and their numerous grandchildren, lived for 25 years in a deep coastal cave in Galloway, emerging only at night to ambush, murder, and cannibalize unwary travelers. The legend claims that over 1,000 victims met their end at the hands of the Bean clan, their bodies dismembered and pickled in barrels, their limbs sometimes washing ashore to terrify local villagers. The story culminates in a dramatic manhunt led by King James VI himself, the capture of the clan, and their brutal execution without trial in Edinburgh, a punishment so savage that it entered the annals of horror folklore. Yet for all its gruesome detail, the Sawney Bean legend is almost certainly a myth, a product of the sensational chapbooks of the 18th century rather than a true account of 16th century Scotland. Its endurance, however, speaks to something deeper: the power of cannibal horror to capture the human imagination and the use of such tales as political propaganda against the Scottish people following the Jacobite rebellions. The legend: a reign of terror in the caves of Galloway. According to the Newgate Calendar, a popular 18th century crime catalogue, Alexander Sawney Bean was born in East Lothian during the 16th century, the son of a ditch digger and hedge trimmer. Unsuited to his father's trade, Bean left home with a woman named Agnes Black Douglas, a woman of reportedly vicious inclinations who was accused of witchcraft. Together, the couple retreated to a coastal cave at Benane Head, between Girvan and Ballantrae, a cavern so deep that it extended nearly 200 meters into the earth, its entrance hidden by the sea at high tide. For a quarter of a century, the Bean clan thrived in this hidden lair. Sawney and Agnes produced 8 sons and 6 daughters, who in turn produced 18 grandsons and 14 granddaughters, the products of incestuous unions between their own children. Lacking any inclination for honest labor, the clans supported themselves through robbery and murder, ambushing travelers at night and dragging their bodies back to the cave. There, the corpses were dismembered and eaten, the leftovers pickled in barrels. The clan's strategy of disposing of body parts at sea was intended to conceal their crimes, leading villagers to believe that wild animals were responsible for the disappearances. The disappearances did not go unnoticed. Local villagers launched several organized searches, and at one point a search party even noted the cave's existence. But the men refused to believe that anything human could live in such a place. Frustrated by the lack of progress, townspeople lynched several innocents. But the disappearances continued. The clan's downfall came when they ambushed a married couple returning from a fair. The husband, skilled in combat, held off the clan with sword and pistol, though his wife was fatally mauled when she fell from their horse. Before the Beans could finish the resilient husband, a large group of fairgoers appeared on the trail, and the Beans fled. The survivor informed the local magistrate, and word soon reached King James VI. The king led a search party of 400 men and several bloodhounds. The hounds soon located the previously overlooked cave, and the searchers entered by torchlight to find a scene of unimaginable horror. The Bean clan surrounded by human remains, body parts hanging from the walls, barrels filled with limbs, and piles of stolen heirlooms and jewelry. The clan was taken to Edinburgh, where they were executed without trial, so reviled that the populace considered them subhuman and unfit for the formality of legal proceedings. Sawney and his male descendants had their genitalia cut off and thrown into the fire, their hands and feet severed, and they were allowed to bleed to death. According to the legend, Sawney's dying words were, "It isn't over. It will never be over." Agnes and the other women and children were tied to stakes and burned alive. The truth, myth, propaganda, and the search for origins. Despite its vivid detail, there is no credible evidence that Sawney Bean ever existed. The story first appeared in London chapbooks, cheap publications that specialized in lurid crimes, scandals among the nobility, and other sensational tales. More than 150 years after the events they claim to describe. No contemporary accounts mention the disappearance of hundreds of people in Galloway during the supposed period of the clan's activity. As historian Sean Tomas noted in a 2005 article, the complete absence of any mention of such atrocities in newspapers, diaries, or official records of the era is a powerful argument against the legend's authenticity. Several theories attempt to explain the origin of the Sawney Bean myth. One is that the tale was a piece of political propaganda designed to denigrate the Scottish people following the Jacobite rebellions of the 18th century. The legend presents the Scots as primitive, barbaric cannibals, a convenient characterization for English audiences in the aftermath of the failed uprisings. Another theory traces the legend to an earlier story about a real cannibal robber named Christy Cleek, who operated in the Grampian Mountains in 1341. Cleek was a butcher who turned highway robber, using a sharp hook on a long pole, a cleek, to pull travelers to the ground before killing and robbing them. When food was scarce, he was said to have eaten cuts of meat from his victims. A later tale from 1459, recorded in the 1696 work of the popular historian Nathaniel Crouch, tells of a family of cannibal thieves in Scotland who were captured and burned alive. The infant daughter spared, only to develop the same cannibal appetite at 12 years of age. The Sawney Bean legend may also have roots in a story recorded by the Scottish historian Hector Bokk, who noted that an infant daughter of a Scottish brigand, executed with his family for cannibalism, was raised by foster parents but developed the same cannibal appetite at 12 and was put to death for it. The legacy, a foundational horror myth. Whether true or not, the Sawney Bean legend has become a foundational horror myth, its influence reaching far beyond the chapbooks in which it first appeared. The story has inspired numerous works of popular culture. Wes Craven used Sawney Bean as the inspiration for his 1977 horror film, The Hills Have Eyes. And the legend's influence can also be seen in films such as Ravenous and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. In the manga and anime Attack on Titan, the character Hangazoe recounts the tale of a cannibalistic clan to two captured titans, naming the titans Sawney and Bean. Today, the cave at Bennon Head remains a site of morbid fascination, part of the Edinburgh tourism circuit that thrives on Scotland's darker historical legends. The story of Sawney Bean has passed into local folklore, and its endurance testifies to the human fascination with tales of cannibalism and the boundaries of civilized behavior. For the purposes of this collection, the trial of Sawney Bean, though apocryphal, has been included in classic compilations of remarkable trials, appearing alongside such historical figures as Charlotte Corday and the Marchioness of Brinvilliers in Thomas Dunphy and Thomas J. Cummins' Remarkable Trials of All Countries. The inclusion of a likely mythical figure in such a collection speaks to the power of the legend and its place in the cultural imagination. The Sawney Bean case, whether real or invented, stands as a warning about the dangers of sensationalism, the power of propaganda, and the enduring appeal of the cannibal as a figure of horror. The Shears Brothers, 1798, the martyrs of the 1798 rebellion. In the summer of 1798, as Ireland seethed with rebellion against British rule, two brothers from Dublin's Protestant ascendancy found themselves in the dock of the Sessions House, charged with high treason. Henry and John Shears were barristers, men of education and standing, who had been drawn to the cause of Irish independence by the ideals of the French Revolution and the injustices of English rule. Their trial, conducted before a special commission in July 1798, became a symbol of British repression in Ireland and a rallying cry for the Irish nationalist movement. The Shears brothers were convicted and executed, but their legacy endured, a reminder of the cost of resistance and the brutality of the legal system that sought to crush it. The Shears brothers, lawyers turned revolutionaries. Henry Shears was born in 1753, John Shears in 1766, the sons of a wealthy Cork banker who had served as a member of the Irish Parliament. Both brothers were educated at Trinity College Dublin and called to the bar, Henry in 1775, John in 1790. But their legal careers were secondary to their political passions. Influenced by the ideals of the American and French revolutions, they became increasingly radicalized in their opposition to English rule. By 1796, the Shears brothers had joined the Society of United Irishmen, the revolutionary organization founded by Wolfe Tone that sought to overthrow British rule and establish an independent Irish republic. The United Irishmen were a secret society, their meetings held in the shadows, their members bound by oaths of secrecy. The Shears brothers, with their legal training and their social standing, became key figures in the organization's Dublin leadership. The rebellion that the United Irishmen had long planned finally erupted in May 1798, but it was doomed from the start. The government had infiltrated the organization with informers, and the rising was crushed within weeks. The Shears brothers were arrested in July, betrayed by an informer who had attended their meetings and reported their activities to the authorities. The trial, a special commission in Dublin. The trial of Henry and John Shears began on July 12, 1798, before a special commission at the Sessions House in Dublin. The court was presided over by Lord Carleton, Mr. Justice Cruikshank, Baron George, Justice Day, and Baron Smith, 5 judges who had been appointed specifically to try the leaders of the rebellion. The proceedings were conducted with the full weight of English authority, and there was never any doubt about the outcome. The charge was high treason, plotting to overthrow the king, to levy war against the crown, and to assist the French in an invasion of Ireland. The evidence against the brothers was overwhelming, provided by the informer who had infiltrated their meetings. The trial, as recorded by William Ridgway, was a model of legal procedure, but it was also a reminder of the power of the state to crush dissent. The Shears brothers conducted themselves with dignity. They did not deny their membership in the United Irishmen, but they argued that their actions were not treason, that they had sought only to restore Ireland's rights and liberties. The jury was not persuaded. On July 12th, the brothers were found guilty of high treason. The sentence was death by hanging, drawing, and quartering, the traditional punishment for treason. The execution and the legacy. The Shears brothers were executed on July 14, 1798, the anniversary of the fall of the Bastille, a date they had chosen to underscore their revolutionary convictions. Their execution was carried out with all the ceremony that the state could muster, a public spectacle designed to deter others from following their example. But the execution of the Shears brothers did not crush the Irish nationalist movement. Instead, it added fuel to the fire. The brothers became martyrs, their names invoked by generations of Irish Republicans who saw in their sacrifice a model of resistance to English rule. The trial itself became a symbol of British repression, a reminder of the brutal machinery of justice that the English employed to maintain control over Ireland. The trial of the Shears brothers was included in the classic compilation Remarkable Trials of All Countries, 1863 to 1882, alongside the trials of Charlotte Corday and the Marchioness of Brinvilliers. The inclusion of the brothers' trial in such a collection testifies to its significance not only in Irish history, but in the broader history of political trials. The case of Henry and John Shears stands as a reminder that the pursuit of justice is not always the same as the pursuit of the law, and that the verdict of history may differ sharply from the verdict of the court. Charlotte Corday, 1793, the assassin of the Revolution. In the heat of the French Revolution, when the streets of Paris ran with blood and the guillotine was a fixture of public life, a young woman from Normandy traveled to the capital with a singular purpose. Charlotte Corday, a 24-year-old admirer of the moderate Girondin faction, believed that the death of one man could save the Republic from the tyranny of the radical Jacobins. On July 13, 1793, she gained entry to the home of Jean-Paul Marat, the most radical voice of the Revolution, and stabbed him in his bath. Her trial became a defining moment of the Revolution, a confrontation between the ideals of the Enlightenment and the brutal realities of revolutionary justice. The assassination, Marat, in his bath. Jean-Paul Marat was one of the most powerful men in France. His newspaper, L'Ami du Peuple, the friend of the people, had been a voice of radicalism throughout the Revolution, and his calls for violence against the enemies of the people had earned him both devoted followers and bitter enemies. In July 1793, Marat was suffering from a debilitating skin condition that forced him to spend much of his time in a medicinal bath, where he continued to receive visitors and conduct his political work. Charlotte Corday was born in Normandy in 1768, the daughter of a minor nobleman. She had been educated at a convent and had developed a deep admiration for the moderate Girondin faction, which had been purged from the National Convention by the radical Jacobins in June 1793. Corday believed that Marat was the architect of the purge and that his death was necessary to restore the Republic to its true principles. On the morning of July 13, Corday traveled to Paris and purchased a kitchen knife. She wrote a lengthy address to the French people, explaining her motives. "It is for the salvation of France that I have killed Marat." She then went to Marat's home, where she was initially turned away. She returned later that day, and this time Marat's common-law wife, Simone Evrard, admitted her. Corday told Marat that she had information about a Girondin conspiracy in Normandy. Marat, who was in his bath, took notes as she spoke. When he told her that the conspirators would be guillotined within the week, Corday drew the knife from beneath her dress and plunged it into his chest. Marat died within minutes. The trial confronting the Revolutionary Tribunal. Corday was arrested immediately and taken to the Conciergerie prison to await trial. Her trial before the Revolutionary Tribunal began on July 17, 1793, 4 days after the assassination. The courtroom was packed with spectators, and the proceedings were conducted with the full weight of revolutionary fervor. Corday did not deny what she had done. She testified that she had acted alone, that she had planned the assassination for days, and that she had no accomplices. When asked what had motivated her, she replied, "I killed one man to save 100,000. The prosecution asked whether she believed that murder was justified to achieve political ends. Corday responded, "I believe that anyone who is useless in their own country or who is a hindrance to it deserves death." The verdict was never in doubt. Corday was found guilty of murder and sentenced to death. She was to be guillotined the same day. The execution and the legacy. On the afternoon of July 17, 1793, Charlotte Corday was taken to the Place de la Révolution, now the Place de la Concorde, to be executed. She wore the red robe reserved for those convicted of murder, and she walked to the scaffold with calm dignity. According to witnesses, when the executioner held up her severed head to the crowd, a man slapped her face, an act that was widely condemned as cowardly and unworthy of the revolution. Corday's trial and execution became a defining moment of the revolution. For the Jacobins, she was a counter-revolutionary assassin, a tool of the enemies of the people. For her supporters, she was a martyr, a woman who had sacrificed her life for the cause of liberty. The artist Jacques-Louis David captured the scene in his famous painting, The Death of Marat, which became an icon of the revolution. Corday was vilified in the Jacobin press, but her name endured as a symbol of resistance to tyranny. The trial of Charlotte Corday was included in Thomas Dunphy and Thomas J. Cummins' remarkable Trials of All Countries, a testament to its significance in the history of political trials. The case of Charlotte Corday stands as a reminder that the pursuit of justice is never simple, and that the line between heroism and murder can be as thin as the blade of a knife. The Norfolk Island convicts, 19th century. Justice on the edge of the world. In the annals of British criminal justice, few places were as feared as Norfolk Island. Situated in the South Pacific, some 1,500 kilometers northeast of Sydney, this tiny speck of land was designated in the 1820s as a place of the extremest punishment, short of death, for convicts who had reoffended. For decades, Norfolk Island was the end of the line for the most hardened criminals in the British Empire, a penal colony where conditions were so brutal that one former Chief Justice of New South Wales declared he would prefer death under any form that it could be presented to him, rather than such a state of endurance. The island produced numerous murder trials among its transported convicts, documented in prison registers and court records that offer a window into the darkest corners of the colonial penal system. Hell on Earth, the Norfolk Island Penal Colony. Norfolk Island was first settled in 1788, shortly after the establishment of the colony of New South Wales. Its remoteness and lack of a natural harbor made it an ideal location for a penal settlement, a place from which escape was virtually impossible. In the early 1820s, Governor Sir Ralph Darling declared that the island's purpose was to be a place of the extremest punishment, short of death, for convicts who had been convicted of crimes in the colony. The conditions on Norfolk Island were brutal. Convicts were subjected to excessive punishments, hard labor, and a regime designed to break their spirits. In 1834, a serious mutiny involving more than 130 convicts was put down by the militia, leaving at least 5 convicts dead. The ringleaders were prosecuted, and 13 men were executed. The graves of 9 of these executed prisoners can still be seen in the island cemetery, a rare example of executed prisoners being buried in consecrated ground, as the usual practice was either to send the bodies for anatomization or burial in unconsecrated ground. The brutality of the Norfolk Island regime was exposed in the report from the Select Committee of the House of Commons on Transportation in 1838-9, known as the Molesworth Committee Report. The report portrayed Norfolk Island as a place of depravity and excessive punishment, and it called for the abolition of transportation. The trials, murder in the penal colony. The prison registers of Norfolk Island document numerous murder trials among the transported convicts. One such case was that of Edward Dwyer, a man convicted at the Central Criminal Court in London in 1843 of murdering his infant son, James Dwyer. He was sentenced to death, but the jury recommended mercy on the grounds that Dwyer had been severely provoked by the violent actions of his wife. The Home Secretary commuted the sentence to transportation for life, with the notation, "Let the sentence of death be commuted to transportation for life and 4 years in Norfolk Island." Dwyer was not alone. The Norfolk Island registers record the names of hundreds of convicts who were sent to the island for crimes that ranged from theft to murder. Some of these convicts, like Dwyer, were transported for crimes committed in Britain. Others were colonial convicts, men who had been convicted of a second crime in the colonies and were sent to Norfolk Island as punishment for their repeated offending. In 1846, the brutal conditions on the island led to the cooking pot riot, a rebellion triggered by the confiscation of cooking utensils and other personal items that the convicts had painstakingly made. The confiscation of these items, often crafted as love tokens, was the catalyst for revolt. 4 officials were murdered, and subsequently 12 convicts were convicted and hanged. Unlike the executed convicts of 1834, their bodies were buried outside the cemetery in a site known as Murderer's Mound. The legacy, a warning from history. The Norfolk Island penal settlement was finally abandoned in 1855 when all the convicts were removed to Van Diemen's Land, now Tasmania. The descendants of the Bounty mutineers were allowed to settle there the following year, and many of their descendants still live on the island today. The trials of the Norfolk Island convicts are documented in prison registers and court records held at the National Archives in London, including the convict registers of ships bound for the island and the petitions for mercy filed by convicts and their families. These records offer a glimpse into a system of punishment that was designed to be the harshest in the British Empire, a place where men were sent to be broken and where justice was often indistinguishable from brutality. The Norfolk Island convicts were, in the words of one historian, legal outsiders, men and women whose crimes had placed them outside the protections of the law.